Chapter 2079. They might as well hide as far away as possible. Otherwise, if they were stimulated again, their old hearts wouldn't be able to take it. Hence, the two of them looked at each other, then rode on the demonic beast and soared into the sky, disappearing into the sky. The middle-aged man and the woman in red who were left behind said worriedly, "Little friend Lynn, will the three of us be in danger?" To be honest, among the five of them, the two old men had the highest cultivation, but now the two of them had left. As for the remaining three, Lin Xian was only a 6-star king. Although his strength was at the level of a mighty figure, he probably wouldn't be able to defeat those late-stage mighty figures at all. The two middle-aged men were only at the mid-stage mighty figure realm, therefore they were very worried. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, trust me. You won't be in danger as long as you follow me." Then he put away the map. "Let's go to the left. You two ride on this demonic beast first. I'll tame another one later." As he said that, he moved his body and quickly soared into the sky. The woman in red and the middle-aged man looked at each other. They could only shrug, sit on the demonic beast, and quickly soar into the sky. Not long after, Lin Xian caught another double-headed eagle and sat cross-legged on it. The group of people flew towards their destination. After about half a day, the middle-aged woman frowned. "Little friend Lin, this route doesn't seem to be right." The middle-aged man looked at the map and then looked around. "Yes, the destination should be in that direction. I know." Lin Xian also opened his eyes and woke up from his cultivation. Then he said, "Let's not go to that destination for now. Not going to the destination for now." "Then where are we going?" The two of them were stunned. They didn't understand what Lin Xian was doing. Lin Xian said, "I've already sensed the aura of other kings nearby. They should be the subordinates of some prince. Since I've encountered them, it's impossible for me to not attack them." He just didn't know how many J Buddha King tokens they had. "What? You want to rob them?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man and the woman in red were stunned. Damn, is this kid all right? What kind of joke was this? There were only 3 of them now. If they encountered other groups, it would be too late for them to run. This brat actually wanted to rob him? Are you kidding me? Moreover, what puzzled them the most was that there were other kings around. Why didn't they sense it? One had to know that both of them were mid-stage 7-star kings, and they were extremely powerful existences among the Almighties. However, they didn't find anything even after sensing around. Could it be that this kid soul force was even more terrifying than the two of them? Thinking of this, the corners of their mouths twitched. However, after around the time for half an incense stick to burn, a few strands of formidable fluctuations suddenly arose from afar, and it instantly caused the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman to be shocked. Sure enough, someone was coming. It seemed that this kid's soul power was really strong. They were extremely shocked. Then, one by one, they stood up as if they were facing a great enemy. Why don't we take advantage of this opportunity to leave? If they were surrounded by them, the situation would not be good. Leave? Why did he have to leave? I still want to rob them. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. As they spoke, the strands of aura in the distance quickly rushed over and then turned into human figures. When they looked at Lin Xian, they were also stunned, and then they all smiled. Ha, there are actually people, and it's a small group of 3. It seems that we're really going to strike it rich this time. I wonder which princess subordinates are so bold to form a small group of 3. Could it be that they don't want to live anymore? Who knows? They're probably idiots. Their brains must have been flooded with water. A few sneers could be heard. They didn't take Lin Xian and the other 2 seriously at all. Indeed, because there were 5 of them on their side. Moreover, among the 5 of them, there was no younger generation. All 5 of them were almighties and extremely powerful. Their auras connected the heavens and the earth suppressing the surroundings. Oh no, it's the second prince's men. On Lin Xian's side, the red-clothed woman frowned. She looked ahead and said quickly. The middle-aged man beside her also frowned. Damn it, Demon Blade King is also here. He looked at the tall figure in front of him, and his scalp went numb. It was a man in a black robe, and he looked extremely fierce. A long green saber hung on his waist, emitting a demonic aura. Demon Blade King. Demon Blade King looked at Lin Xian and the other two with a disdainful smile. Then he said coldly, "The three of you hand over your jade talismans, king tokens, and storage rings. I can let you live. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you." Hearing that, the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman felt their scalps go numb, and a trace of despair appeared in their eyes. It's over. Demon Blade King was an extremely terrifying existence, and his strength was far beyond theirs. In addition, the other side had so many people. They couldn't win at all. It seemed that this time, not only would they lose all their treasures, but they would also lose the 3 King Jade talismans. Thinking of this, they were very regretful. They shouldn't have agreed to let the 2 old men leave. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to fight 5 against 5, even if Demon Blade King was powerful. If worse came to worst, they could run away. But now they were facing 5 people, and they couldn't resist at all. However, Lin Xian smiled. Demon Blade King was indeed powerful, but it seemed that his strength was about the same as the first slash. Even the first slash was defeated by him, although the other party was a veteran. So what? Therefore, he was not afraid at all. As for the other mighty figures, he didn't take them seriously at all. Therefore, the next moment he said with a smile, "Very well, hand over your storage rings, jade talismans, and king tokens, and I'll let you live. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you." Lin Xian's words were very simple. He returned the words to those people. On the other side, Demon Blade King and the others were stunned when they heard that. They couldn't even believe their ears. Among them, an old man sneered. "What did he say? He wants to rob us? Ha ha ha! I'm dying of laughter. Where did this kid come from? Is there something wrong with his brain? Can he see what kind of scene he's in?" On the other side, a purple-clothed woman covered her mouth and chuckled, her eyes full of contempt. Chapter 2080. Kid, it seems like you don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, I'll personally take the jade token and your storage rings. Devil Blade King snorted and was about to attack. At this moment, another middle-aged man stood out. This man wore a green robe and had a small mustache. His eyes were cold and sinister. He laughed. "There's no need for Devil Blade King to attack a kid. Let me do it." "All right." Devil Blade King nodded and did not attack. Indeed, his opponent was too young and not worth his time. At this moment, the green-robed man walked out. He looked at Lin Xian and sneered. "Kid, I advise you to surrender obediently. Kneel on the ground and hand over all your treasures. Otherwise, you're dead meat. You talk too much." Lin Xian snorted coldly. Since he had already decided to attack, there was no need for him to hesitate. In the next moment, he pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword and flew forward. "You're courting death." The green-robed man snorted when he saw that Lin Xian dared to attack. In the next moment, his eyes became sharp and a majestic aura surged out from his body. Then he waved his 2 palms. Jasper palm. As he waved his palms, the sky was instantly filled with light. 2 large palms that looked like precious jade flew toward Lin Xian. The aura was extremely terrifying. Ordinary almighties would not be able to resist it. One could imagine that the green-robed man was also an elite almighty. Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Such a person was nothing in his hands. Buzz, a sword light flashed and turned into a shocking rainbow that slashed down from the sky. Then the 2 large palms were split apart by the sword. What? How is this possible? Seeing this, The green-robed man's pupils shrank. In the next moment, he was also sent flying by the sword. Stunned. Everyone was stunned. Whether it was the other Almighties or Lin Xian's two companions, they were all stunned. What did they just see? An elite Almighty was sent flying by a sword? Is this really done by a young man in his 20s? Thinking of this, their scalps went numb. On Lin Xian's side, the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman swallowed their saliva madly. On the other hand, the faces of the people on the other side became incomparably ugly. The man who was sent flying spat out large mouthfuls of blood. A sword wound appeared on his body, almost splitting him in half. With just one sword strike, he had already lost the ability to fight. He was too terrified. There was nothing he could do. Lin Xian had not held back at all. This sword contained the frightening power of the great dragon sword spirit. Furthermore, in this space, the other party's cultivation was suppressed. Therefore, there was a huge gap between the two of them. A single sword strike was enough to finish off the other party. Damn it, kill him! The people on the other side were stunned for a few seconds. Then they came back to their senses and gritted their teeth. This time, two mighty figures flew out. One of them was that purple-clothed woman, and the other was an old man. The two of them, one in front and one behind, quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Boom. Crescent slash. Pegasus fist. A crescent moon appeared in the sky, crushing the void. Then, it turned into a sharp ray of light and viciously slashed towards Lin Xian. On the other side, the void trembled and cracked open. Then, spiritual energy filled the sky and condensed into a Pegasus. It was as white as a mountain. It stepped on the void, and there were two wings on its back that were almost 10,000 feet long. It swept across like a heavenly blade. This Pegasus shadow quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Two powerful killing moves instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Oh no! Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman on Lin Xian's side changed their expressions drastically. Lin Xian probably would not be able to resist such a killer move. The two of them wanted to help Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He let out a long roar, and the sword chi on his body suddenly erupted. The fire deity roared. Boundless hellfire spread, and then a huge black giant quickly appeared from his body. It was 10,000 feet tall and roared at the sky. With a roar, a sea of fire spread across the sky and blocked the shocking attack. Then, a giant flame sword that was 10,000 feet long appeared in the flame giant's hand. It was extremely black, and the divine fire on it jumped. The sword slashed down. Boom. In the sky, the huge moon was split in half, and on the other side, the Pegasus was cut in half. Boom, 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 boom. That was not the end. Lin Xian controlled the flame giant to wave the huge flame sword and sweep it in all directions. That terrifying sword chi transformed into a furious black dragon, rampaging through the area. Suddenly, the purple-clothed woman and the yellow-robed elder were sent flying. Everyone gasped again, and their faces were filled with horror. What kind of technique was that? How could he defeat three elite mighty figures in an instant? Who was that person? That was too terrifying. On the other side, the second prince's people were stunned. On the other side, the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman were also shocked. The Devil Blade King's face was gloomy. He originally thought that Lin Xian was just an ordinary young man. So what if he was a genius? He did not take him seriously at all. After all, compared to the older generation of powerhouses like them, the younger generation of geniuses was nothing. However, he did not expect that the other party was so powerful that he could injure three of them in a short period of time. He had to make a move. Otherwise, they would be defeated this time. He was the famous Devil Blade King, and he would not allow such a thing to happen. How dare you injure my people? Even the Heavenly King will not be able to save you today." The Devil Blade King was furious. He took a step forward, and a sharp sword light appeared on his body. It instantly cut open the void and slashed fiercely at Lin Xian. "Humph, I'm not afraid of you." Lin Xian snorted and took a step forward as well. In the next moment, a sword light also rushed out from his body, like a rainbow, to meet the attack. The sword and the saber collided in the air, and countless cracks were torn in the air. Then, the two of them disappeared in the sky. "What?" "He blocked it." The Devil Blade King frowned. The other party was more powerful than he had imagined. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He said to the two people behind him, "The two of you should be able to get rid of the injured ones and the other almighty, right?" The middle-aged man and the woman in red were stunned, but then they nodded. The two of them could definitely get rid of the three severely injured ones and the almighty. They still wanted to say something, but when they saw the expression on Lin Xian's face, they shut up. This was because they felt that even the Devil Blade King might not be able to defeat the young man in front of them, because the other party was too mysterious. In the next moment, the two of them swayed their bodies and flew into the distance. As for that Demon Blade King, he was furious. The other party was trying to take advantage of the situation. He was really courting death. In the next moment, a sharp light burst out from his eyes and turned into two green sword lights. The middle-aged man and the woman in red were shrouded. Feeling the sharp sword lights, the two of them were shocked. They immediately put up their armor to defend themselves. Chapter 2081. The two men's expressions changed drastically when they felt the sharp blade light. They immediately activated their armors to defend themselves. They had no choice. Devil Blade King was too powerful. He was far stronger than them. However, the two green blade lights did not land. They were shattered by the two sword auras that Lin Xian shot out. "Your opponent is me," Lin Xian said in a deep voice. "Kid, you're courting death." Devil Blade King was furious when he saw this. How dare his opponent stop him? "Damn it," Lin Xian sneered. There was a rule in the first stage. He was not allowed to kill anyone. However, there were no rules in the second stage. He would kill anyone who dared to provoke him, even if the other party was the prince's subordinate. Therefore, Lin Xian did not have any scruples. He stomped his feet and countless red sword runes appeared. They were densely packed and instantly covered the entire ground. A huge sword diagram formed under his feet. It shone with a terrifying light and emitted a mysterious energy. The sword diagram not only covered Lin Xian, but also Devil Blade King. In an instant, thousands of blood-red sword lights appeared around Devil Blade King. Each of them was extremely sharp. They carried a monstrous aura that could destroy the sky. "Get lost!" Devil Blade King was furious. He pulled out the long blade at his waist. He swung his blade. Suddenly, a green light shone. Then, green flames danced and burned fiercely in the sky. The flames formed a sea of blade lights and shattered the hundreds of blood-red sword auras around him. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, a green field appeared around him. It kept expanding and formed a safe zone around him. It blocked the blood-red sword lights that filled the sky. "Kid, do you think you can threaten me with that little strength of yours? You're too naive. Today, I'll show you the power of my Devil Blade King." Devil Blade King's eyes shone with a terrifying light as he spoke. Then his hair turned green too. They danced in the wind like green poisonous snakes. Devil Blade slash. As the saber slashed down, the green saber light turned into a saber light storm and swept over in this direction. For a time, the entire void was cut into pieces, and wounds could be seen everywhere. This gale of saber light was not only sharp but also scorching hot. The green flames circled around him, pulsating like will-o'-the-wisps. In an instant, the area within a radius of 100 miles was completely covered. The mountains, trees, and rivers below were instantly destroyed and turned into ashes. Nothing was left behind. One could only imagine how terrifying this slash was. Demon-slaying sword formation, Qilin's fury. Lin Xian also shouted coldly. The demon-slaying sword formation around him flickered and emitted a monstrous blood aura. Then, streaks of blood-red sword light quickly condensed and shot up into the sky. It transformed into a huge blood-colored Qilin. It was hundreds of meters tall, and its entire body was covered in bloody light, dyeing the sky red. It was as if a real divine beast had descended from the ancient times. The murderous aura on his body was too strong, causing people to tremble all over. With a roar, the blood Kirin spat out a red ball of light. It was as big as a meteor. It tore through space and rolled forward. Immediately, the green flames that filled the sky and the terrifying saber light were all shattered. Qilin kill? Go! Lin Xian shouted angrily. Suddenly, countless streams of blood-red aura surged between heaven and earth. It was like a sea of blood, carrying with it a monstrous and terrifying power. Then, the blood Kirin quickly rushed forward, turning into a stream of light. It carried with it a soul-stirring spiritual aura as it quickly attacked. As it ran, its body emitted a monstrous sea of blood and a sharp sword aura. It was like a demon king walking in the sky. Boom, boom. On the other side, Demon Blade King was furious. He held the demon blade in his hand and slashed it down. Suddenly, a shocking saber light shot up into the sky, tearing apart the aura in the sky and slamming into the giant blood Kirin. It was a shocking collision. The two forces were too strong. They tore apart the sky and suppressed all directions. The Almighties who were fighting in the distance frantically retreated, looking frightened. Demon Blade King smiled coldly, but soon his smile froze, because he realized that his saber light was quickly being shattered. Then, the Kirin in front of him rose into the sky. Its aura was even more terrifying. Not only that, but the Kirin's blurry figure was now very real. Its body was covered with scales. Each of them was very lifelike. Its huge eyes were red like rivers of blood. Tens of thousands of sharp sword chi revolved around his body as he charged over again. Damn it, how is this possible? Demon Blade King's pupils shrank. How could his opponent be so powerful? The sword aura was too shocking. It was even more powerful than his saber light, but his opponent was just a young man. How could he be stronger than him? He could not believe it. He had been cultivating for 1,000 years, and his saber skills were terrifying. Otherwise, he would not have been called Demon Blade King. But now he realized that he could not suppress his opponent. However, what shocked him even more was yet to come. That was because Lin Xian had made another move. A green sword light tore through the void. It was so terrifying that no one dared to look at it directly. It was too dazzling and terrifying. It tore through the void and slashed at Demon Blade King. Bang! The sword was so fast that Demon Blade King did not have time to react. It was already in front of him. In a hurry, he could only raise his saber to block. Clang! In the next moment, the huge force sent the demon blade in his hand flying. His entire arm was numb, and he was pushed back 3,000 miles. Buzz! Lin Xian stepped on the demigods and turned into a stream of light. He instantly arrived in front of Demon Blade King. Damn it! How could he be so powerful? Demon Blade King was shocked and could not believe it. His opponent's speed was too fast. He arrived in front of him in an instant. Now he had lost the long saber in his hand. However, as a powerful king, he still had other means. Wind and Thunder Fist. With a roar, Demon Blade King quickly waved his fist. Immediately, the fist flashed with an incomparably terrifying gale, and the power of lightning that filled the sky. The whole sky around him was boiling, and it turned into a huge shadow of wind and thunder fist. The sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. The momentum was extremely great. The middle-aged man and the woman in red in the distance had finished their battle. However, when they saw the fist at this moment, their scalps went numb. They did not expect that Demon Blade King's fist skills were so terrifying in addition to his saber skills. Lin Xian sneered. He was not afraid at all. He swung his sword. Like a sword god. A terrifying sword light pierced through the sky and smashed down fiercely like a real dragon. The void cracked, the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. 2 balls of light exploded in the sky, emitting an incomparably bright light that made people unable to open their eyes. Chapter 2082. Damn it! Impossible! This is impossible! Who are you? Devil Blade King clutched his arm and retreated again. His expression was hideous. He did not expect his opponent's sword light to be so powerful. Fine. I'll let you die knowing the reason. My name is Lin Xian. What? Lin Xian? You're actually Lin Xian. Devil Blade King was shocked to hear that. He recalled that in the first stage, there were 2 peerless geniuses who won all 5 battles and defeated all their opponents. One of them was the Golden Lion King of the Battle Tribe, and the other was a peerless swordsman called Lin Xian. He did not expect the young man in front of him to be Lin Xian. No wonder. He's the one who defeated Bai Zijing and the First Blade. Devil Blade King's expression turned ugly when he thought of that. He gritted his teeth and said, "This is a misunderstanding. I don't want your things anymore. Let us go." Let you go? Sure, cut off one of your arms and hand over your storage ring, and the King Jade token. I can let you go. What? Devil Blade King's pupils constricted when he heard that. The kings in the distance also had ugly expressions. Kid, don't go too far. Since you're not willing to hand them over, I'll have to take them myself. Lin Xian's aura became more powerful as he spoke. He was like a real dragon roaring in the void. Devil Blade King's face turned pale again when he felt the sharp aura. He gritted his teeth and took off his storage ring. Then he threw it in the void. The King Jade token was also in it. He gritted his teeth and said, "Now, can you let us go?" Lin Xian took the storage ring and forcefully opened it with his soul force. Then he started to sense the contents. There was indeed a King Jade token and many treasures inside. Instantly, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. The next moment he turned around and looked behind him. The middle-aged man nodded slightly. They had also taken the storage rings of the other 4 opponents. "Let's go." Devil Blade King waved his hand and gritted his teeth. He wanted to leave. Although he had lost this time, he would not give up so easily. With a wave of his hand, he withdrew the demon blade. However, Lin Xian sneered. "I've said it before, leave an arm behind, brat. You're courting death." Devil Blade King was enraged. Lin Xian coldly snorted. "What, do you think it's easy to assassinate me? Since you dare to attack me, you must pay the price." As he spoke, the aura on his body became sharp again. It was as if a bright sword light had cut through the void. The sword slashed out, as if a peerless divine sword was being unsheathed. It had the terrifying power to destroy stars. Soon after, it shrouded Devil Blade King. Demon Blade King roared madly. His expression was ferocious, and his gray hair danced wildly in the wind. He didn't think that the other party would really dare to attack him. In the next moment, he also launched his own powerful attack to resist. Boom! In the intense collision, the sky was completely shattered. It was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Then, Demon Blade King was sent flying. An arm was chopped off. He turned around and fled. He turned into a stream of light and instantly disappeared into the sky. He didn't even dare to take the demon blade anymore. When the remaining 4 Almighties saw this scene, their scalps went numb. They quickly fled. The middle-aged man and the woman in red were completely stunned. Demon Blade King really had one of his arms chopped off. This was too terrifying. He was one of the most terrifying Almighties, but he was defeated just like that. What kind of person was this young man in front of them? Lin Xian kept Demon Blade King's storage ring, and the other 4 Almighty's storage rings. Then he looked at the middle-aged man and the woman in red. I'll report your contributions to the 8th Prince. When the time comes, I'll definitely reward you. They should have been happy, but now they couldn't feel happy. In fact, they were even a little frightened. That was because the power that the other party had displayed was too powerful. They even began to doubt their lives. They were Almighties who had cultivated for 1,000 or 2,000 years, but when compared to the other party, the gap between them was so huge. Shaking their heads, the 2 of them smiled bitterly. Previously, they were still suspicious of Lin Xian. They didn't understand why the 8th Prince made Lin Xian the leader, but now they understood. Lin Xian's strength was extremely terrifying. He was far above them. All right, let's go and continue our search. The 3 of them rode on the beast and quickly set off. They turned into 2 streams of light and disappeared into the sky. Lin Xian wasn't the only one fighting. In other places, the Almighties of different princes were also fighting when they met. Boom, boom. On the plain, an ordinary-looking young man was surrounded by blood-red light. His eyes were extremely red like a demon. Around him, blood-red seawater surged and surrounded the entire void. Within the sea of blood, there were 2 old men trapped within. Around them, there were other Almighties fighting. However, there were only 3 people in the blood-red sea. Damn it, who is this kid? How can he be so terrifying? The 2 old men were the 10th Prince's men. They didn't expect to meet such a terrifying young man. On the other hand, the young man with the blood-red light curled the corners of his mouth. Next, have a taste of the feast of slaughter. As soon as his voice fell, the blood-red sea around them rumbled. Then, the seawater churned and condensed into terrifying azuras. They covered the sky and the earth and attacked. In an instant, the 2 old men were swallowed up. On the other side, in the valley, a tall young man in golden armor was emitting light like the sun, like a golden god of war. He blocked the way out of the valley. In the valley, there were 2 middle-aged men and an old man. They had just picked a few sets of supreme-grade spiritual herbs in the valley and were very happy. However, they didn't expect that the way out would be blocked by someone. At first, they were very nervous, but later they found that there was only one person, and it was a young man. The 3 of them immediately laughed. "Get lost, kid." "Humph, what an idiot. How dare you act alone in the 2nd stage? Who do you think you are? How dare you rob us? You're courting death. Kneel there obediently and wait for your death. If we're in a good mood, we'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, we'll let you know what it's like to live a life worse than death." So much nonsense. The young man in golden armor sneered, and then formed a seal with both hands. Seal of the fearless lion. Roar. Golden light shone in the sky like the explosion of the sun. It was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. Then, a huge golden lion flew out of the young man's palm. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it flew forward. Chapter 2083. Crunch, crunch. The sound of bones being chewed could be heard in the silent valley, making one's scalp tingle. In short, although they had only been here for a few days, there was still an intense battle. Moreover, this battle was much more tragic than the 1st stage. In fact, many powerful Almighties were killed mercilessly. On the other side, Lin Xian and the other 2 flew to their destination. After searching around, they found that the ancient ruins were in ruins. Moreover, there was nothing left inside. It was probably taken away by someone the last time they were here. Therefore, the three of them returned the way they came and prepared to rendezvous. Soon, they arrived at the rendezvous point and waited patiently. Lin Xian slowly closed his eyes and began to cultivate. The middle-aged man and the woman in red also sat at the side. One of them would cultivate while the other would observe the surroundings. Just like that, the cycle would repeat every 4 hours. After half a day, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes and looked into the distance. Then he said, "If anything happens, get ready to fight." The two of them did not find out anything, but they were very clear about Lin Xian's ability. It was the same the last time. Therefore, when they heard Lin Xian's words, they stood up one after another and secretly circulated their power, ready to fight at any time. Indeed, not long after, the sound of something breaking through the void came from the distance. Then, 2 rays of light quickly flew over. It was a black ray of light and a blue ray of light that bloomed in the sky like a meteor. The woman in red saw this and immediately exclaimed, "Our people are back." However, Lin Xian frowned and looked into the distance with flickering eyes. The middle-aged man also realized that something was wrong. There seemed to be people behind them. Yes, there were people behind them. After the 2 rays of light, there were 3 rays of light that streaked across the void like lightning. They were being chased. The middle-aged man and woman were shocked. Looking at the situation in front of them, that should be it. Yes, the 2 who were running for their lives were the 2 old men who left earlier. They also encountered enemies, but they were not as lucky as Lin Xian. The opponents they encountered were very strong. They were the first prince's subordinates. There were 3 of them. 2 of them were extremely powerful. One was the celestial river great ancestor, and the other was the king of many treasures. These 2 people were extremely terrifying. Their strength was above theirs. Moreover, there was another elite on the other side, 3 against 2. Even if they had 2 flying demonic beasts, it was still not enough. Therefore, they could only run back. Moreover, they were running towards the agreed-upon location, because in their opinion, as long as they met up 5 against 3, there should still be a chance for them to turn the tables. Sure enough, when they arrived near the rendezvous point, they saw 3 people below. The 2 old men smiled. Fortunately, the other party was here. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but shout loudly, "Hurry up and kill them!" Hearing this, the middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman looked at each other and then coldly shouted. Their bodies turned into 2 long rainbows, and they instantly rushed into the sky. In an instant, the 4 of them surrounded the first prince's 3 subordinates. He actually had a helper. The 3 subordinates of the first prince glowed as they floated in the air. He released a powerful force that intimidated everyone. Among them, there was indeed the king of many treasures and the Sky River Great ancestor. The other person was an old man. His aura was also powerful, and the long spear in his hand emitted a cold light. "What should we do?" the Sky River Great ancestor asked. The king of many treasures sneered and directly attacked. "Those 2 old fellows have been chased by us for so many days. Their strength has probably been greatly reduced. Therefore, even if they have more people, they are no match for us." His analysis was indeed correct, but soon he was stunned. That was because he saw another figure below, and that figure was extremely familiar to him. The king of many treasures saw it, and so did the Sky River Great ancestor. His expression immediately became extremely unsightly. In fact, there was even a hint of ferocity. "Damn it, it's actually that kid." He recognized the other party because he had previously assassinated Lin Xian. In the end, he was injured by Lin Xian and had to escape in a sorry state. He did not expect to meet him again. When enemies met, their eyes would turn red. Immediately, the Sky River Great ancestor stepped on the River of Stars and a terrifying light erupted from his body that could crush the void. "Damn, kid, get over here and accept your death." There was a terrifying, murderous intent in his voice. It shook the void and turned into an invisible wave. Seeing the scene, the two old men on Lin Xian's side frowned. What? Could it be that there's still a grudge between them? If the Sky River Great Ancestor and the King of Many Treasures were angered, the situation would not be easy to control. After all, those two people were very terrifying existences. However, on the other side, the middle-aged man and the woman in red had very strange expressions. What's going on? How dare he provoke Lin Xian? Is he courting death? One had to know that they had personally witnessed Lin Xian's power a day or two ago. The powerful king of Devil Swords was defeated in the end and fled like a stray dog, let alone the Sky River Great Ancestor. Therefore, they really could not understand where the Sky River Great Ancestor got the courage to go against Lin Xian. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He did not expect it to be those people. He let them escape last time, but he did not expect them to come again this time. Since they had met, he did not intend to let them go. After all, those people wanted to kill him. Lin Xian never showed mercy to his enemies. In the next moment, he tapped his foot and instantly appeared in the sky. His robe fluttered and a smile appeared on his handsome face. "It's actually you, a loser. How dare you come here to die? Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish." "What? A loser?" Hearing that, the expressions of the mighty figures in the sky changed. The two old men on Lin Xian's side were stunned and filled with shock. What's going on? Could it be that the Sky River Great Ancestor had fought with Lin Xian and lost? How is that possible? They could not believe it because they had never seen Lin Xian fight before. On the first prince's side, the old man with the long spear also frowned, while the middle-aged man and the woman in red suddenly understood. No wonder the Sky River Great Ancestor is so angry. It turns out that he has been defeated before. However, he's really courting death. He dares to attack again after being defeated. He must be tired of living. The Sky River Great Ancestor's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. "Kid, don't be so smug. I was careless last time and was ambushed by you. This time, I'll definitely tear you into pieces." Star River Waterfall. In the next moment, the Sky River Great Ancestor attacked, and his body bloomed with the power of stars. Chapter 2084. Boom. In an instant, the void split open, and killing intent surged. Countless cracks appeared in the surroundings. The scene was extremely terrifying. This scene caused the expressions of the surrounding mighty figures to change. Lin Xian sneered. He waved the demonic sword in his hand and quickly slashed down. Boom. The sword light surged into the sky and turned into a divine red color as it quickly slashed down. This strike was too shocking. It was as if the sky was pressing down. Within the sword energy, there was a dragon sword domain floating and flickering. Lin Xian did not hold back with this strike. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying sword energy surged in all directions and slashed towards Tianhe. Boom. The sword cut through the stars in the sky, shattered the galaxy, and sent the great ancestor of the heavenly river flying. What? Seeing the scene, everyone was stunned. The two old men on Lin Xian's side felt their scalps go numb and their bodies trembled. On the other side, the pupils of the King of Many Treasures and the old man with the long spear also constricted. Powerful, he's too powerful. Especially the King of Many Treasures. He was extremely shocked. The other party's methods were much more powerful than those he had encountered before. How long had it been? And the other party was already so terrifying. He was in an even more sorry state. This strike had seriously injured him. "Ah, I'm going to kill you," he roared at the sky with a crazy expression. Like a demon, endless starlight surged out from his body and turned into a star domain. Billion stars slash. Kill. Tian, he roared crazily and activated his king domain without caring about the consequences. Boom, 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 boom. Endless stars shone, and light danced in the sky. Immediately, thousands of starlight appeared in the sky. They flickered and turned into stars one after another, forming a light screen. It quickly pressed down. In an instant, heaven and earth trembled, and the entire space seemed to be about to split open. Lin Xian also shouted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and a terrifying power surged out. Then, thousands of sword energy bloomed from his body. His entire body was fierce and murderous. He turned into a streak of divine red and instantly rushed out. Pooh! The sword light streaked across, cutting through the void. Not only that, but Tian, his body also stiffened in the sky. Then his eyes widened. With a boom, he was cut into two halves. He was killed. He was killed with a single strike. These people all went crazy. They didn't dare to believe it. That was esteemed Master Tianhe. Elite mighty figures were terrifyingly powerful. However, he was actually killed by a young man in his 20s with a single strike. On Ling Xian's side, the two elders were completely stunned. The middle-aged man and the red-clothed woman felt their scalps go numb. Although they had seen Lin Xian's methods before, they were still extremely shocked when they saw it again. On the other side, the King of Treasures and the old man with the long spear were even more shocked. Was this guy even human? How could he deal with an elite supreme being all by himself? If they stayed any longer, they would most likely die without a doubt. In the next moment, King of Many Treasures roared in rage and attacked. He went all out to break out. At this point, his body blossomed with light. He turned into a rainbow and flew into the distance. The old man wielded the red spear in his hand. Then he became one with the spear and pierced through the void, trying to escape. Stop them! However, Lin Xian let out a cold snort, and his body once again emitted thousands of rays of light. The demon-slaying sword formation under his feet quickly formed blood swords, completely sealing off the entire space. Boom! Hearing Lin Xian's words, the remaining four mighty figures also moved. The middle-aged man waved his fist, and it was like a mountain as it blasted forward. The red-clothed woman opened her mouth and spat out a storm, which turned into a tornado that swept through heaven and earth. The two elders next to her also roared angrily. They raised their combat strength to the limit and quickly attacked. A huge palm blotted out the sky and covered the earth. On the other side, the earth trembled, and countless rock beasts appeared. They also grabbed upward. For a moment, the sky and the earth were filled with terrifying killing moves. No matter how powerful King of Treasures and the old man with the long spear were, they couldn't resist at all. Therefore, in an instant, the two of them were shattered by the void, and their bodies fell out. Their expressions became extremely unsightly. Kill. At this moment, the old man with the long spear roared and took the lead to attack. He wouldn't sit still and wait for death. Therefore, he charged toward the blue-clothed old man, because among Lin Xian's group of 5, the two old men had consumed the most energy, so their combat strength was also the weakest. If he wanted to break out, he naturally had to choose the weaker ones. In the sky, a red light flickered, and then a red spear appeared and swept over. It stabbed fiercely at the blue-clothed old man. This spear was so terrifying that it made people tremble. Sure enough, the blue-clothed old man was sent flying and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, Lin Xian said coldly, "The 4 of you hurry up and attack. Leave the rest to me." What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. However, when they thought of the situation where Tianhe's great ancestor was killed in an instant, they didn't dare to say anything. Immediately, the four mighty figures quickly surrounded the old man with the long spear. The old man with the long spear was overjoyed when he sent the blue-clothed old man flying. He thought that he could break out of the encirclement. However, in the next moment, the four of them surrounded him again. His face turned green. Damn it, what kind of joke is this? Although he was an elite mighty figure and was powerful, he could still take on two of them. He couldn't take on three of them. Now that the four of them attacked together, he had no ability to resist at all. Sure enough, soon he let out an angry scream. When Lord of Many Treasures saw this scene, he roared angrily and wanted to go up to help. But soon, Lin Xian's sword slashed across the sky like a surging river, cutting through the void. You should worry about others first. Think about your own situation first. Brat, you're courting death. Get lost. Lord of Many Treasures roared angrily and immediately took out a huge green cauldron. As soon as the green cauldron appeared, it quickly expanded and turned into a huge cauldron that was tens of thousands of feet tall. It towered into the clouds. The terrifying weight caused the void to shatter in an instant. Chapter 2085. That was because it was the same move that had split the Sky River Great Ancestor in half. He knew how terrifying that sword move was. In the next moment, he spat out a blue light curtain that formed a sea that covered the sky and enveloped him. Then he took out a large green umbrella and held it above his head, forming a defense that covered the sky and completely enveloped him. At the same time, a black armor appeared on his body. King of Many Treasures heaved a sigh of relief when he suddenly put up so many defenses. However, in the next moment, his pupils suddenly constricted. He felt a chill on his neck, and he could no longer feel anything. Puff, blood sprayed in the sky, dyeing the void red. Then, King of Many Treasures' body fell to the ground. Lin Xian waved his hand and took away the other party's storage ring. Then he frowned slightly. That was because he did not find the King Jade talisman. On the other side, the battle had also ended, 4 against 1. The old man with the long spear could not resist at all and was directly beaten into a bloody mist. However, there was also no King Jade talisman in his storage ring. It seemed that the three of them had only gone out to look for opportunities. There was no King Jade talisman on them at all. However, Lin Xian did not care. At least he had obtained so many storage rings. The harvest this time was huge. So far, the 3 elite powerhouses of the first prince had all been killed. The middle-aged man and the woman in red were still able to accept it. However, the other 2 old men had shocked expressions on their faces. They were completely stunned. What was going on? How could the other party's combat strength be so powerful? Then the woman in red told them what had happened in the past few days. When they heard that the King of Devil Swords had escaped with serious injuries, they gasped. He was definitely a peerless powerhouse and a peerless genius. They realized that they had underestimated Lin Xian. Since the other party was so powerful, it should not be difficult for him to kill them. Thinking of that, deep fear appeared in their eyes. Then, the 2 old men hurriedly came in front of Lin Xian and said respectfully, "Young master, we have offended you before. I hope you won't misunderstand. In the future, the 2 of us will definitely obey any of your orders." Okay. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He was very satisfied with the other party's current attitude. Thinking about it, the other party wouldn't dare to disobey his orders in the future. This would make things easier for him in the future. At this moment, the blue-clothed old man said, "Young master, you can distribute these storage rings as you wish." This was a rule that had existed in the past. There was such a thing. Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. The black-robed old man also said that there was indeed such a rule. In the second stage, other than the Jade Talisman and the King Tablet, The other items could be obtained by one's own strength. So that was the case. Lin Xian nodded and took the Sky River Great Ancestor and the King of Many Treasures storage items. Then he tossed the old man's storage ring to the four of them. The four of you can divide the things inside equally. Then he took out the storage rings that belonged to the Demon Blade King and the other four people and gave one of them to the woman in red and the middle-aged man. This is your reward for last time. Thank you, young master. Seeing this, the middle-aged man and the woman in red were overjoyed. The two old men also took a deep breath. Then they began to divide the things in the storage rings. Lin Xian was also very satisfied. He had obtained a lot of storage rings from powerful figures. These people's things were extremely rich. Lin Xian didn't stand on ceremony. He absorbed all the supreme-grade, subdivine crystals and mutant nerves that could be used. He used them to improve his strength. As for the other cultivation methods, he also picked out the useful ones. He also kept the useless ones for future exchanges and auctions. In any case, the harvest this time was really rich, especially the storage rings of the Demon Blade King and the King of Many Treasures. The Demon Blade of the Demon Blade King was definitely a top-grade, earth-grade treasure weapon. It was very powerful and terrifying. However, it was a pity that he didn't use a blade. Therefore, this thing was useless to him. However, he should be able to sell it for a good price, or exchange it for supreme-grade items. As for the King of Many Treasures, it was even more delightful. The King of Many Treasures didn't have any cultivation methods, but he had many treasures. In total, there were dozens of treasures. Among them, there were 3 top-grade treasures. There were also quite a number of high-level weapons. There were 7 or 8 of them. The rest were middle-grade weapons. It could be said that the King of Many Treasures was extremely terrifying. He had treasures for defense, attack, close combat, and long-range combat. However, it was a pity that he encountered it. No matter how powerful Lin Xian's treasures were, they couldn't be compared to the great dragon sword soul. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It would be more convenient for him to fight in the future. With so many treasures thrown out by him, he estimated that they could smash an elite, powerful figure to death. Then Lin Xian put away the storage rings, stood up, and said, "Okay, let's go back and meet up with the 8th prince." The result this time was good. He obtained the Jade Talisman King token and many storage rings. It could be said that it was a great harvest. Calculating the time, Lin Xian felt that it was about time to meet up with the 8th prince. The 2 old men said, "Young Master Lin, there seems to be something in the relic we explored." "Oh." Hearing this, Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. The old man in blue said, "Indeed, although the relic was damaged, it wasn't completely destroyed. There should be treasures in it. That's why we were chased by the first prince's 3 men." "I see. Since that's the case, let's go and take a look." The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. He had never seen what the ruins inside looked like. Therefore, he was curious. After discussing for a while, the 5 of them decided to set off immediately. Whoosh whoosh. Then they rode on beasts and flew out of the relic quickly. A day later, they arrived at their destination. It was a barren mountain. There were weeds all around, and it was very chaotic. There were even beasts around. However, when the 5 of them arrived, their powerful aura suppressed the surroundings, causing the weaker beasts to run away. For a while, they didn't receive any attacks. "Where's the entrance?" After landing, Lin Xian asked. Then he started to look around. The 2 old men said, "There's a cave in front. There was a seal previously, but we broke it forcefully." Indeed. Lin Xian walked forward. After walking for about 200 meters, he saw a cave that was 2 meters tall. It was very hidden, and there were vines all around. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't have noticed it. Moreover, there was a trace of energy left on it. It should have been left behind when the seal was broken. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Xian nodded, then took the lead and walked in. As he took a step, a black armor appeared on his body and covered his entire body. Chapter 2086. When the four people behind him saw this scene, they also put on their armor and carefully followed behind Lin Xian. It was a little dark inside, but the five of them were glowing like the sun. Therefore, when they entered, the inside was completely illuminated. This should be the Moonlight Ruins. The woman in red took out a map and looked at it. As they were talking, cracking sounds suddenly came from under their feet. Then, lines of formation patterns lit up. In an instant, they covered the entire cave. Along with it, there was an extremely terrifying aura. The aura was extremely terrifying. It was as if a god was quickly awakening. At the same time, the woman in red and the other three discovered that their cultivation and strength were suppressed again. It was even more terrifying than when they were outside. Damn it, what is this place? I feel like I've been suppressed by 60%. Damn it, this place is too evil. Should we go out? The two old men also felt their scalps go numb. However, when they wanted to retreat, they discovered that many figures had appeared around them. There were dozens of people densely packed together, surrounding them. Those people stood there like statues. They were all wearing silver armor. A terrifying aura surged out from their bodies. Oh no, these are silver armor guards. I have to leave quickly. When the old man in black saw this scene, his scalp went numb. In the next moment, he shouted in a low voice and activated his king's domain, wanting to break out of the encirclement. However, his strength was severely suppressed now, so his combat strength was much weaker than before. Meanwhile, the silver-armored guards around them were increasing in number. At the same time, their bodies were also emitting a silver light that intertwined with each other, forming an extremely terrifying sky curtain that quickly pressed down on the five people. Damn it! Seeing this, the woman in red, the middle-aged man, and the two old men gritted their teeth and frantically activated their king's domains to resist. However, soon, their king's domains emitted cracking sounds, and even the light dimmed. What should we do? The four of them looked at Lin Xian anxiously. They had no choice. They really had no other choice. They could only pin their hopes on Lin Xian. That was because they knew that Lin Xian's strength was extremely powerful. Even if he was suppressed, he was probably far stronger than them. Lin Xian retracted his gaze and sighed slightly. Make your move. Just now, he had already used his soul power to scan the area. Apart from a few stalks of spiritual herbs and some supreme-grade subdivine crystals, there was nothing else. Other than that, there was nothing else. It seemed that even though the ruins still existed, it was likely that someone had already explored them during the Crown Prince competition. Perhaps the treasure had been taken away by someone else. Therefore, the remaining items were of little value. Thinking of this, Lin Xian sighed. In the next moment, a sharp light burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body began to circulate crazily, releasing a monstrous amount of sword chi. Suddenly, a dragon roar sounded. The dragon sword, spirit domain cherished an azure dragon, roaring in all directions. With a flick of its tail, all the silver-armored guards around it were blown away. What? How could he be so strong? The red-clothed woman and the other three were all dumbfounded when they saw this scene. How could Lin Xian's king's domain be so powerful? This aura was too shocking. Could it be that the other party wasn't affected by the suppression here? One had to know that they were all elite mighty figures. They could tell at a glance that the other party's aura was definitely at his peak state. However, their strength had been suppressed by 50 to 60%. How could the other party be at his peak state? This was simply unbelievable. Could it be that this kid hadn't been suppressed at all before? No wonder he was so powerful. These people swallowed their saliva frantically. They felt that Lin Xian must have some secrets on him. However, everyone had their own secrets. Even if they investigated, they wouldn't be able to find out. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, the ground began to tremble again. An even more terrifying aura was rapidly recovering. It was as if a huge monster was about to come out. This aura was too terrifying. Even Lin Xian's expression changed. He hurriedly said, "Hurry up and leave this place." The red-clothed woman and the other three hurriedly nodded. Their faces were also pale. In their current state, they couldn't resist this aura at all. Therefore, the four of them hurriedly fled outside. Lin Xian brought up the rear. When the four of them left, a shocking light burst out from his eyes. Without saying a word, he directly sent out the great dragon's sword soul. Immediately, a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in front of him. Then, Lin Xian held the great dragon sword soul and activated the dragon sword domain with all his strength. He slashed down with his sword. A fierce azure dragon bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it rushed underground. The earth-shattering explosion completely destroyed the entire cave. Boom! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles collapsed. The red-clothed woman and the other three had just escaped the cave and heaved a sigh of relief. However, immediately after, their faces turned pale again. That was because they felt an even more terrifying and violent aura surging out from the cave. It was as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. "Oh no, run!" They hurriedly rushed into the sky and into the clouds. Sure enough, the moment they left, the ground below suddenly collapsed, and a terrifying bottomless abyss appeared. A violent energy tore through the void. Seeing this scene, the four of them felt their scalps go numb. They desperately fled into the distance. However, they were very worried about Lin Xian. They were afraid that something would happen to him. But soon, they heaved a sigh of relief because they saw Lin Xian also rushed into the sky and turned into a stream of light. What's going on? Could it be that the ruins below have been destroyed? Heavens, how is this possible? The four of them were stunned. One had to know that they were all older generation figures who had lived for 1,000 or 2,000 years. They had all heard of the Crown Prince battle. Even if the ruins here were emptied, it would not be damaged at all. However, now Lin Xian directly destroyed a ruin with a single move. This was really a big move today. If news of this were to spread, it would probably shock the entire world. Damn, this kid is too heaven-defying. The four of them looked at the shocking scene below and were speechless. However, these people did not know that when they entered the moonlight ruins below, a group of people also entered at another entrance. It was a group of people. There were a total of 6 people, and the person in the lead was a handsome young man. Behind him were 5 powerful almighties. 7th Prince, this should be the Moonlight Ruins. It seems that although the Moonlight Ruins are quite damaged, there should be a lot of good things inside. Chapter 2087. Hearing this, the 7th Prince's eyes lit up. Indeed, he was not very strong, so his strategy was to find all kinds of ruins to increase his strength. The Moonlight Ruins was their first stop. The 6 of them were all excited and quickly walked inside. However, halfway through, they suddenly felt a shocking vibration under their feet. Then, a different aura was quickly awakening. It was like a peerless monster that made one's scalp tingle. Not good. Sensing this scene, the 7th Prince and the others' expressions changed. Just as they were about to retreat, an even more violent spiritual aura erupted. It rushed over from the front. Accompanying it was a terrifying dragon's roar. Then, in the next moment, the sky collapsed, the void shattered, and the ground caved in. The berserk energy rushed towards them like a madman. damn it, get out of here. When the seventh prince and the others saw this scene, their expressions changed drastically. In the next moment, they no longer cared about the treasures and all fled into the distance. Boom. The seventh prince was protected by two peerless experts. Finally, they escaped by a hair's breadth. However, the moment they left the cave, the two mighty figures at the back were swept by the aftermath of the energy and were directly cut in half at the waist. Seeing this scene, the seventh prince and the others' scalps tingled. They did not dare to stay there and quickly fled into the distance. At the same time, they were shocked. What kind of existence was it? What kind of energy shockwave could directly kill a mighty figure? Terrifying. It was indeed too terrifying. They suspected that there were peerless experts fighting inside. However, they did not know who exactly it was. According to the seventh prince and the others' guesses, it should be the top powerhouses of the princes. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the others to release such terrifying power. On the other side, in the Grand Imperial Hall, ever since the second stage of the Crown Prince battle began, the current emperor, the empress, the royal elders, and the princes had not left. They all entered the Grand Imperial Hall to watch. The Crown Prince battle had been passed down since ancient times in the Tai dynasty. It could be said that until now it was very perfect. They could also see the scene inside from outside. Sure enough, there was a huge light screen above the Grand Imperial Hall that shone down. It showed the situation of the second stage. It was divided into many different regions, and in each region there was a prince. In other words, the traces of the 15 princes had been completely seen by these people. Although it wasn't very clear, at least he knew the general situation. Needless to say, these princes must have something special on them for these people to see. As for the people who had left the prince, such as Lin Xian and the others, their names were not shown. At this moment, the elders and experts of the royal family, including the current emperor and empress, were all looking at the screen of light, because this would determine who would become the crown prince. Other than His Majesty, these royal family elders, princes, and experts all belonged to different factions. The princes they supported were also different. At this moment, they were naturally paying close attention. Was that the third prince? He actually found such a complete ancient ruin. The elders who supported the third prince, on the other hand, smiled. The first prince actually went to the ruins. Wasn't that the place where the current emperor went before? There were also people who exclaimed. Upon hearing this, the queen revealed a satisfied smile. Of course, she was the one who had reported this information to the first prince. As the queen, she had much more information resources than the other princes. Therefore, the first prince was also far superior to the other princes. The eighth prince was not simple either. Exclamations of surprise were heard. The seventh prince actually went to such a remote ruin. I remember that this is the Moonlight Ruin, right? There shouldn't be much left inside. Seeing the seventh prince's actions, many royal elders sneered. But soon, they were stunned, because they realized that the ruin where the seventh prince was had suddenly expanded. Then, it exploded and turned into nothingness. Even through the screen of light, the experts of the Grand Imperial Hall could feel the violent energy storm. What was going on? What had happened? Why did the Moonlight Ruins suddenly explode? Everyone was stunned. They didn't dare to imagine. Ruins could be excavated and emptied, but there had never been an explosion. What exactly was going on? All of these elders and princes were stunned. Even the Empress and His Majesty were frowning. It couldn't be helped. They had never encountered such a thing. Could it be that an accident had happened in the Moonlight Ruin? Or the array had exploded, causing a series of explosions? Was that why it happened? It didn't seem like it. Why did it look like it was man-made? Another royal elder frowned. Man-made? That was impossible. To destroy such a ruin, one had to be at least an almighty level. None of the people who had entered this time were almighty. Moreover, After entering, their cultivation was suppressed. They didn't have the strength to cause such great destruction. Everyone was discussing. In short, there were all kinds of guesses. However, there was no evidence. The emperor also frowned. The source of the explosion was too far away from the seventh prince. Otherwise, he might have been able to find some clues. On the other side, the moment the moonlight ruin exploded, Lin Xian used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and quickly left. However, when he left, he realized that there were dozens of silver light spots below. They were like fireflies that quickly flew into his body. What was that? Lin Xian was shocked and wanted to resist. However, he realized that the silver light spots were all very pure energy and were not harmful to him. On the contrary, they were very beneficial. Thinking of this, Lin Xian did not resist anymore. He used the longevity incantation and quickly absorbed them. Could it be that these silver light spots were produced by those silver armored guards? He realized that the number of silver light spots was about the same as those silver armored guards. However, he didn't know what exactly it was. However, his cultivation had increased a little. From the looks of it, if he was lucky enough to plunder a few more ruins like this, he might be able to break through and reach the late-stage 6-star king realm. In the next moment, the woman in red and the others met up with Lin Xian. Then she asked, "Young Master Lin, what should we do?" Lin Xian looked at the time and decided to go back and meet up with the 8th prince first. Indeed, it was time for Lin Xian to go back. On the other side, the 8th prince and the others also met up. Among them, the 8th prince also explored a ruin and obtained many good things. On the other side, Taoist Master Long obtained some treasures. He even fought with the other princes and defeated them. However, he did not obtain the Jade Talisman King token. Chapter 2088. However, they soon frowned. That was because they realized that Lin Xian's team had not returned yet. What's going on? It's been more than a day. Why haven't they returned yet? Could it be that they encountered an accident? Those people were very puzzled. Indeed, it was a day later than the scheduled time. Logically speaking, they should have returned. However, there was no sign of them yet. That made them think more about it. An elder said in a deep voice, "I think it's not very reliable to let a young man be the team leader. Why don't we let an elder be the team leader? After all, in terms of strength and experience, young people can't compare to them." Indeed, I think so too. Many of the elders thought so. They felt that the reason why Lin Xian's team did not return was because Lin Xian was the team leader. Something must have happened along the way. Therefore, they decided that they must change the team leader after they returned. They could not let a young boy lead the team. That way, the danger was too high. After another half a day, 5 figures came from afar. "They're here." Seeing that, Taoist Master Long opened his eyes. The other King Realm Almighties also raised their heads and looked over. The 5 silhouettes landed beside them in an instant. They were Lin Xian's team of 5. Seeing that Lin Xian and the others had returned without any casualties, the 8th prince heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Taoist Master Long frowned and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on? Why did you come back so late?" Lin Xian shrugged. "It's nothing. I encountered a ruin on the way and was delayed for a while." "Humph. Young people really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Do you know that your delay of a day and a half has a huge impact on the 8th prince?" At that moment, an elder snorted coldly. The other elders also said, "That's right. How can a young man like you be the team leader? Why don't we change the team leader?" "Taoist Master Lon, why don't you be the team leader?" Then, those people looked at the elder in blue beside Lin Xian. If it were before, the elder in blue would be very excited. But now, he quickly shook his head. No, my ability is limited. I'm not as good as young Master Lin. Young Master Lin should be the team leader. What was going on? Everyone was stunned when they saw that. It was completely different from the Taoist lawn they knew. What had happened in the middle of all this? In the next moment, they looked at the black, clothed old man. The old man in black also hurriedly shook his head. I don't have the ability either. I unconditionally support Lin Xian to be the captain. So are we. The middle-aged man and the woman in red nodded quickly. This scene stunned everyone. This was especially true for the older generation figures. They were all stupefied. Heavens, what's going on? They believed that this group was extremely disharmonious. At the very least, the two elders were not convinced. But now, it seemed that there was no such thing. These four people, four powerful almighties, were all obedient to this kid. They didn't even have the slightest intention of resisting. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Daoist Long was astonished as well. What on earth had happened? He really couldn't understand. Only the eighth prince smiled in satisfaction. He knew about Lin Xian's strength. He thought that these people must have been stunned after seeing Lin Xian's strength. That was why they had such a reaction. Indeed, the eighth prince's guess was right. These people were indeed stunned after seeing Lin Xian's strength. However, his guess wasn't comprehensive. He didn't know that Lin Xian had split the moonlight ruins open with a single slash. Otherwise, he would have been stunned like these people. Since these people in Lin Xian's team didn't object to Lin Xian being the team leader, the others naturally couldn't say anything. Moreover, they now realized that although Lin Xian's team had returned late, the five of them weren't injured. As for the remaining two teams, more or less, some of them were injured. Some of them were even seriously injured. After all, whether it was exploring the ruins or fighting with other powerhouses, it was very dangerous. However, why weren't Lin Xian's team injured? This made them very puzzled. However, some of the older generation sneered. They weren't injured. I think it's because they're hiding. That's right, we explored the ruins and defeated other powerhouses. After spending so much effort, I didn't expect someone to be lazy. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that some old guys were not convinced by him. He sneered. However, at this time, the woman in red and the middle-aged man beside him couldn't stand it anymore. What did they mean by they were lazy? They had also explored an ancient ruin and had even obtained 3 jade tokens. In the next moment, the woman in red snorted softly. We were lazy? You've contributed a lot. Then I want to know, what contributions did you make? She was so angry that she asked such a question. At this time, a person beside Taoist Master Long said, "We met the 12th prince and the 6th prince's people and defeated them. We also heavily injured 3 powerhouses. 4 of them were lightly injured, and we obtained 3 storage rings." An old man beside the 8th prince said, "We explored the heavenly jewel ruins and obtained many treasures." Hearing this, the woman in red sneered. "Oh, is that so? Then, how many jade tokens did you obtain?" The Crown Prince battle was a competition of the number of jade tokens. Hearing this, the old men stopped talking and their faces turned red. That was because they didn't obtain a single jade token. TSK, seeing this, the woman in red sneered disdainfully. What was there to be arrogant about when they didn't even obtain a single jade token? However, they soon sneered. "No matter what, we obtained a lot of good things. I'm afraid you didn't even obtain a single good thing." They didn't obtain the most important jade token, so they could only change the topic and look down on Lin Xian and the others again. At this time, the 8th prince also frowned. "All right, we're all on the same team. Let's not quarrel." However, the woman in red snorted coldly, who said that we didn't obtain anything good. "We explored the moonlight ruins. We encountered the first prince's subordinates, the Tianhe great ancestor, and the king of many treasures, and successfully killed them." What? Hearing this, Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. You killed the king of many treasures and the Tiana great ancestor? They knew that those two powerhouses were very terrifying, especially the king of many treasures, who had countless magic treasures. Even if someone could suppress him, it would be very easy for the king of many treasures to escape. Chapter 2089. You don't believe me? Why don't you ask the first prince if Lord of Many Treasures and Lord Tian are still alive? The woman in red snorted and said, not only Lord of Many Treasures, but we also encountered Devil Blade King's team of 5 and defeated them. Our young Master Lin even cut off one of Devil Blade King's arms. Of course, the most important thing is that we got Devil Blade King's Jade token. What? Even Devil Blade King was defeated. Hearing this, everyone was even more confused because Devil Blade King was more terrifying than Lord of Many Treasures and Lord Tian. Speaking of this, they were even more in disbelief. One of the old men sneered. Nonsense! How could you defeat so many experts? To be honest, they did not dare to believe that the team led by the 8th prince could succeed. Because the 8th prince was with them, they were all elite pinnacle mighty figures. However, Lin Xian's team, how could it be? They did not believe it at all. However, Lin Xian sneered. It was time for him to make a move. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and a long green saber floated in the void. This is... Everyone was stunned and looked at the long green saber. Then, they were all stunned and gasped. That's Devil Blade King's treasured saber. Why is it here? Did he really defeat Devil Blade King? Everyone was shocked. Devil Blade King was a swordsman. He lived with his saber and died with his saber. If Devil Blade King was not defeated, how could Lin Xian obtain the terrifying saber? Damn it! How did this kid do it? They could not believe it. Lin Xian sneered and waved his hand. Suddenly, a large green cauldron appeared in the void and crushed the surroundings. Then, a large purple umbrella appeared and emitted thousands of rays of light. That's the treasure of Lord of Many Treasures, someone exclaimed. This time, even Taoist Long and the 8th prince were shocked. From the looks of it, the king of many treasures must have been killed. Suddenly, the two of them gasped. Taoist Long was shocked and could not believe it. The 8th prince was also very surprised. Although he knew that Lin Xian was very strong, he didn't expect him to be this strong. Just this battle record alone had already surpassed the total of their two teams. However, what made him even happier was yet to come. In the next moment, Lin Xian put away all the Dharma treasures and took out 3 Jade Buddha King tablets. 8th prince, these are the 3 Jade Buddha King medallions I got from Devil Blade King. What? Jade Talisman Ace. It really was the King Jade amulet. Everyone was stunned, and they all looked over. Sure enough, they saw 3 Jade Buddha King tablets floating in the air. The 8th prince's face was also overjoyed. No matter how many treasures there were, it was useless because the most important thing in the second level was the Jade King token. As long as he could obtain the Jade token and become the crown prince with the strength of the Tai dynasty, what kind of heaven and earth treasures could he not have? However, neither of their teams had obtained the Jade Talisman suit's trump card, while Lin Xian had, and it was 3 pieces. This made the 8th prince very happy. Brother Lin, well done. Thank you very much. Don't worry, when we get back, I'll definitely fulfill any of your requests. The 8th prince was overjoyed. As for the others, they looked at Lin Xian in shock. This was especially true for the older generation figures. They were all stunned. The corners of their mouths were twitching, and many of them looked very upset. This was because they had looked down on Lin Xian and did not believe him. They thought that he was lazy and did not deserve to be the team leader. But now, everything that Lin Xian had done had far exceeded their expectations, even their imaginations. They could not accept it at all. This was a slap in their faces in front of everyone. Moreover, they could not fight back. On Lin Xian's side, the lady in red, and the other three were also very happy. Looking at the upset faces of the people around them, they felt very satisfied. These old guys looked down on them, and now they had been slapped in the face. Of course, they knew that all the credit belonged to Lin Xian. Therefore, they were even more in awe of Lin Xian. What should we do next? At this moment, Taoist Master Long also took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and then asked. The 8th prince said, "The top 3 now are us, the first prince and the third prince. The first prince and the third prince are extremely powerful and not weaker than us. Especially the first prince, he has the Golden Lion King. Therefore, there's no need for us to clash with them now. What we need to do is to wipe out the other weaker princes. We'll take their jade talismans and trump cards to increase our strength. At the same time, we also need to explore more ancient ruins. After all, the things inside are very precious. Let's do this. We'll first search the periphery, and then head towards the center." Hearing this, everyone nodded. This was indeed the safest way at the moment. At this moment, an elder asked, "Should we still follow the current group and move separately? I think we should move together. Although we'll explore fewer places this way, if we move together, we'll have a 100% chance of winning no matter who we encounter, because there are very few people who move together like us." Taoist Master Long expressed his thoughts. The others' eyes also lit up. Yes, if they moved together, even if they encountered elites like the first prince and the third prince, they would be able to kill them smoothly. However, if they split up, it might not be the case. They might be killed. Therefore, many people agreed to this idea for their own safety. However, at this moment, Lin Xian said, "I think this method is safe, but it's too conservative. Why don't we send a small vanguard team and use the advantage of having fewer people to launch a sneak attack and explore various ruins? If there's no one scouting outside, it's indeed inappropriate." This was a good idea. The 8th prince nodded, while the other elders frowned. But who should they send? Although it was convenient to have fewer people, it would be difficult to escape if they encountered other groups. Everyone was stunned. Then they all looked at Lin Xian. Everyone's gaze was strange, but Lin Xian smiled faintly. "Indeed, the reason why I made this request is because I'm prepared to do this. However, I need 2 people. 2 people. Brother Lin, who do you want? Just tell me." He was quite confident in Lin Xian's strength. With Lin Xian around, even if they couldn't defeat him, they would still be able to escape. When the time came, they could escape to protect themselves. It was still possible. Lin Xian's gaze swept across these people. When the elders saw this scene, their bodies trembled, and they hurriedly lowered their heads. Some of them even took 2 steps back. What a joke! They didn't want to act alone. Otherwise, if they encountered a powerful enemy, they wouldn't even be able to escape. Therefore, they didn't want to be with Lin Xian. Chapter 2090. A look of disdain appeared on Lin Xian's face when he saw this. Then he said, "How about this? I'll find 2 people of similar age, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing." What? He only wants 2 young geniuses. Hearing that, the 8th prince Taoist Long and the others were all stunned. The older generation figures were even more stunned. Initially, they were afraid that Lin Xian would pick them out and ask them to follow him on his own. But now, they didn't expect him to only want 2 young geniuses instead of them. Will it be risky if 3 young people go together? Taoist Long also frowned slightly. He said, "Why don't you think about it? I think it's a good idea. There's no danger." Lin Xian shrugged and looked at Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing in the crowd. "What do you think? Do you dare? What's there to be afraid of?" Duan Qingqing smiled. Lu Fei didn't say anything. He stood up and walked towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian chuckled when he saw this. Don't worry, eighth prince. With the strength of the three of us, even if we encounter danger, we can still escape safely. I can guarantee that. All right then, be careful. The eighth prince nodded. Since Lin Xian said so, he could only choose to believe him. The others were a little stunned. It was too bold and risky to let three young geniuses form a team. Except for Lin Xian, the other princes wouldn't do such a thing. Lin Xian discussed with Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing. Then, the three of them left quickly. Lin Xian, did you really kill the King of Treasures? And injured the King of Devil Swords? After leaving, Duan Qingqing asked curiously. She was indeed too curious, because with her strength, she couldn't understand the situation at all. Lin Xian smiled and said, "You'll know whether it's true or not after some time." He didn't explain too much to the two of them. After all, as long as they encountered enemies and he killed two kings, they would probably believe him. Moreover, he chose the two of them because they were geniuses and had seen his performance in the first round. Therefore, he wouldn't be like the other elders who were suspicious of him. As expected, the two of them took Lin Xian's words seriously. But soon, Duan Qingqing frowned. "Lin Xian, that's not right. Where are you taking us? There's a herd of beasts in front." Lu Fei also spoke up. "That's right, Brother Lin. Could it be that he had gone the wrong way?" "No, Weirs, don't you think that as we later will catch two demonic beasts and let them fly? That will save us a lot of effort. You want to catch beasts? Heavens, what's the use of catching them? We can't tame them." Duan Qingqing couldn't understand. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Don't worry, I have a way to tame them. Do you remember the beasts I was riding on before? They were tamed by me." "What? You tamed them? Could it be that you're a beast tamer?" Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were surprised. Then they remembered that Lin Xian used a soul power attack in the first round and defeated the Herculean king unexpectedly. This also meant that the other party's soul power was very strong. Therefore, the other party might really be a beast tamer. Thinking of this, the two of them were shocked. But soon, they became excited. If they could really find beasts, it would definitely save them a lot of energy. So thinking of this, the three of them couldn't help but speed up. Soon, they arrived at the valley below. These were red-eyed demonic wolves. These wolves were very fierce. "Brother Lin, are you confident?" Lu Fei looked down and asked in a deep voice. "It shouldn't be a problem." Lin Xian looked down, his eyes flashing. "After we go down, I'll go find the Wolf King. You guys help me block the surrounding wolves. You don't need to defeat them. Just pin them down. Give me half an incense stick's time, and I'll succeed." "Okay." Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing nodded. As long as they could restrain the wolves below, they could still do it. Then, "Let's start." Lin Xian shouted in a low voice. He then stomped his foot and transformed into a sharp sword light, dashing out in an instant. His speed was very fast. He turned into a series of afterimages, cutting through the void and flying forward. When he landed, he used his soul power to investigate and found out the direction of the Wolf King. So, at this moment, he directly set off towards the target. The Wolf King was inside a cave, but there were demonic wolves guarding the cave. Two demonic wolves, 5 meters long, emitted a biting cold demonic aura. Their eyes were red, and they were lying on both sides of the cave. From the looks of it, they looked like human guards. In the next moment, they suddenly opened their eyes. A terrifying light bloomed in their blood-red eyes. Then, the two demonic wolves suddenly turned their heads and stared at a figure in front of them. Then, the two red-eyed demonic wolves became angry. A human actually dares to trespass into our territory alone. He's courting death. At that moment, the two red-eyed demonic wolves quickly attacked. They would not allow humans to enter. They would not allow humans to disturb their king's rest. The red-eyed demonic wolf on the left opened its mouth and spat out a green wind blade. The wind blade spun in the air and turned into a blade-like gale, slashing forward. Wherever it passed, the void shattered. The momentum and energy were extremely terrifying. The other demonic wolf spat out a ball of fiery red flames, which turned into a sea of fire and rolled forward. Boom, boom, boom. The two waves of energy were too violent. In an instant, the void in front of them was shattered. Buzz. Lin Xian did not hold back. He pulled out his demonic sword and slashed down. The sharp sword light split the void into two halves. The terrifying wind blade and sea of fire were split from the middle, creating a vacuum. Whoosh. In the next moment, Lin Xian quickly passed through the vacuum and arrived in front of the two red-eyed demonic wolves. The two red-eyed demonic wolves were stunned. They did not expect the human in front of them to be so fast. He broke through the encirclement. He arrived in front of them. But then, in their blood-red eyes, a hint of ridicule appeared. The other party actually dared to fight them in close combat. He was courting death. As demonic beasts, their physiques were extremely strong. It was definitely not something these people could imagine. So in the next moment, the red-eyed demonic wolf on the left raised its claws and slapped forward, and the one on the right opened its bloody mouth and bit forward. It was as if it could bite through the void and swallow the entire sky. Boom. However, Lin Xian did not dodge. He quickly swung his sword twice. Then, a huge wolf claw flew into the sky. Blood spurted out. On the other side, Lin Xian pierced through the demonic wolf's head with his sword. In an instant, the two red-eyed demonic wolves were killed, and their blood dyed the ground red. Chapter 2091. Clang. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian raised his sword to block, and an earth-shattering sound immediately rang out. Then his entire body was knocked back. At the same time, the goddess of ice appeared on his body, blocking the powerful force. Therefore, although he was knocked back, he was not injured. However, an angry roar came from the front, and this voice alarmed all the red-eyed wolves in the entire valley. Many red-eyed demon wolves gathered in this direction and quickly attacked Lin Xian. Attack. In the distance, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei roared angrily. The two of them activated their king's domains to fight against the red-eyed wolves. For a moment, no red-eyed wolves came near Lin Xian. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. In the next moment, he turned his head to look at the red-eyed wolf king in front of him. This red-eyed wolf king was very huge, about 10 meters long, and the aura it emitted was incomparably terrifying. Its eyes were blood red, and as it roared, the surrounding void quickly shattered. Valiant, too valiant, Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw this scene. In the next moment, golden runes appeared in his eyes. Heavenly secret divine eyes, floating light. As his voice fell, a golden light flew out from his eyes and pierced forward. Immediately, the red-eyed wolf king in front of him roared and became abnormally violent. His limbs kept slapping, creating countless black holes and cracks on the ground. The demonic aura on his body swept out, turning into streaks of smoke that tore through the void. The blood-red color in his eyes turned into two seas of blood, surging with monstrous killing intent. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the golden light in his eyes became even more powerful. Floating light was an illusion of the heavenly secret divine eyes, used for control. This illusion was not invented by him. It was a divine ability contained in the bloodline power of the heavenly secret divine eyes. At this moment, when Lin Xian used it, it was extremely terrifying. Therefore, in an instant, the terrifying red-eyed wolf king also fell into a struggle. However, after struggling for a few seconds, the Demon Wolf King became abnormally quiet. He was no longer in a frenzy, and his demonic chi was much calmer. Even his blood-red eyes were filled with respect as he looked at Lin Xian. Seeing this, Lin Xian smiled. Then he said coldly and lay down. Immediately, the huge body of the red-eyed Demon Wolf King slowly crouched down. Lin Xian took a step forward, arriving on top of the red-eyed Demon Wolf King. Then he sat on top of it with a smile on his face. He knew he had succeeded. The next moment, he patted the Wolf King's head and said indifferently, "All right, tell your subordinates to stop attacking." Roar. In the next moment, the red-eyed Demon Wolf King roared towards the sky, emitting waves of howls. Immediately, the other red-eyed demon wolves in the valley quieted down and stopped attacking after hearing the words. Seeing this scene, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Their backs were drenched in sweat. This was because these red-eyed demon wolves were very terrifying when they joined forces. The king's domain that they formed together was about to shatter. Fortunately, at this moment, the attack stopped. Soon, they turned their heads and were extremely shocked. This was because they saw a mighty and extraordinary red-eyed demon wolf king standing in the distance. The demonic chi emitted from the other party's body shocked them greatly. However, on such a terrifying demonic beast, there was actually a figure sitting cross-legged. Lin Xian. It was Lin Xian. The two of them cried out in surprise. They didn't expect that Lin Xian had actually tamed the red-eyed demon wolf king. The two of them tapped their feet lightly and turned into streams of light, arriving near Lin Xian. Then, Duan Qingqing asked in surprise, "Lin Xian, how did you do it? Are you really a beast tamer?" "Of course." Lin Xian smiled. "I've already told you guys, I'm a beast tamer. Taming this kind of demonic beast is not a problem." At this moment, the golden light in his eyes had already disappeared. He would not let these two know that he had the heavenly secret divine eyes. The following matters were much easier to handle. Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing each rode a 5-meter-long red-eyed demon wolf. Lin Xian rode the Wolf King, and the group set off into the distance. It wasn't just these three, because Lin Xian had tamed the Wolf King, and the Wolf Clan was a pack animal. Therefore, not only did the three of them leave, the entire wolf pack followed and set off quickly. "We're rich this time." Duan Qingqing sat on the back of the red-eyed demon wolf and looked at the red-eyed demon wolves walking together. She was extremely excited. That exquisite little face was filled with endless excitement. At the side, Lu Fei also breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, it was too dangerous for the three of them to move together. If they encountered a terrifying demonic beast king or other teams, they would be doomed. Otherwise, they would be in trouble. But now it was different. Although there were still only three of them, there were dozens of powerful red-eyed demon wolves. This way, the disadvantage of their lack of numbers was made up for. Not only that, their combat strength had also become extremely powerful. Duan Qingqing was even more excited. Such a huge team. She really wanted to find someone to practice with. Why didn't anyone come to find trouble? Damn, what was this girl trying to do? Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Duan Qingqing took out a red mirror from her storage ring. It was the size of a palm. Then she poured her spiritual power into it and quickly made a seal. At the same time, she muttered, "Let me see who's nearby." That simple mirror emitted a faint red light. Then the image changed and a few figures appeared on the mirror. "Ha! There's really someone." Duan Qingqing was in a good mood when she saw this scene. She said, "Let me see who's the unlucky guy that I've set my eyes on. You know that he's unlucky too." Hearing this, Lin Xian and Lu Fei's mouths twitched slightly. At this moment, Duan Qingqing was slightly surprised. It's the 7th prince." "What? The 7th prince? You didn't see wrong." Lu Fei was shocked. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. He did not expect that there would be a prince nearby. Originally, he did not intend to pay attention to Duan Qingqing. After all, this kind of thing could be done by Duan Qingqing herself. But now it was different. A prince had appeared, and he had to make plans. The princes carried the most Jade Buddha King tokens with them. The benefits of robbing a prince were definitely huge. Thinking of this, Lin Xian smiled. He turned his head and asked, "Where are they? You want to make a move too?" Hearing Lin Xian's question, Duan Jingjing became even more excited. She said, "They're in the front left, about 35,000 miles away. 35,000 miles, no wonder." Although Lin Xian's soul power was strong now, he could only explore a radius of 10,000 miles. Chapter 2092. Of course, as his soul grew stronger, this range would continue to expand. "How many people are there?" Lin asked again. Duan Qingqing said, 6 people. The 7th prince was ranked at the back, so he could only bring 10 people in. So no matter how he distributed it, there wouldn't be too many people around him. 6 people was already a lot. "Brother Lin, should we make a move?" At this moment, Lu Fei asked in a deep voice. To be honest, robbing a prince was a very exciting thing. Although the 7th prince's ranking wasn't high, he was still a prince. His own strength was strong, and the people around him were even more terrifying. They were all top supreme expert, as 6 people were too many to fight against. Lin Xian shook his head. Indeed, even though he had dozens of demon wolves by his side, if he really fought against the top supreme expertess by the 7th prince's side, it probably wouldn't be enough. Duan Qingqing also sighed. What should he do? Should he give up? This was a good opportunity. Lin Xian laughed. Give up? That was impossible. Let's keep an eye on them first, then I'll go tame some demon beasts. When there are more than 50 of them, these people probably won't have any advantage. All right. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei nodded, and then the 2 of them controlled the demon beasts and slowly moved forward. Lin Xian soared into the air, and when he was high up in the sky, he used the heavenly secret divine eye and scanned the surrounding 50,000 miles. Very quickly, a smile appeared on his face, because he had discovered another group of demon beasts. It was a group of monkeys, but they were not ordinary monkeys. Instead, it was a large power King Kong ape. This kind of large power King Kong ape was extremely terrifying. It was famous for its strength, and with a raise of its hand, it could uproot huge mountains. Lin Xian's target this time was precisely them. He turned into a ray of light and quickly flew forward. At the same time, he released the snow-white little monkey and the dark red divine dragon. There was no one around, so he let the 2 of them out. However, if there were others, he wouldn't let the 2 of them out. After all, the snow-white little monkey was incomparably magical. If it was targeted by the royal family, it would probably be in danger. The dark red divine dragon was even worse off. Those were dragons, and these people from the royal family cultivated the aura of the Tao of dragons. If they saw a real dragon, they would probably pull out its tendons and skin and dissect it for research. Therefore, for the sake of safety, Lin Xian would not let them out. The 2 of them were also very tactful. When they knew that there was no one outside, they also came out. Then the dark red divine dragon roared, "Damn! This emperor is suffocating to death. Damn it, they actually cultivated the Tao of dragon aura. Who did they think they were? Would he be able to cultivate the Tao of dragon aura just because he had taken over the dragon vein? I am the real dragons." Wuji Snow, White Marquis, stood at the side, cheering for Red Mystical Dragon. After and Hong God Dragon came out. She laughed weirdly while flying. "Kid, do you want to do something big and snatch the dragon vein of the Tai dynasty?" Hearing this, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. "Damn, you're too bold. If you snatched the dragon vein, countless warriors in the entire Tai dynasty would fight for you. Of course, if you have the chance, you can secretly absorb a bit of dragon chi. It was impossible to directly snatch the dragon vein. The Tai dynasty was an existence that was even more terrifying than an ordinary sacred ground. Although Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were powerful, it was impossible for them to directly fight against an entire dynasty. However, he could secretly absorb some dragon chi to strengthen himself. This kind of thing could still be done. How about this? The two of you will act alone. There are many ancient ruins here. The two of you go and search for some. I won't go with you. Good idea. I've wanted to do this for a long time. Following that, the dark red divine dragon brought the snow-white little monkey and tore through the sky, disappearing into it. As for Lin Xian, he flew towards the direction of the large power King Kong ape. As for the safety of those two fellows, he was not worried at all. The strength of those two fellows was not inferior to him at all, and both of them were very slippery, especially the dark red divine dragon. He was an old fox. He reckoned that if he was in danger, the other party would not be in danger. Very quickly, Lin Xian used the heavenly secret divine eye and used the floating light illusion to directly control the leader of the large power King Kong ape. Then, he once again controlled the entire group of demon beasts. He rode the group of large power King Kong ape back the way he came. On the other side, the seventh prince led 5 supreme experts and quickly moved forward. The seventh prince's eyes lit up as he asked excitedly, "Is the news confirmed? Is there really an amethyst snow dragon ginseng in front of us?" Beside him, an old supreme expert laughed. "That's right, the seventh prince, the news is absolutely confirmed. However, there is an extremely powerful demon king beside the treasure, so we need to be careful. It doesn't matter if it's the demon king. I've brought enough people." This time, he had to get the purple gold blood ginseng. The seventh prince was incomparably excited. To be honest, he was quite depressed before because it was not easy for him to enter the Moonlight Ruins. He originally thought that he would be able to obtain a great treasure. However, he did not expect that before he could even see the treasure, the Moonlight Ruins would explode, causing him to lose 2 supreme experts. If it wasn't for the fact that he had brought so many experts with him, he would have died there as well. Therefore, this caused him to be extremely depressed. However, a few days later, he received news of the amethyst snow dragon ginseng. This was an extremely precious spiritual medicine. Furthermore, to be able to grow here, it must be at least 3,000 years old. This kind of thing was extremely beneficial to increasing the cultivation of a king. Even if he couldn't become the crown prince at that time, if he could increase his strength by leaps and bounds, it would be a perfect result. Therefore, he was extremely excited. He quickly rushed over with a group of people. Sure enough, there was a purple halo in front of him, emitting a dense aura. There was no need to think it should be the purple gold blood ginseng. As expected, there was also trouble. Beside the purple gold blood ginseng, there was an 8-clawed evil dragon. It wasn't a real dragon's, but it had a trace of the bloodline of dragons. Therefore, it was extremely berserk. Attack. Seeing this scene, the seventh prince coldly shouted. Immediately, the 5 supreme experts beside him released an incomparably terrifying king's domain, enveloping the area in front of them. A great battle erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth. On the other side, at a place very far away, Duan Qingqing also frowned as she softly said, "This seventh prince's luck was really not bad. He actually found another treasure." "Oh, what treasure?" Lu Fei, who was at the side, was also extremely puzzled. He came over to take a look. He saw that on the simple and unadorned mirror in front of Duan Qingqing, the seventh prince and the 8-clawed evil dragon were fighting fiercely. From the looks of it, it should be the purple gold blood ginseng. Lu Fei was also extremely shocked. Although he couldn't see it clearly, that purple radiance was extremely similar to this legendary spiritual medicine. This is really a good thing. Chapter 2093. However, they did not dare to go up now. After all, their strength was not enough to face the seventh prince and the 5 elite warriors. On the other side, in the Grand Imperial Hall, the emperor, the empress, the royal elders, the prince, and the others also saw this scene through the huge crystal screen. Although they had mocked and sneered at the seventh prince's unlucky situation. But at this moment, they also exclaimed. He had to admit that the seventh prince was really lucky to have found a purple golden blood dragonkin. Yes, even if the seventh prince had no hope of becoming the crown prince, his cultivation would probably increase a lot after obtaining this amethyst snow dragon ginseng. This was also a kind of opportunity. Discussions sounded out one after another. Those who supported the seventh prince clapped their hands and laughed. Even the emperor in front nodded his head slightly, expressing his satisfaction. However, was the seventh prince really lucky? They did not expect that, at this moment, there was an even greater danger surging towards the seventh prince. Lin Xian controlled more than a dozen Power King Kong apes and quickly rushed over. These Power King Kong apes were like giants running on the ground. Every time they ran, the ground trembled and countless cracks spread out in all directions. Soon, they arrived at their destination. Nearby, Duan Qingqing and the others had already felt the ground trembling. Immediately, she and Lu Fei looked into the distance. When they saw the dozen or so huge Power King Kong apes, they were extremely shocked. Heavens! This was a Power King Kong ape? This was a very terrifying monster. A monster king who could throw mountains with a raise of his hand. He did not expect that it would be tamed. Not to mention Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei. Even those red-eyed demonic wolves had goosebumps, and their eyes were blooming with blood-red light. They even let out a series of roars. That was because they instinctively felt threatened. But fortunately, whether it was the demonic wolves or the Power King Kong apes, they were all controlled by Lin Xian. Therefore, it was impossible for the two to fight. After feeling the initial threat, the hostility between them was eliminated under Lin Xian's control. Of course, under normal circumstances, the two clans would probably fight to the death. How is the situation? Lin Xian jumped down from the large Power King Kong Ape King and asked, Lin Xian, you're finally here. I was worried sick. Duan Qingqing said anxiously. The seventh prince's luck was really good. He found a precious elixir and was now fighting with the guardian demon king. Let's go quickly. Otherwise, it would be too wasteful if this guy ran away or ate it. Good. Lin Xian nodded and said, You two take the red-eyed demon wolf and go first. I'll follow behind. He did this for a reason. The red-eyed demon wolf was very fast, and its body was not big, so its movements would not cause much of an impact. However, these large Power King Kong ape were different. As they ran with all their might, the ground trembled and cracked, as if there was an earthquake. He was afraid that the other party would have already sensed his presence before he even arrived. However, Lin Xian was not without a solution. He found a spatial scroll in the storage ring of the King of Many Treasures. This was an extremely precious treasure. It was equivalent to a spatial teleportation array and could teleport people instantly. If he hadn't killed the King of Many Treasures in an instant, the other party would have escaped again. Therefore, he could make use of this spatial scroll now. He first gave the spatial jade tablet that represented the coordinates to Duan Qingqing and told her to take it with her. At that time, Duan Qingqing would crush the spatial jade tablet and lock onto the coordinates. Lin Xian would then be able to use the spatial scroll. Following that, Lin Xian and the large Power King Kong ape waited quietly. As for Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei, They controlled dozens of red-eyed demon wolf and quickly set off. On the seventh prince's side, the 5 supreme experts working together was extremely terrifying. They fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, all the mountains were shattered. Cracks began to appear in the sky. In the end, the huge demon king let out a wail and was torn into pieces. That's great. Seeing this, the seventh prince revealed a smile. In the next moment, he waved the fan in his hand and walked forward with a smile. 1 step, 2 steps. He walked very slowly, and his face was full of confidence. In his opinion, this was already very certain. The amethyst snow dragon ginseng would definitely be his. Buzz. However, in the next moment, he was stunned, because the void cracked open and a long sword quickly slid down from the sky and then fixed itself on the ground. Boom! The ground sank and countless cracks instantly spread in all directions. Seeing this scene, the seventh prince's face darkened. The faces of the surrounding almighties changed. Then, one by one, they exclaimed, "Who is it? Get out here!" At the same time, a terrifying soul power surged out and probed the surroundings. They were too shocked. They didn't expect that someone would intercept them at this time. Could it be that it was a powerful team sent by a powerful prince? Thinking of this, they were extremely nervous. Whoosh! However, in the next moment, a figure floated down from the sky, accompanied by a bell-like chuckle. It was indeed the amethyst snow dragon ginseng. Great! I didn't expect to see this treasure. The figure who came down said with a smile. Everyone around was stunned, and the seventh prince frowned. He sneered, "Little girl, this is something that I've taken a fancy to. How dare you snatch it? You're courting death. How about this? I'll give you a chance. Obediently submit to me and be my servant. I can spare your life." The seventh prince raised his chin and looked down at her condescendingly. When the powerhouses of the Grand Imperial Hall saw this scene, they were all stunned. What's going on? A young girl dares to go against the seventh prince alone? Isn't she courting death? Isn't this the girl by the eighth prince's side? She's a young genius. Why is she here now? And she's acting alone? Could it be that the eighth prince is coming? The elders and powerhouses were all confused. As for the powerhouses supported by the seventh prince and the eighth prince, they were all very serious. They stared carefully at the crystal light, their eyes flickering. The seventh prince and the 5 supreme experts around him also recognized the other party's identity. Then they became a little nervous. However, when they used their soul power to check and didn't find the eighth prince, they all sneered. How dare she come here alone? She's courting death. Thinking of this, the seventh prince snorted coldly. I advise you to surrender obediently. Who said that I came here alone? Duan Qingqing sneered at this moment. She was fully prepared this time. How could she come here alone? In the next moment, she clapped her hands lightly. Suddenly, roars could be heard from afar. Following that, dozens of black shadows rushed over from all directions. Chapter 2094. What is that? Seeing the dozens of black shadows, the seventh prince and the other almighties were shocked. Heavens! Could it be that the princes had joined forces to kill them? If that was the case, they would definitely be dead. In the Grand Imperial Hall, those people were extremely nervous, but when they saw the true appearance of the black shadows, they were all stunned, because they did not expect that these things were not humans, but demonic wolves. Red-eyed demonic wolves. That's right, they were indeed red-eyed demonic wolves. It was Lu Fei who was riding on these red-eyed demonic wolves and quickly surrounded the seventh prince and the 5 almighties. These were the beautiful demonic wolves, the demonic beasts native to this space. Damn it, they could actually control the demonic beasts in here. Could it be that they had an extremely powerful beast tamer? Seeing this scene, all of them were shocked. Even the seventh prince looked dignified. To be honest, he had beast tamers on his side, but they could only tame individual demonic beasts to allow them to fly or run. However, it was impossible to tame such a large area. How did they do it? They were extremely shocked. However, the seventh prince sneered. I admit that your strength has exceeded my expectations. You can actually control dozens of demonic wolves. However, your strength is not enough to deal with me. This time, I have brought 5 elite almighties. You can't fight against these red-eyed demonic wolves. The seventh prince was right. When the 5 elite almighties joined forces, it was extremely terrifying. Although there were many of these beautiful demonic wolves, their combined strength was still inferior to the 5 almighties. Moreover, the seventh prince was not to be trifled with. He was also a top-notch genius. Therefore, when comparing the 2 forces, the seventh prince's side still had the upper hand. Moreover, the advantage was very obvious. At the thought of this, the seventh prince and the 5 almighties sneered again. In the Grand Imperial Hall, the elders and experts were also discussing this. Among them, the elders who supported the seventh prince snorted coldly. The 8th prince had really miscalculated. How could he send such a team? Did he really think that 2 young men and a pack of demonic wolves could defeat the seventh prince's elite team? What a joke! The experts on the side of the seventh prince sneered, while the people on the side of the 8th prince frowned. What was going on? This was not like the 8th prince's style. To be honest, they were also very confused. However, at this moment, they could only wait patiently. Moreover, from the crystal screen in front of them, they could see that the 8th prince was working together with a group of people. In other words, apart from Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei, there was another young genius named Lin Xian in the 8th prince's team. But even with Lin Xian, there were only 3 youngsters. For the 7th prince, it was simply unable to cause a fatal impact. This made them even more confused. As for the empress, the corners of her mouth curled up into a mocking smile. This old 8 was really daring. He actually only sent 3 youngsters outside. She really didn't know what he was thinking. How could such a reckless person become the crown prince in the future? Hearing this, even the emperor frowned slightly. On the other hand, the empress was even happier. As the mother of the eldest prince, she naturally did not want the 8th prince and the others to stand out. But now, the strongest competitors of the eldest prince were the 8th prince and the 3rd prince. Now that the 8th prince had made a strategic mistake, she naturally wanted to seize this opportunity to suppress him. This caused the 8th prince's image in front of the emperor to plummet, and now it seemed that she had achieved her goal. If these 2 groups of demon beasts went berserk together, they wouldn't be able to defeat them. Thinking of this, the 5 supreme experts no longer attacked. They turned around and left. The 7th prince was also so angry that he stomped his feet. He was so angry that he was about to go crazy. One had to know that he had brought his men and found the amethyst snow dragon ginseng with great difficulty. He had also defeated the peerless demon king, who was guarding the heaven and earth treasure with great difficulty. Just as he was about to get the treasure, he didn't expect that so many people would appear. Chapter 2095. He led his men and found the amethyst snow dragon ginseng with great difficulty. Then he defeated the supreme demon king, who was guarding the treasure. Just as he was about to get his hands on the treasure, he did not expect that there would be so many people coming out of nowhere. He was not satisfied. But what could he do even if he was unwilling? The monster horde brought by the other party was too powerful. Even if he had 5 elite almighties with him, it was not enough. Even if he fought with the other party at all costs, he would suffer heavy losses even if he could fight back. And the other party would only lose the monster horde. But as long as there was a beast tamer, he could catch a bunch of these monsters. So no matter what, they would be at a disadvantage. Go! The seventh prince gritted his teeth. He planned for a while, and finally decided to retreat. Want to leave? Seeing this, Duan Qingqing sneered. Then she led a dozen monster wolves and rushed forward. They blocked the way. On the other hand, Lin Xian waved his hand and carefully took away the purple golden blood dragon ginseng. Then he urged the power King Kong apes to rush forward. Get lost! When the elite mighty beings beside the seventh prince saw this, they roared out in rage and struck out immediately. They had to leave quickly. Otherwise, they would be in danger if they were surrounded by the monster horde. In the next moment, the king domains soared into the sky and turned into bright lights, shaking the surroundings. As for the monstrous beasts, they were roaring in anger. The sky was torn apart mercilessly in an instant. The entire space exploded. The battle broke out. It was very intense. Everyone unleashed their ultimate moves with all their might. On the other side, in the Hall of Supreme Harmony, many elders and princes looked at the crystal screen. Their mouths twitched. Those who supported the eighth prince were originally worried, but now they all laughed when they saw this. As for those who supported the seventh prince, their faces darkened. They gritted their teeth. Unexpected. Surprise. It was too much of a surprise. They did not expect the other party to have a space scroll and be able to tame so many monster horde. Damn it. How were these three young people? Together with the monster horde, it was definitely a powerful lineup. Ordinary elite almighties could not compete with them. Damn. Where did the eighth prince find such a powerful beast tamer? The others were even more shocked. They were all experts, so they naturally knew the strength of a beast tamer. But it was precisely because they knew that they were shocked. An average beast tamer would have no problem taming 1 or 2 demon kings. But how many of them were there? There were at least 50 of them, right? To tame so many of them, one had to be at the level of a supreme being. However, the other party had managed to do it. How did he do it? They couldn't believe it. Furthermore, even now, they were still unable to determine which beast tamer had done it. The Empress's face darkened when she saw this. To be honest, she was a little worried. This was because the effect of the eighth prince's team was simply too shocking. She was very worried. If the first prince encountered him, would he be able to contend against him? Beside him, the emperor nodded his head slightly. At first, he thought that eighth brother was too reckless and arrogant. But now, it seemed that this was not the case at all. The other party must have planned this. It was indeed not bad to have such a plan and strength. Therefore, the emperor nodded and smiled. On the other side of the battlefield, it was extremely intense. The heavens fell, and the earth cracked, exploding in all directions. However, in the end, the seventh prince and the others were still no match for them, because no matter how strong they were, they had to take care of their own injuries. But at this moment, under the control of Lin Xian, those beasts seemed to have gone crazy as they charged forward without any regard for their lives. Under such a reckless battle, the people on the seventh prince's side simply couldn't do it. In fact, there were even 3 elite supreme beings who were directly beaten to the point of vomiting blood. Of course, the result of these 5 supreme beings and the seventh prince joining forces was also very terrifying. A few power King Kong apes were directly blown up and turned into a bloody mist. There were even more than 10 demon wolves that were split into 2 halves. Blood dyed the ground red, and the pungent smell of blood enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles. It was like a hellish azure field. However, the remaining power King Kong apes and demon wolves were even crazier, and in Lin Xian's eyes, mysterious golden runes would appear from time to time. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were even crazily attacking. Both of them were peerless geniuses with powerful strength. At this moment, they cooperated with these beasts and joined the battle. The power was even more terrifying. Damn it, I'm so angry. The seventh prince was so angry that he went crazy, but those elite supreme beings had gloomy expressions. As they spoke, Qi Huanzi hurriedly threw out a few jade talisman trump cards to lure them away. Otherwise, we won't be able to escape. The seventh prince gritted his teeth, his face gloomy and uncertain. He knew that his performance was now being watched by countless royal elders and princes of the emperor's royal family. He was really unwilling to admit defeat just like that. Thus, he hesitated for a moment. Immediately, his injuries became even more serious. Although he had killed quite a few demon beasts, he really couldn't hold on any longer. In the end, the seventh prince gritted his teeth and took out 3 jade talisman trump cards from his storage ring, throwing them in 3 different directions. He hoped to lure away Lin Xian, Duan Qingqing, and Lu Fei. Sure enough, when the 3 of them saw the jade talisman trump cards, they immediately chased after them. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the seventh prince and the others quickly escaped. Should I chase? Duan Qingqing asked, looking eager to give it a try. It seemed that she still wanted to chase after them. On the other side, Lu Fei was also a little excited. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Forget it, we've already benefited greatly. Moreover, as a prince, he must have some life-saving means to participate in this kind of battle. Even if he chased after them with all his strength, he wouldn't be able to kill them. Besides, I don't really want to kill a prince. I'm not stupid enough to become enemies with the Tai dynasty." That's true. Hearing these words, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei didn't chase after them. They comforted some of the remaining demon beasts, then looked at Lin Xian expectantly. "Lin Xian, we've put in a lot of effort this time. Can you give us some of that amethyst blood ginseng?" Duan Qingqing asked quickly. Lu Fei, who was standing at the side, was also looking forward to it. After all, it was a famous treasure of heaven and earth. If they could take some of it, it would definitely be beneficial to their cultivation and strength. Lin Xian, on the other hand, smiled and said, "Don't worry, I won't take it for myself." In the next moment, he took out the amethyst blood ginseng and divided it into 3 portions, giving 2 of them to Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei. "You're not bad," Duan Qingqing said with a smile. Lu Fei took it and said, "Brother Lin, thank you so much." Then the 2 of them sat cross-legged on the ground and started to take the ginseng. Chapter 2096. Brother Lin, thank you so much. The 2 of them sat cross-legged on the ground and began to consume the pills. On the other side, Lin Xian did not consume the pills directly. He took out a few more heavenly treasures and then the 1,000-beast cauldron and began to refine the pills. As he refined the pills, he guarded the 2 of them. When Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei woke up, they immediately smiled. That was because they felt that the spiritual energy in their bodies had become incomparably pure. Moreover, it had improved by a large margin. This made them extremely happy. All of a sudden, it was comparable to decades of their cultivation. However, when they saw Lin Xian refining the pills, they were instantly dumbfounded. Duan Qingqing even pouted. "Damn, you actually know how to refine pills. Why didn't you say so earlier?" She was really surprised. She did not expect Lin Xian to know how to refine pills. Although the effects were great after they swallowed the pills raw, if they were combined with other heavenly treasures to refine pills, the effects would be even greater. However, the 2 of them were really too excited, so they did not ask anything and ate the pills directly. Now that they saw Lin Xian refining pills by himself, the 2 of them were a little stunned. Lin Xian also opened his eyes. then said with a smile, "You didn't ask. Moreover, you ate so quickly. I wanted to ask you, but I didn't have time. Damn." Duan Qingqing was so angry that she stomped her feet. On the other side, Lu Fei's mouth twitched slightly. However, the two of them decided that if they found any more treasures during this period, they would not eat them directly. Instead, they would give them to Lin Xian for him to refine pills. Lin Xian's refining skills were not to be trifled with, so he finished refining very quickly. He refined a total of 5 pills, each of which was crystal clear like a crystal. Lin Xian put away 4 of them, then took one and put it into his mouth. Suddenly, a pure energy emerged in his body and quickly cleansed his meridians. Feeling this energy, he nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go and continue our journey," Duan Qingqing asked curiously while sitting on the demon wolf. "Lin Xian, what kind of clan are you from?" "That's too perverted." Not only was his swordsmanship outstanding, he was also a beast tamer, and now he was also an alchemist. "Don't tell me you're an all-rounder. Do you know anything about arrays?" Lu Fei was also very curious. To be honest, he and Duan Qingqing were both peerless geniuses and were very powerful. At such a young age, he already had the combat strength of a mighty figure. However, the two of them didn't know anything other than peak battle prowess. He did not know how to tame beasts, nor did he know how to refine pills. Of course, this wasn't their fault. After all, it wasn't just the two of them. The other exceptional heavens favorites didn't know how to do it either. Only specialized beast tamers and alchemists would know how to do it. This was because alchemy and beast taming not only require talent, but also a special soul force. He still needed to spend a lot of time to study and master these things. Normally, they were all exclusive geniuses. Like alchemists, it was not that there were no young alchemists, but their battle prowess would not be stronger than them. It was the same for beast tamers. However, it was rare to see someone like Lin Xian, who was very strong in alchemy, beast taming, and battle prowess. It could be said that he had never seen such a person before. After hearing this, Lin Xian also smiled and said, "I don't know if I'm an all-rounder or not, but I know a little about arrays and restrictions that you mentioned. Damn, you really know how to do it." Duan Qingqing's eyes widened, as if she had discovered something new. She was very curious. Lu Fei, who was next to her, also felt dizzy. Damn, he's already an all-rounder. "Brother, don't provoke us anymore." Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing were very depressed. In the end, the three of them quickly went on their way. Not only them, but all the princes' groups in the entire space began to move. They searched for the ruins crazily and snatched the other princes' jade talismans and trump cards. Battles continued to break out. However, in terms of overall strength, the eldest prince, the third prince, and the 8th prince were the strongest. The eldest prince's side was divided into 3 groups. The Golden Lion King led a group alone, while the eldest prince and the Herculean King each led a group. The third prince's side was divided into 2 groups. One was led by the third prince, and the other was led by the first blade and an elder expert. The 8th prince's side was very special. Although they were 2 groups, Lin Xian's side had very few people. There were only 3 young geniuses. Most of the strength was gathered by the 8th prince's side. Therefore, all the groups that encountered the 8th prince's group were defeated, and it was a quick success or failure. The other princes, on the other hand, had joined forces to fight against the 8th prince. After all, they didn't have much hope of becoming the crown prince. However, they didn't want to lose so unjustly and let the eldest prince and the others become the crown prince so easily. Therefore, they had to join forces to fight. Although these princes were weak, when 2 or 3 of them joined forces, they were also a very terrifying force. Therefore, for a period of time, the competition was very intense. In the worst case, there were even elite experts who had fallen. As for the ancient ruins, they were even more determined to get it. However, Something strange had happened these days. Because two bandits had appeared, many princes had been robbed by them. The weaker princes didn't even realize the identity of these two bandits. The stronger princes were so shocked that their eyeballs almost fell out, because they realized that the bandits weren't the other prince's men, but two demonic beasts. Heavens, could it be that these two demonic beasts had become spirits? Among them, one of the fifth prince's group was an old man. His vision blurred, and then he was directly knocked unconscious. Then his head was hit a few times, and his head was full of big bumps. As for the heavenly treasure in his hand, it was directly snatched away. When he came to his senses, he was furious. Damn, where did these little bandits come from? I'm going to kill you, he roared crazily, and his soul power scanned the surroundings. He caught two afterimages, and suddenly his beard turned white from anger. What did he see? A monkey and a red snake. Damn it. These monsters had really become spirits. Usually, when they entered this place, they were the ones who killed the demonic beasts. Even the powerful Monster King could not withstand their joint attack. But now, those two demonic beasts had started to rob the humans. How was that possible? He could not tolerate it. Therefore, the old man was furious. He held a long saber and charged over. But a second later, he was whipped back by a tail. Half of his face was swollen, and his teeth were broken. This time, his temper was completely gone from the beating. Although his opponent was a monstrous beast and was only a snake, its strength far surpassed his own. Therefore, he could only vent his anger and smash the surrounding mountains and forests into pieces. Not only that place, but many other places also received the same impact. For a moment, everyone was shocked. There were even many people who wanted to chase down and kill these two monstrous bandits. Chapter 2097. That was because the two of them were very fast and very powerful. That made the other groups gnash their teeth in hatred. But in the end, there was nothing they could do. The shocking robbers were naturally the dark red dragon and the snow-white little monkey. After the two of them left Lin Xian, they began to rob everywhere. Originally, Lin Xian wanted the two of them to explore all kinds of ancient ruins and get the treasures inside. However, after the dark red dragon and the snow-white little monkey discussed it, they felt that it would be too troublesome. They also had to break all kinds of formations, so they might as well rob directly. So the two of them started to rob those groups. But now, it seemed that the results were not bad. On Lin Xian's side, he still didn't know what the ruffian dragon and the snow-white little monkey were doing. Otherwise, if he knew, he would definitely be speechless. That was because it was too high profile and too eye-catching. If they were caught, they would definitely be cut into pieces and dragged out for research. He was now controlling two groups of monsters with Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei, and they set off all the way. With the red-eyed monster wolf and the power King Kong ape, they could kill everything in their way. There was nothing that could stop them from moving forward. However, when they climbed over a mountain, the red-eyed demon wolf and large power King Kong ape under their feet did not move forward no matter what. Even with Lin Xian controlling them with his eye technique, these monsters still crawled on the ground and shivered. What was going on? Seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned. Did his eye technique fail? But that shouldn't be. Duan Qingqing was also puzzled. At this time, Lu Fei said, "Brother Lin, let them go. These monsters all have their own territories. The place where we came from before probably didn't have any monsters stronger than them. That's why they could go on a rampage. Maybe there was some extremely terrifying monster ahead, or a group of monsters that these two monsters couldn't resist. They were not even allowed to enter their territory, so it was useless to control them. So that's how it is." Lin Xian nodded in understanding. This logic was not difficult to understand. Every demonic beast had its own territory, and other species of demonic beasts were not allowed to enter. Since that was the case, Lin Xian did not continue to control these demonic beasts. He, Lu Fei, and Duan Qingqing set off. They set off ahead. At most, he could just go to a new place and control new demonic beasts. As for the remaining large power King Kong ape and red-eyed demon wolf, they were separated by him to 2 different places. After an hour, the control over these demonic beasts would be dispelled, and they would return to normal. Whoosh, whoosh. As for Lin Xian and the other 2, they set off once again. Lin Xian, there seems to be an ancient ruin nearby. The Big Dipper ruins seem to be here. Let's go and take a look. Lin Xian looked at the map. Then the 3 of them quickly flew towards the Big Dipper ruins. Soon, they arrived at the top of a mountain range. In the mountain range below, there was a cave abode that emitted a desolate and ancient aura. Although it was only a cave abode, there was a completely different world inside. It was equivalent to another world. This was a ruin passed down from ancient times, and it was extremely profound. This should be the Big Dipper ruins. Lin Xian looked down, and on the other side, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei's eyes also flickered. Soon, they frowned. There seemed to be someone below. Let's go down and take a look. Lin Xian was the first to descend. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei followed behind. The 3 of them were like meteors as they quickly cut through the air and landed on the ground. Whoosh! There was indeed someone below. The descent of the 3 of them also attracted the attention of the people below. Kid, it's actually you. When the people below saw Lin Xian, they were also stunned, and then they sneered. They naturally recognized Lin Xian because the 2 of them were 2 young men, and they were the 4th prince's subordinates. However, it was not Sword 13. It was you guys. Lin Xian and Duan Qingqing also recognized the other party. That was because he had seen them in the first round. However, Lin Xian did not have much of an impression of them, because the 2 of them were not top existences like First Blade and Sword 13. Therefore, at the next moment, he said in a deep voice, "We've taken a liking to this ruin. The 2 of you should leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame me for starting a massacre." What? You want us to leave? You dare to start a massacre? The 2 young men of the 4th prince were stunned, and then they laughed in disdain. Kid, I think water has entered your brain. This is not the first round. So what if you're strong? You're just a young man. Do you think only the 2 of us came this time? Let me tell you, our experts are all inside. Any expert of the older generation can kill you in minutes. So, kid, you'd better get lost quickly. Otherwise, when our experts come out, you're dead meat. There are more people? Hearing this, Duan Qingqing frowned. It seems that these people came prepared, and there might be many experts inside. Thinking of this, her eyes flickered, and she asked in a deep voice, "Brother Lin, what should we do? Should we retreat?" No. Lin Xian shook his head. How could he give up such a good opportunity? Moreover, he had already used his soul power to check, and there were only 3 people inside. It was a team of 5, but unlike the 7th prince's team, they were all top almighties. At least 2 of the 5 were young prodigies. However, Lin Xian did not care about these 2 young prodigies at all. In other words, only the 3 people inside were a threat. Therefore, it was not impossible to fight them. In fact, he was very confident that he could beat these people away. Therefore, at the next moment, he looked ahead and snorted coldly. "I'll give you one last chance. Get lost or die." "What? You're courting death." Hearing this, the 2 young men were furious, and the aura on their bodies circulated rapidly. They were about to attack. However, Lin Xian sneered. "Why, you want to fight me? Do you dare?" They did not dare, precisely because they did not dare. Lin Xian's strength was far beyond theirs, and he could probably kill them instantly. Therefore, they really did not dare. Although the 2 of them had ugly expressions, they could only send a signal to the cave, and let the older generation come over. There was an old man and two middle-aged men inside. They were all almighties, and at this moment, they frowned when they received the situation outside. Isn't that Lin Xian, the number 1 swordsman in the first round? I heard that even Sword 13 is not his match. This kid has the title of the number 1 swordsman. Hearing this, a middle-aged man in black snorted disdainfully, "What number 1 swordsman? It's just a title made up by the young man. No matter how strong his sword technique is, can it be stronger than mine? That's right, Brother Sun is right. He's just a young man who has only seen a few swordsmen, yet he's so arrogant." Chapter 2098. Of course, I have the same idea. Please break the restriction here first. I'll go out and kill that kid. With that, the middle-aged man in black turned around and strode outside. He was also an expert in the way of the sword. Naturally, he would not admit that a young man had taken the title of the number 1 swordsman. Moreover, his strength was above Jian Shisan's. Therefore, he was even more disdainful. Originally, he did not have the chance to meet him. Now that he saw him, how could he let him go? He would kill him with his own hands, and let everyone know that the title of the number 1 swordsman among the younger generation was just an empty title. Just as the middle-aged man in black left, there were changes outside. That was because other than Lin Xian and the other two, another group of people was rushing over. It was obvious that they were also here for the Big Dipper ruins. However, when they saw Lin Xian and the other 2 young men below, they immediately frowned. The other 2 young men also stepped forward and snorted loudly. "Get lost! This is the place that the 4th prince has his eyes on. All unrelated people, scram!" "What? They're the 4th prince's men?" Hearing this, the group of people above frowned even more. They were the 11th prince's men. Their strength was much weaker than the 4th prince's. However, there were only 2 young men on the 4th prince's side. How dare they scold them like that? They were really courting death. "So, what if you are the 4th prince? Do you think you 2 young men can fight against us?" There were 4 people above. One of them was an old man, 2 middle-aged men, and 1 young man. However, the 4th prince's men below sneered. "The 2 of us naturally can't. However, in the cave, there are seniors from the Qinquan Sword sect, the Great Compassion King, and the Cloud-Breaking Hand Senior Su. Who do you think you can beat?" When they heard the names of these 3 people, their faces became extremely gloomy, because no matter who it was, they couldn't defeat any of them. They did not expect the 4th prince's side to have such a strong team. "What should we do? Should we leave?" They discussed for a while and wanted to leave. However, in the 11th prince's team, a young man pointed at Lin Xian and said, "Elder, they are not the 4th prince's men. They are the 8th prince's men. That person is Lin Xian. I know him, the 8th prince's men." Hearing this, these people frowned even more. The 8th prince was even more terrifying than the 4th prince. They couldn't afford to offend such a person. However, the 2 young men below laughed and said, "There are only 3 of them. If you want to fight, we don't mind watching the show." What? There were only 3 people. Hearing this, the 11th prince's men were overjoyed. However, Lin Xian, Duan Qingqing, and the others frowned. What was the meaning of this? Were these people trying to sow discord? However, to dare to draw the flames of war to them, they really didn't know what was good for them. At this moment, one of the 11th prince's men spoke. Among them, the old man stared coldly at Lin Xian and the other 2. "Little dolls, since you've met them, you can only blame your bad luck. Do you have a King Jade amulet? If you have it, hand it over quickly. On top of that, hand over all your storage rings and valuables. If you dare to hide even one, I'll break your legs." Hearing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Duan Qingqing was furious. "Fuck, you old bastard. How dare you rob this great aunt? She was furious. They were only the 11th prince's men. How dare they attack them? The difference between the 11th prince and the 8th prince was huge. Lin Xian sneered. I do have a King Jade amulet, but I don't know if you have the ability to take it. What? You really have a King Jade amulet? Hearing this, the 4th prince's men were stunned. The 11th prince's men were even more confused. Then, they became excited. Originally, they were just asking casually because they didn't think that the other party had a King Jade amulet. After all, how could the 3 young men have such an important item on them? They didn't expect the other party to admit it. They couldn't help but be happy. One had to know that a King Jade amulet was important. It was more important than exploring the ruins. The 11th prince's men were very tempted. They discussed for a while and decided to attack immediately. They didn't want the Big Dipper ruins, but they had to get the King Jade Buddha amulet that Lin Xian and the other 2 had. In the next moment, the old man in the lead sneered. Suddenly, an extremely violent aura surged from his body. It was like a vast ocean that swept across the entire world. Oh no! Sensing that aura, the 2 young men below changed their expressions and quickly retreated to distance themselves, because this aura was simply too terrifying. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also looked serious because that old man was indeed powerful. The old man sneered and flipped a big red hand. It passed through the clouds and grabbed downward. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian and the other 2. Damn it! How dare you attack the 3 of us? Duan Qingqing was furious. Lu Fei also snorted and prepared to attack. However, at that moment, Lin Xian directly attacked. A black long sword appeared in his hand. He pointed it at the sky and stabbed it, shattering the void. Poof! That incomparably frightening gigantic palm that could shatter mountains and rivers was pierced through by this single slash of the sword before being sliced into 2. In an instant, the terrifying aura between heaven and earth disappeared, and so did the light that filled the sky. The sky was clear again, and Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. You want to rob me with that little strength? You're overestimating yourself. You're courting death. The old man was furious. His eyes were shining with a terrifying light. His white hair danced wildly in the wind. One had to know that he was an expert of the older generation. Moreover, as an almighty, his strength was incomparably terrifying. How could he allow a young man to mock him in public? Therefore, in the next moment, he pulled out a blood-red saber and slashed down. Boom! The void trembled. The blood-red saber light shone as if a blood-red river had descended from the sky. Boom! Lin Xian sneered and quickly counterattacked. The black demonic sword in his hand turned into an extremely mysterious trajectory. It immediately collapsed the void and collided with the blood-red saber light. Bang, bang, bang. The intense collision caused sparks to splatter. The sound of the collision was like thunder, causing the surrounding mountains to collapse and the ground to sink. However, what was even more shocking was that terrifying blood-red saber light was shattered in an instant. The black sword Qi was like a black dragon that roared incomparably. It quickly rushed toward the old man. Oh no! The old man's pupils shrank. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. In the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out a green shield in front of him. Bang! However, it was not very useful. The green shield was sent flying by the sword. Chapter 2099. Whoosh! He barely dodged the shocking sword strike, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. However, in the next moment, all the hair on his body stood on end. That was because Lin Xian's second sword was quickly approaching him. This sword was even more terrifying and terrifying. It directly cut the entire sky in half and the sun and moon seemed to be on the verge of shattering. The elder tried his best to resist, waving out thousands of blood-red saber lights to form a defense. In fact, he was even wearing a suit of armor. However, it was useless. As the sword slashed down, countless saber lights were shattered, and the defense was cut open. The elder was directly cut in half. Blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. This scene directly stunned the remaining 3 powerhouses on the 11th prince's side. The 2 young men on the 4th prince's side below were also completely dumbfounded. This level of combat power was simply too terrifying. Impossible. Damn it, how is this possible? His combat strength seems to be even stronger than in the first round. These people were about to go crazy. They did not know that in just a few days, Lin Xian had obtained the storage rings of several elite powerhouses. He had consumed all the treasures in the storage rings. Moreover, not long ago, he had also consumed the purple gold blood dragon ginseng and other treasures. With the support of so many treasures, of course his strength had increased. Furthermore, the 2 sword strikes from before were no ordinary sword strikes. Those were 2 swords that Lin Xian had used the great dragon sword soul when he was serious. The other party had underestimated him, so how could he block it? In the next moment, Lin Xian's gaze turned and looked at the other 3 warriors. The 3 powerhouses immediately felt their scalps go numb, and they hurriedly said, "It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. We definitely won't dare to do anything to you. We'll leave now." What a joke! The strongest elder on their side had been cut in half by the other party's 2 swords. Even if all of them attacked together, they would not be enough. Therefore, these people hurriedly shook their heads. "You want to leave? Leave behind your valuables, and I'll spare your lives." Yes, we'll stay here." The 3 cultivators hurriedly took off the storage rings on their hands, threw them into the void, and then ran away scared witless. Su Chun waved his hand and put the 3 storage rings away. At the same time, he also put away the old man's storage ring. The next moment, he turned around and stared at the 2 people behind him. "What are you trying to do? I warn you, don't do anything stupid. Our elders and experts are inside." When the 2 young men saw this scene, their scalps went numb. Lin Xian sneered. "Don't worry, I won't kill you 2, but your mouths are too cheap, so I naturally have to punish you." Pa, pa, pa. With a wave of his hand, a gust of wind filled the sky. It tore through the void and slammed into the 2 men's faces. The 2 of them were slapped into pig heads in an instant. They fell to the ground and screamed incessantly. "If you dare to provoke me again, I'll kill you directly." The 2 young men were so scared that they quickly nodded and ran away as if they had gone mad. What a joke! The other party's methods were too powerful. They were beaten to the point where they didn't even have the strength to fight back. If they stayed any longer and angered the other party, they might really be killed by his sword. Therefore, they could only run away. Lin Xian moved his feet. "Let's go and take a look at the Big Dipper ruins." Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei followed behind him. Then, the 3 of them walked forward. However, when they were 5 meters away from the cave, an extremely violent airflow suddenly came from the cave. Then, it turned into a shocking sword light and slashed fiercely. "Oh no!" Seeing this, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing's pupils shrank. The 2 of them quickly retreated to the sides. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He tapped his feet and instantly disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared on the other side. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's eyes were solemn, like 2 divine rainbows. They pierced through the void and stared straight ahead. At this moment, a figure walked out of the cave in front of them. It was a middle-aged man in black. With a sneer on his face, he said indifferently, "You actually managed to dodge my attack. You're indeed quite strong. No wonder you're so arrogant. But your bit of strength is still not enough to look at in front of me. Kid, I heard that you have the Jade Buddha King token on you. Hand it over obediently and kowtow to me 3 times. Then I'll let you go. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. He asked coldly, "Who are you?" The other party was very powerful. He was much stronger than the old man from before. Moreover, he noticed that the other party also used a sword. Obviously, he was a swordsman. "Who am I?" "They all call me the Sword of Heaven and Earth. I heard that you've just won the title of the #1 sword. However, you're too arrogant. Do you really think that you can be the #1 swordsman with your strength? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Even I don't dare to call myself the #1 swordsman. What strength do you have to be the #1 swordsman? You'll know whether I'm strong or not after you try." Lin Xian snorted coldly. There was a dazzling sword light on his body. Waves of powerful fluctuations quickly surged out like a vast ocean. Feeling this aura, the Sword of Heaven and Earth frowned. The other party had actually concealed his strength. This was indeed beyond his expectations. However, in the next moment, he snorted coldly and quickly waved the long sword in his hand. A dazzling sword light flew out. His sword chi caused the entire world to shake. This sword was truly terrifying. So powerful. In the distance, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were shocked when they saw this scene. "Should we go and help?" Duan Qingqing asked. Her eyes were shining with a sharp light. Lu Fei, on the other hand, stopped her. "Don't make a move first. Let's wait and see." They were all geniuses. How could they allow others to interfere in a one-on-one fight? Lu Fei understood this point. That was why he stopped Duan Qingqing. Facing the terrifying sword Qi flying towards him, Lin Xian quickly waved the demonic sword in his hand. Streaks of sword light flew out, and each of them was as big as a mountain. They were pitch black and looked like giant dragons dancing in the sky. The void was riddled with holes. Clang! The sword Qi of the two clashed in the air, letting out an earth-shattering sound. Hell's Sword Lotus! Lin Xian quickly waved his sword Qi. Then a huge sword Qi lotus was formed in front of him. On top of it, there were black flames dancing. Then, with a slash of his sword, the black sword Qi lotus flew forward quickly and spun continuously. Every spin brought about a large amount of sword light. The blazing light shredded the entire void into pieces. Boom, boom, boom. The sword of heaven and earth was hit and kept retreating. He felt an immense pressure, which made him extremely shocked. He couldn't believe it. Previously, he thought that the other party was unworthy of his reputation. But now, he realized that the other party was really strong. He didn't seem to be weaker than him. Especially the sword Qi of the lotus in front of him was extremely terrifying. Chapter 2100. Get lost! The sword of heaven and earth roared, emitting a terrifying light. His eyes were like 2 lamps shining in all directions. Qianquan sword technique. He quickly waved the long sword in his hand, and the sword Qi in the sky swallowed and emitted light, as if it had turned into a rain of swords. It emitted a fluctuation that made one's soul tremble. This was the Qianquan sword technique, and it was extremely terrifying. Once it was used, the sharp edge cut the entire void. Not only that, but the black lotus in front was also affected. It trembled violently, and the light on it dimmed a lot. Boom! At this moment, the sword of heaven and earth gathered thousands of sword Qi and slashed out, splitting the flame lotus in half. Then, the long sword in his hand turned into a bolt of lightning, piercing towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Light flickered in his eyes, and he fought back with all his might. The 9 underworld demonic sword in his hand exploded, emitting a terrifying power. Streaks of sharp sword chi tore the sky apart. The two of them kept clashing, causing the entire world to explode. Fortunately, the Big Dipper ruins below were ancient ruins. It was extremely mysterious and could survive the storm. Otherwise, it would have collapsed like the other mountains. Qianquan's sword technique, Starlight Slash. At this moment, the sword of heaven and earth roared. Suddenly, a huge blue sword chi flew out like a comet across the sky, slashing towards Lin Xian. Whoosh! Lin Xian used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and dodged quickly. The terrifying sword chi brushed past his body. Suddenly, the mountains in the distance were slashed into ruins. Although it didn't hit him, the aftershock of the sword chi still forced him to activate the ice protection. However, it wasn't over yet. The sword of heaven and earth's black hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a killing god. Streaks of terrifying sword chi slashed over, and each of them was like a shooting star, unusually sharp. The terrifying sword chi filled the sky, and Lin Xian's expression changed. He had no choice but to fight back with all his strength. Boom! Another blue sword light flew past Lin Xian's body into the distance. It landed on the 3rd mountain peak in the distance and directly exploded with a terrifying energy. A 10,000 feet tall mountain was directly split in half. How terrifying! In the distance, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei's expressions changed. The sword of heaven and earth's attack was too clever. After comparing the two of them, they realized that the two of them couldn't win at all. Perhaps Lin Xian was the only one who could contend against him. Lin Xian did indeed feel a great deal of pressure. To be honest, this sword of heaven and earth was indeed a senior figure. He was even stronger than Jian Shisan and the first blade. At the next moment, his eyes emitted a terrifying glow, and a dragon sword domain appeared around him. It floated up and down, as if there was an azure dragon circling around him. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Xian made his move. Another sword light slashed down. This sword carried the power of the king domain, displaying its terrifying power. It was as if an azure dragon had rushed down from the sky. Not only that, this azure dragon's body carried waves of blue ice crystals, emitting a terrifying chill. Wherever it passed, the world was frozen. The ice broke. In an instant, a thick layer of frost formed over a radius of 10,000 miles, as if it had turned into a world of ice and snow. The sword strike made the Cosmos Sword Gleam frown. He didn't expect that his opponent's strength had increased again. This shocked him, and he couldn't believe it. Damn it, where was this kid's limit? Could it be that he was still hiding his strength? The sword of heaven and earth was too surprised. He had already used the Qianquan sword technique and a few other killer moves. However, he couldn't do anything to his opponent. This was something he had never encountered before. Moreover, what shocked him even more was that his opponent was not a senior figure, but a young man in his 20s. In the next moment, he roared, and the terrifying power in his body surged out again. Sword of the Universe, New Moon's Scar. The sword of heaven and earth held the sword with both hands, causing it to quickly expand into a divine sword that was hundreds of feet long. With a monstrous power, he slashed upward. Boom, 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 boom. This attack caused the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. The terrifying vibrations were like tens of thousands of thunderbolts shattering the entire sky. With the two of them as the center, all the mountains within a radius of 100 miles instantly turned into powder. In a radius of 1,000 miles, the ground caved in and the trees collapsed. Not only that, but the waves were also rapid. In an instant, everything within a radius of 10,000 miles fell into chaos. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei quickly rose into the air and retreated 10,000 miles to watch the battle. They didn't dare to stay any longer, because if they stayed here, they would be affected by the terrifying energy, and the two of them would probably be injured. Buzz, buzz. A terrifying icy aura surged from Lin Xian's body, freezing the surroundings. At the same time, the gigantic ice goddess appeared, spreading her wings to protect him, forming a powerful defense. Even the surrounding energy shockwaves were frozen. On the other side, the sword of heaven and earth's armor appeared on his body. Not only that, but the sword light that filled the sky formed a sword screen around him, blocking the terrifying energy shockwaves. Both of them were forced back 3,000 meters, and the blood in their bodies surged rapidly. However, at this moment, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. Then the power in his body rose again, and the great dragon sword soul rumbled rapidly in his body. Soon after, flames appeared outside the ice barrier and danced about. Then a huge flame giant appeared. It was thousands of feet tall, bathed in flames, and roared into the sky, shattering mountains and rivers. Following Lin Xian's movements, a giant flame sword that was thousands of feet long appeared in the flame giant's hand, emitting a monstrous divine aura. Fire God roar! The sword slashed down, annihilating the starry sky and shattering the mountains and rivers. The powerful sword Qi turned into a fire dragon, covering the sky and earth. Whoosh! Wherever it passed, the void was torn apart, and the ground was scorched black. Courting death, the sword of heaven and earth was furious. How dare Lin Xian take the initiative to attack him? It was unforgivable. In the next moment, he roared and rushed over quickly with the Qianquan sword light in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them exchanged blows, colliding continuously, causing the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. However, at this moment, the great dragon sword soul in Lin Xian's body resonated again, turning into a dragon shadow that coiled around his body. The power of his sword Qi erupted again. Boom! In the next moment, the king of heaven and earth was sent flying. The sword screen in front of him split open, and LV Jingguang slashed his body, sending him flying. The blood in his body churned, and the sword of heaven and earth spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. How was this possible? How was this possible? How could Lin Xian have such a powerful sword Qi? It was even more powerful than his. Even he couldn't compete with him. He couldn't believe it. Up until now, Lin Xian's strength had increased 3 times, and each time his sword Qi was more terrifying than before. This made him feel as if he had gone crazy. It was as if he was dreaming. However, the truth happened in front of his eyes, so he had to believe it. Damn it! How was this possible? Could it be that he had been hiding his strength from before, and this was his true strength? The Qianquan sword light was extremely shocked. Who was this person? How could he have such a terrifying sword Qi at such a young age? No, could it be that he wasn't from the younger generation, but an older generation in disguise? But that shouldn't be the case. Even the older generation wouldn't have such a terrifying sword Qi, unless he was a peerless almighty. However, such a person wouldn't be able to enter the second stage at all. The sword of heaven and earth went crazy. He thought about it for a while, but he couldn't understand why Lin Xian was so powerful. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His entire body was extremely cold. Kid, you've really angered me. I didn't want to use my full strength at first, but since you're courting death, then don't blame me. Qianquan domain. The sword of heaven and earth also displayed his king's domain. Instantly, the domain appeared, emitting a monstrous aura. It enveloped a part of the void. Now, the battle was over. The sword of heaven and earth shouted coldly, activating the Qianquan domain with all his might. Suddenly, a terrifying sword light filled the sky, enveloping the entire sky. That unparalleled sword Dao aura transformed into terrifying rainbows that shot out in all directions. Thousands of miles away, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei watched this scene, and their scalps went numb. The sword of heaven and earth's domain was so terrifying. They didn't know if Lin Xian could withstand it. Sure enough, within a radius of thousands of miles between heaven and earth, terrifying sword qi swept across, as if it was splitting heaven and earth apart, bringing with it a supreme aura. And in front of it, the sword of heaven and earth was floating. He opened his hands, and thousands of sword qi quickly surged out from his body. He moved together with the entire Qianqun domain. It was as if he was the ruler of heaven and earth, able to control the entire domain. In the next moment, he waved thousands of sword qi and slashed forward. Thousands of sword qi condensed, turning into terrifying sword waves that rushed down. The surroundings were completely enveloped, and every part of the space was filled with terrifying killing intent. Kid, do you see? This is my king's domain. No matter how strong you are, the difference in cultivation level is simply impossible to make up for. Now, you'll be destroyed in my domain. Chapter 2101. P.S. Don't rush to play after reading it. Remember to vote for the monthly ticket first. From now on, you can enjoy double the monthly ticket for the 5/15 Fan Festival. You can also take a look at other activities that give out red packets. This scene was simply too terrifying. It had to be said that the sword of heaven and earth's domain was extremely terrifying. It was as if it could split the heavens and earth apart. Humph! Lin Xian also snorted coldly. He held the demon sword in his hand and circulated his combat strength to the extreme. In the next moment, his dragon sword domain also released an extremely terrifying light. Then it turned into a sharp light and fiercely blasted out. Boom, boom, boom. The two king domains collided, causing the void to explode. Everything within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely swallowed. Every part of the space was filled with terrifying energy. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei retreated again, because the place where they were originally standing had been directly shattered. Boom, boom. At this moment, the universe domain suddenly emitted a piercing light and was torn apart. What? The sword of heaven and earth's domain was split apart? How was this possible? Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were both stunned. Although they knew that Lin Xian was very powerful and that he could contend against the universe sword light, they didn't expect him to be able to do that. But they did not expect that Lin Xian was actually so powerful, cleaving apart the heaven and earth sword king's domain with one sword. Was he trying to defy the heavens? Boom. In the next moment, the sword of heaven and earth vomited blood and flew backwards. His expression became extremely ugly. There was not even a trace of blood on his face. Shocked, he was too shocked. That was his domain, his incomparably powerful killing move. But now it was split apart by a single sword strike. Who was the other party? How could he be so powerful? In the next moment, he was even more scared, out of his wits, because Lin Xian let out another long roar, and the green dragon sword domain flew over again. Boom. In an instant, the sword of heaven and earth was sent flying again. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and half of his body had already been hacked apart. This scene stunned Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing. The two young men from before were even more terrified. They all knew how powerful the sword of heaven and earth was. They didn't expect that at this moment he would be seriously injured. The sword of heaven and earth was sent flying and smashed into the ground, causing countless cracks to appear. In the next moment, he roared at the sky in an incomparably crazy manner. However, in the sky, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He took a step forward and attacked once again. Seeing this scene, the sword of heaven and earth no longer dared to be angry. His expression became extremely ugly as he turned around and fled. What sort of heaven and earth? That's all there is to it. How dare you compete with me for the #1 swordsman? Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Wielding his devil's sword, he quickly charged over. Whoosh whoosh. The two of them turned into 2 rays of light and entered the cave one after another. Seeing this scene, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also moved and quickly followed. Inside the cave, there was indeed another space. It was very vast and far from what it looked like from the outside. The terrain inside was complicated, but the Sword of Heaven and Earth was very familiar with it. After all, he had been here before. He directly passed through the layers of caves and flew inside. Lin Xian coldly snorted and followed closely behind. There were many formations and restrictions inside, but all of them had been broken by the Qianquan Sword Monarch and the other 2. At this moment, there were 2 other almighties in the depths. They were the Sword of Heaven and Earth's companions. One was Elder Great Sorrow Palm, and the other was Senior Duan Yunshou. The 2 of them were currently focused on Pu Chujing. At this moment, Duan Yunshou frowned and asked, "Why hasn't the Sword of Heaven and Earth returned after such a long time?" Great Sorrow Palm said, "Why are you in such a hurry? Do you think you can fail miserably when dealing with a brat? Don't worry. The Sword of Heaven and Earth is absolutely confident. We just need to break the restrictions here." The 2 of them nodded and quickly took action. Not long after, they frowned. That was because they sensed a violent energy fluctuation coming from ahead. Someone had entered. That aura belonged to the Sword of Heaven and Earth. Seeing the scene, the 2 of them laughed. You see, didn't I say it before? Dealing with a brat like him is as easy as blowing off dust. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. That was because they realized that it was indeed the Sword of Heaven and Earth who was flying over. However, it was different from what they had imagined. At this moment, the Sword of Heaven and Earth was in a very sorry state. Most of his body was beaten up and dripping with blood. His hair was disheveled, and there was no trace of blood on his face. It could be said that he was in an extremely sorry state. What's going on? How could this be? The Sword of Heaven and Earth was injured. When the 2 of them saw this scene, they were extremely shocked and could not believe it. Could it be that a peerless expert had come? Or could it be that another team had come? The 2 of them were extremely nervous because, in their opinion, someone who could injure the Sword of Heaven and Earth was definitely not an ordinary person. Perhaps it was a peerless powerhouse under one of the top 3 princes. Or perhaps it was an extremely powerful team that could injure the Sword of Heaven and Earth. Humph, where do you think you're going? Just as they were guessing, a cold snort came from the front again. Then, a young figure entered their field of vision. What's going on? A young man? They were stunned. How could a young man be chasing after the Sword of Heaven and Earth? That was too illogical. However, when the Sword of Heaven and Earth saw Lin Xian's figure, his scalp went numb. He hurriedly said, "My 2 friends, this kid is too powerful. Help me stop him." As he said that, the Sword of Heaven and Earth hurriedly took out a large number of treasures from a storage ring and quickly swallowed them. At the same time, he quickly repaired the half of his body that was injured. What could it be that this kid injured the Sword of Heaven and Earth? The other 2 powerhouses were stunned. What's going on? They knew the Sword of Heaven and Earth's strength. He was extremely powerful and terrifying, and he was not weaker than them. However, he was injured by a kid. Although they did not quite believe it, they could tell from the Sword of Heaven and Earth's expression that it could not be fake. However, when Lin Xian arrived, he also stopped in his tracks. He looked at the 3 people in front of him with flickering eyes, and then said coldly, "Fourth Prince, I'm sorry, but this place is already occupied by me. Hurry up and scram." "What? Kid, don't be too arrogant. You're courting death. No one has ever dared to speak to me like that. You're the first, so you're dead meat. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the two powerhouses in front were enraged. What kind of joke was this? A kid actually dared to tell them to scram? This caused them to be extremely furious. In the next moment, cold, murderous intent appeared in their eyes. Their terrifying aura was like a tidal wave, instantly enveloping the entire space. However, at this moment, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also arrived. When they heard Lin Xian's words, they also felt dizzy. Damn, what kind of joke is this? Is this guy crazy? How dare he challenge us directly? Can't he see the two terrifying elite powerhouses in front of him? Neither of them is weaker than the sword of heaven and earth. How are we going to fight them? Lin Xian said with a smile. Don't worry, the sword of heaven and earth is already crippled. He won't be able to use much of his combat power. As for the other two, you two can fight one together, and I'll deal with the other. Kid, you're too arrogant. Hearing that the other party was going to divide them up, the two powerhouses' faces darkened. Who were they? Were they ordinary people? They were terrifying elite powerhouses. They could destroy everything with a raise of their hand. However, they were being looked down upon by 3 juniors. Were they going to die from anger? Therefore, they directly attacked. Kid, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking us. Ooh. Among them, King Dabii snorted and attacked. Chapter 2102. P.S. Don't rush to play after reading it. Remember to vote for the monthly ticket first. From now on, you can enjoy double the monthly ticket for the 5/15 Fan Festival. You can also take a look at the other activities that give out red packets. The old man stretched out his hand and released a terrifying light. Then he struck out with his palm. Merciful palm. Suddenly, a white palm quickly appeared. It was like the hand of a demon god, and terrifying energy surged. Like a tsunami, it swept across the sky. Not only that, mysterious runes appeared around the palm and quickly circled around it. It emitted a mysterious aura. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted and slashed out with his sword. At the same time, he shouted, "This old man is mine. I'll leave the other one to the two of you." With that, he ignored Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei and quickly rushed up. With a swing of his sword, the terrifying sword Qi was like a divine red with a destructive aura. It crushed the void and slashed at the large white palm. Clang! Suddenly, an earth-shattering sound was heard and terrifying energy exploded. Fortunately, this was an ancient ruin. On the ground of all the surrounding buildings, runes appeared and formed a strong defense. Otherwise, it would have destroyed everything within a 10,000-mile radius. However, even with the protective array, the earth shook as if there was an earthquake. Lin Xian did not stop after the swing of his sword. He seemed to be able to open and close the great river and wield the terrifying demonic sword. With a raise of his hand, he could cut through the void. The white palm trembled, and its light dimmed. Even the mysterious runes around it began to disappear. What? He's so strong. King Dubei's face changed drastically. He did not expect his opponent's sword Qi to be so strong that his merciful palm could not withstand it. No wonder this person could severely injure the sword of heaven and earth. It turned out that he was really strong. Thinking of this, his face became unusually gloomy. He no longer dared to be careless and was ready to go all out against Lin Xian. Kill. At this moment, Lin Xian let out a furious roar. Then, terrifying sword ripples surged forward with him as the center. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void was sliced open and could not withstand it at all. On the other side, King Dabii's pupils shrank. In the next moment, he waved his finger and spat out a sound wave that sounded like thunder. This sound wave was very strange, like a Buddhist scripture. He couldn't understand it, but it carried an incomparably mysterious power. What kind of cultivation technique was this? Lin Xian frowned. He had never encountered such a cultivation technique before, so he was naturally very surprised. However, he soon sneered. So, what if it was a miraculous cultivation technique? He would not fear it. In the next moment, the great dragon sword soul in his body began to circulate rapidly. Above Lin Xian's long sword, terrifying sword waves appeared. With a slash of his sword, the terrifying sword Qi transformed into an eagle that spread its wings and soared into the sky, carrying a sky full of spiritual energy sword waves and hellfire. It flew forward. Pung! On the other side, King Dabii roared and slapped out with his palms. Two large white palms transformed into two white tigers, charging over at high speed. Boom! Boom! Heaven and earth trembled as the two white tigers were cleaved apart by the sword. King Dabii was sent flying as he coughed up blood. What was going on? How could his sword Qi be so powerful? King Dabii was sent flying with a horrified look on his face. At this moment, he had the same fear as the sword of heaven and earth. That was because his opponent's sword light was too terrifying. It made him feel like he was facing a peerless almighty. But how could this be possible? His opponent was just a young boy. On the other side, Duan Yunwang was fighting fiercely with Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing. When he saw this scene, he frowned. What was going on? How could King Dabii be injured? Could it be that his opponent was so powerful? Thinking of this, his face became extremely gloomy. In the next moment, he said in a deep voice, King Dabii, let's exchange. Okay. King Dabii nodded. Although the exchange of opponents showed that he was no match for Lin Xian, he had lost face. However, he couldn't care less. If he continued to fight, he was afraid that he would be seriously injured or end up like the sword of heaven and earth. He didn't want that to happen, so he decisively exchanged opponents. When Duan Yunwang arrived, he immediately used his ultimate skill. Duan Yunwang. He reached out with one hand and slapped Lin Xian viciously with a frighteningly large palm. On the palm, there was a colorless light shining like a rainbow. Boom! When the palm landed, the air exploded and a pitch-black hole appeared. Not only that, but there was also an endless fire burning around it. The terrifying temperature caused the entire space to distort. Seeing this scene, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing's faces changed. What kind of supernatural power was this? It was so terrifying. Fortunately, the other party didn't use it on them before, or the two of them would be under a lot of pressure. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as well. His opponent's palm was absolutely terrifying. Even he could feel a scorching aura surging in his direction. Most likely, an ordinary almighty would have been reduced to ashes under this palm. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't take it head on. He tore the void and used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps. He even disappeared on the spot and appeared in another place. Boom. The place where he was originally standing was shattered, but Duan Yunwang didn't give up. He directly used the cloud-breaking palm continuously, sending out terrifying palm shadows one after another to chase after Lin Xian. Humph! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly and directly used the Dragon Sword domain to envelop his opponent. Refine for me, he shouted loudly, and also entered the Dragon Sword domain. The Dragon Sword domain bloomed with light, and countless sharp auras swept across heaven and earth. Terrifying, killing intent permeated in all directions, causing one scalp to go numb. Some sword chi overflowed and directly pierced through the opponent's 5-colored palm. Then, it turned into countless fragments and scattered on the ground. Ah, boom! Duan Yunwang screamed as his fingers bled. His face was incomparably ferocious. His opponent actually broke through his ultimate move. How was this possible? In the next moment, he roared, and also used his king's domain. Suddenly, a five-colored king's domain appeared and resisted the dragon sword domain. The two collided, and the void shattered. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. The surrounding spiritual energy was instantly sucked dry. Not only that, Duan Yunwang stretched out his palm and merged his domain with his palm. In the next moment, he stretched out his palm again and grabbed over. Lin Xian could wield the demonic sword, drawing mysterious trajectories in the air. Suddenly, the power of thunder appeared on his body. Then he turned into a lightning figure and quickly rushed out. Wild, thunder heavenly eagle. The sword slashed down, and the sword light instantly flashed. The eagle flew up. This sword was simply too fast. It was so fast that no one could react in time. Sure enough, just as he slashed out with his sword, Duan Yunwang screamed in pain. His palm bled again, and was even cut in half. Not only that, the wild thunder heavenly eagle exploded first, and the terrifying power of thunder and lightning enveloped the opponent. This caused the sky and earth to be completely pierced through by the lightning. Boom, boom. When the thunder landed, Duan Yunwang was in a very sorry state. His body was charred black, and many parts of his body were injured. A terrifying wound had appeared on his palm. He probably wouldn't recover for a while. Seeing the scene, everyone was stunned. Whether it was Lu Fei, Duan Qingqing, the Sword of Heaven and Earth, or the Great Compassion King, all of them were shocked. They looked at Lin Xian with eyes full of fear. Was this a human? Was this a young man? How could there be such a terrifying young man? They didn't dare to imagine. Chapter 2103. All of a sudden, everyone was terrified, especially the Sword of Heaven and Earth. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Lin Xian's sharp aura surged again, and he was about to attack. But at this moment, Qin Kuin's Sword King suddenly shouted, "Wait! Stop!" Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned, but the demonic sword did not descend. However, the aura on his body did not weaken. He asked in a deep voice, "Why? What are you up to again? You're overthinking it. We don't have the strength to play tricks in front of you." The Sword of Heaven and Earth sighed. Although he had suppressed his injuries, the sword wounds on his body could not be completely removed. This made it impossible for him to recover his full combat strength. Moreover, he was not the only one. The Broken Cloud King and the Great Northern Mercy King were also injured. If they continued to fight, they had no chance of winning. If they were lucky, the three of them would be able to escape. If they were lucky, the three of them would be killed right there. And then, either way, they did not want to see it happen. Therefore, the Sword of Heaven and Earth stood up, looked at Lin Xian, and said in a hoarse voice, "I know that we were wrong for having thoughts about you. We apologize to you here. However, this Big Dipper ruins is not simple. I'm afraid that with the strength of the three of you, you won't be able to break it in a short time. Why don't we work together to break this Big Dipper ruins?" Hearing that, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing were stunned. They also retreated and came to Lin Xian's side. The two of them did not speak. Instead, they looked at Lin Xian because Lin Xian was the leader. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He thought for a while, then nodded slightly. "Okay. However, I want 90% of the things inside." 90%. Hearing that, the Sword of Heaven and Earth was stunned, while the Great Northern Mercy King and Duan Yunwang's faces turned extremely ugly. "Kid, you're too arrogant." They were really surprised. Since they were working together, they thought that it would be 50-50. However, they did not expect Lin Xian to directly ask for 90% of the treasures, while the three of them could only get the remaining 10%. What kind of joke was this? However, Lin Xian sneered. What? Since they were unwilling to give up, then there was no need to continue negotiating. Do you think you can win if we continue fighting? By then, you won't even get 10%, right? At this point, the aura on his body became incomparably terrifying once again. Damn it, this is too much. Yunduan, Wang Ji, and the others also wore ferocious expressions. Qian Kun's sword monarch also spoke up at this time. 10% is too little. No matter what, we are still the main force. Even if we can't defeat you now, we will still go all out when we break the array later. Therefore, we want 30% of the treasures. Otherwise, we won't be willing to give up. 30%? Oh. Lin Xian sneered. At most, 20%. Take it or leave it. If not, get lost. 20%. Hearing that, the sword of heaven and earth's eyes flickered, while the other two almighties' faces darkened. However, in the end, they gritted their teeth and decided to work together. Although 20% was not much, if they resisted now, they would not even get a single strand of hair. On the other hand, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing were stunned. Heaven and three elite almighties working together, and they would get 80% of the treasures alone. Why did it sound like a dream? To be honest, they did not expect such a distribution. However, Lin Xian was too strong. He suppressed the other three almighties to the point that they could not even lift their heads. Next, the sword of heaven and earth, and the other two sat down cross-legged to recover some of their strength. Then they began to move out. The sword of heaven and earth trio walked in front, while Lin Xian and the other two walked behind. They worked together to break through the formation's restrictions. In front of them was an underground palace. It was very majestic, but there was a gloomy aura around it. The walls had the vicissitudes of time. King Dubei waved his hands, creating afterimages that slammed on the bridge in front of them. Suddenly, the walls seemed to come alive, and runes appeared on them. They shone brightly. Then, the door in front of them opened, revealing a few pairs of scarlet eyes. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, the ground around them began to tremble. In the end, light formations appeared one after another. Within those light formations, figures emerged from the ground. Seeing that, Duan Jingjing and Lu Fei immediately became nervous. Even Lin Xian's face darkened. Duan Qing immediately shouted, "Damn it, what did you do?" It was safe along the way, except for some defensive formations that stopped them from moving forward. However, there was no danger around them. But now, so many monsters had appeared and surrounded them. Duan Qingqing and the other two could not help but suspect that the sword of heaven and earth in front of them secretly did something to frame them. The sword of heaven and earth trio's faces changed. To be honest, they did not expect to see such a scene. Lin Xian's eyes lit up as he looked around and said in a low voice, "Be careful, be careful. This should be a monster summoned by the array." He was also a formation master, so he could tell at a glance that these monsters were originally guarding the ruins. Boom, boom, boom. Therefore, to enter the ruins, they had to be clear of the monsters on the way. There were dozens of skeleton monsters around them. Each of them was wearing ancient armor, holding bronze spears and emitting a gloomy aura. There was no flesh on their bodies, only their skeletal heads. Their heads were skulls, and there were green flames dancing in their eye sockets. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as these skeleton soldiers appeared, they raised the bronze spears in their hands and quickly pierced through the void, charging toward Lin Xian and the rest. Lin Xian snorted, then flicked his finger. Suddenly, a sword wave spread out in all directions with him as the center. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sharp sword wave was like a tide, slashing in all directions. The void was instantly shattered, and the skeleton soldiers were also cut in half. Not only him, but Duan Qingqing, Lu Fei, and the sword of heaven and earth also attacked. Soon, they destroyed all the skeleton soldiers around them in 2 or 3 moves. But soon, They frowned because they realized that it was useless. The skeleton soldiers on the ground that were broken into pieces began to tremble. Then, those pieces were intertwined by a mysterious force and reformed into skeleton soldiers. They looked exactly the same as before, and their aura did not weaken. What's going on? Can't kill them? Seeing this, Duan Qingqing frowned. In the next moment, he used the bone-melting soft palm, and a gentle force was injected into the 5 skeleton soldiers in front of him. Boom! When those skeleton soldiers were hit by the palm, they immediately exploded into pieces. But soon, they were reunited again. Humph! At this moment, Lu Fei snorted and stabbed out with the spear in his hand. It was like a silver dragon roaring in the air. The terrifying force directly scattered the 4 skeleton soldiers in front of him, but it was useless. The sword of heaven and earth encountered the same situation. These skeleton soldiers could not be killed at all, and their strength was not bad. At this moment, dozens of them were piled together, and it was terrifying. If this went on for too long, they would definitely be in danger. What was more terrifying was that it was not just these skeleton soldiers. The door in front of them opened, and dozens of black figures rushed out quickly. It was a group of strange birds. They looked extremely ferocious, and there were blue runes on their bodies that flickered with an unknown force. Whoosh! As they flapped their wings, they brought with them a terrifying demonic wind. The demonic wind contained a cold, murderous aura. Even if an almighty was blown too much, they would probably be injured. Therefore, Duan Qingqing and the others did not dare to fight them head-on. Boom, boom, boom. Not only these strange birds, but a few lizard-like beasts appeared in the surroundings. They had red runes on their bodies, and they opened their mouths to spit out balls of flames. It turned into a sea of fire and charged towards them. In an instant, countless monsters surrounded Lin Xian and the others. Crack, crack. However, Lin Xian and the others were strong, so they could still fight back. Chapter 2104. The sword of heaven and earth's expression changed because one of his legs was swept by the demonic wind. Immediately, his leg froze as if it had turned into stone. The power contained in the demonic wind could petrify people. Everyone was shocked. The sword of heaven and earth roared as countless Qianquan sword qis rushed out of his body. They emitted a terrifying aura and directly shattered the petrification power. In the next moment, his body retreated rapidly, his eyes filled with fear. Fortunately, these monsters were not too strong. In fact, they were much weaker than them. Therefore, they could only petrify a little. If they were as strong as them, they would all be turned into statues by the demonic wind. Those flames were also unusual. They could continue to burn when they jumped onto a person's body and were very difficult to extinguish. Therefore, the sword of heaven and earth and the others were under great pressure. On the other side, Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing were also fighting with all their might. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned. He had to admit that these monsters were very strange. Although they were not very strong individually, each of them was very strange. For example, some could not be killed, some could be petrified, and some could not be extinguished. It could be said that he had never encountered such a situation before. In the next moment, he activated the great dragon sword soul and immediately swung out a terrifying sword qi, killing the 3 skeleton soldiers beside him. In an instant, the skeleton soldiers were sent flying. Then they quickly regrouped. However, this time, the situation was different. Previously, the skeleton soldiers were able to regroup well. However, this time, the skeleton soldiers that were slashed by the great dragon sword soul could not completely heal. The sword mark was left there forever. Seeing this scene, The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. Meanwhile, Duan Qingqing, the sword of heaven and earth, and the others were shocked. What was going on? How could the opponent's sword qi hurt these skeleton soldiers? In particular, the sword of heaven and earth, and the other two were too shocked. One had to know that the three of them were all elite almighties and had many unique skills in their hands. However, they could not do anything to these skeleton soldiers. However, Lin Xian only swung his sword a few times, and these skeleton soldiers were severely injured. They could not even heal. This made them extremely surprised. What kind of swordsmanship did the other party master? Why was it so terrifying? Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing didn't understand either. Only Lin Xian understood. This was the power of the dragon sword soul. With the terrifying sword qi of the great dragon sword soul, it was very difficult to erase it. No matter how mysterious these skeleton soldiers were, they were unable to erase the aura of the great dragon sword soul. Since that was the case, things would be easier. In the next moment, he stomped his foot, and the sword runes under his feet instantly covered the entire ground. Demon-slaying sword array. With a furious roar, the soul demon sword suppression was unleashed. Then, thousands of sword qi surged forth. These sword qis were all strengthened by the power of the great dragon sword soul, becoming incomparably sharp. Soon, they pierced through all the surrounding skeleton soldiers. This time, it wasn't just split open. It was directly smashed into pieces. Therefore, these skeleton soldiers never materialized again. Seeing the scene, everyone gasped. They didn't expect Lin Xian to have such a powerful swordsmanship. However, at this moment, Lin Xian shouted, "Come to my side quickly." In the next moment, he used the dragon sword domain and quickly surrounded everyone. Then, his entire body turned into a torrent and rushed forward. With a roar, he was like an azure dragon that coiled around the surroundings. He was rampaging. Instantly, the surrounding flaming beasts and the strange blue birds in the sky were all affected. They were pierced by countless sword qis and nailed to the void. Go! Lin Xian led these people directly into the underground palace. After entering, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Those monsters from before were simply too strange. They emitted a mysterious and unfathomable energy. This was because of the strange crystal stones. At this moment, Lin Xian opened his palm. In the center of his palm, there were 5 strange crystals. Each of them was the size of a walnut. They were emitting a bright light. Strange spirit stones, where did you get them? Duan Qingqing, the sword of heaven and earth, and the others were also extremely shocked. They were obtained from the skeleton soldiers and the monsters from before. Lin Xian said, "After I pierced them with sword qis and killed them completely, these things appeared in their bodies. In the end, they gathered together and formed these strange divine spirit stones." I see. At this moment, the great Compassion King also said in a deep voice, "It seemed that it was an ancient secret method that used a mysterious formation to carve these monsters, and then used the strange spirit stones as an energy source. That was why they were so mysterious and strange." At this point, he sighed. He was also an elite of the older generation, and a powerful almighty. However, at this moment, facing Lin Xian, he felt a strong sense of defeat. The other party was much younger than him, but the other party's methods were far above his. If one didn't know better, they would really think that he was an old monster. Lin Xian waved his hand and put away these strange spirit stones. These things also contain pure energy. If he absorbed them, it would definitely improve his cultivation. Everyone led the way again. This time, the sword of heaven and earth, and the other two walked in front. They were also eager to kill a few monsters, Perhaps they could also obtain some strange spirit stones. Along the way, the formations and restrictions were all broken by the sword of heaven and earth, and the other two. Lin Xian and the other two walked behind, and it was easy for them. Soon, they came across the second palace gate again. Suddenly, they stopped and looked at the pitch-black gate in front of them with a serious expression. Lin Xian said, "Let's go in and see what's inside." Hearing that, the cloud-breaking king nodded. With a wave of his hand, a huge cloud-like palm covered the sky and blasted forward. Accompanying it was a fierce aura. Boom. He slammed his palm on the huge palace door. Immediately, the huge palace door was like two huge mountains. It made a rumbling sound, and then slowly opened. The light inside was a little dark and even a little chaotic. Everyone's eyes could not see through it. This surprised Lin Xian and the others. One had to know that they were all powerful kings. Their eyes could pierce through the void, but at this moment, they could not see the situation inside clearly. It seemed that the inside of this palace was not simple. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Qian Kuan's sword monarch and the other two looked even more solemn. They immediately activated their battle armors, which shone brightly and covered their bodies. Then they walked in. Lin Xian also had a ball of sword qi of spirit energy above him and wrapped him up. In addition, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also used defensive techniques. After all, it was better to be careful in the face of unknown danger. The group walked in. It was a little dark, and there was no movement. Everyone could only hear their own heartbeats. Qi qi. At this moment, the sword qi on Lin Xian's body reacted. The sword qi on his body surged quickly and made cutting sounds as if it was cutting something. However, there was nothing around them. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned. The sword qi on his body contained the energy of the great dragon sword soul. It was extremely mysterious and could cut through the void. It could even cut through one's soul. At this moment, the sword qi was changing. It was definitely not simple. Although they could not see some things, it did not mean that they did not exist. What was it? Lin Xian frowned and then used his soul power, but he could not see anything. Left with no choice, everyone could only be more careful and walk forward. However, not long after, Duan Qingqing's body suddenly went limp and she almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Lin Xian was beside her and supported her. "What's wrong?" Lin Xian frowned and asked. Duan Qingqing was powerful. This should not have happened. Chapter 2105. That was because he realized that apart from Duan Qingqing, Lu Fei, and the sword of heaven and earth were also affected. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. Damn it! How did this happen? Duan Qingqing gritted her teeth in confusion. The sword of heaven and earth, and the other two were even more horrified. They frantically channeled their inner force, and their eyes widened. "Oh no, we're poisoned." Poisoned? Everyone was shocked. They could not believe it. What kind of poison could make them so weak? They were all powerhouses. Even if there was poison, they would be able to sense it in advance. However, they could not sense it at all. They only realized it when they were poisoned too deeply. No wonder. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. Previously, his sword qi had been making sizzling sounds as if it was destroying something. In other words, it was destroying the poisonous gas. Therefore, he was the only one who was not poisoned. "Hurry up and detoxify," Lin Xian said. "I'll protect you." In the next moment, they nodded and sat down cross-legged, preparing to detoxify the poison. However, at that moment, the sound of the void, fluctuating, could be heard. Immediately after, a cold aura could be felt. In the darkness, A few scarlet eyes stared at Lin Xian and the others. Damn it! What's that? Everyone's hair stood on end when they were stared at by the eyes. Lin Xian condensed his palm. Countless flames intertwined in his palm and formed a light ball the size of a millstone. Then he waved his palm, and the fireball flew into the sky. It emitted an incomparable light and illuminated the surroundings. In the next moment, everyone saw green poisonous snakes swimming towards them quickly. Their eyes were cold, and they were emitting a murderous aura. They were definitely not ordinary poisonous snakes. Each of them seemed to have the strength of a 6-star demon king. Buzz, at that moment, a poisonous snake flew up quickly, turned into a green lightning bolt, and charged forward. Immediately, King Dabii roared, "Get lost!" In the next moment, he struck with his palm. Boom! The void exploded and an earth-shattering sound was heard. Then King Dabii's face turned even paler. As for the poisonous snake, it was smashed into a bloody mist. However, those poisonous snakes exploded and turned into a green poisonous mist that enveloped the surroundings. After that, the Great Compassion King was poisoned even more deeply. 5 lightning strikes. At this moment, Lin Xian formed a seal with his fingers. Streaks of violent lightning aura rushed out from his body and condensed in the sky. Thunderclouds formed and collided with each other. Then 5-colored lightning descended and struck the green, demonic snakes. Instantly, they were scorched black and pierced through. In an instant, these poisonous snakes were all killed. However, Lin Xian's expression did not relax. This was because he felt an even larger and colder aura rapidly surging towards him. Whoosh! Then, the void in front of him was mercilessly torn apart, and a huge creature walked over. It was also a venomous snake, but it was much larger than the previous ones. He seemed to be more than 3,000 meters tall. Its body was covered with green patterns, and this giant python had a human face. It was extremely pale, and its tongue was very long. It was estimated to be 500 to 600 meters long. Furthermore, it had 4 arms, each of which was holding a weapon. There were sabers, swords, spears, and shields. The giant python rushed over quickly and tore through the void. Then it stared at Lin Xian and the others and let out a roar. Suddenly, a terrifying sound wave rushed over quickly. Ka, ka, ka. The void couldn't withstand it at all. The sound wave was too terrifying, and it carried the power of wind and thunder. In an instant, it quickly enveloped Lin Xian and the others. Not good, seeing this huge creature launch such a fierce attack. As soon as it appeared, the pupils of the Sword of Heaven and Earth and the others shrank. In the next moment, their scalps went numb, and they decisively attacked. Cosmos Sword Technique. With an angry roar, the Sword of Heaven and Earth emitted a sharp light, which then formed a light formation in front of him. Countless sword auras swept across the void. Pangbo's power was about to tear through the void. Merciful Palm. On the other side, the Great Compassion King struck out with both hands. His huge palms were covered with mysterious runes, and the power they emitted made people want to kneel down. Duan Yun's palm. A huge palm struck out with majestic power, as if an endless demonic mountain was descending. In the face of the terrifying sound wave, the Sword of Heaven and Earth and the other 2 used their ultimate move. On the other side, Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also made their moves to defend themselves. Lin Xian unsheathed his demonic sword and slashed out, unleashing an incomparably violent power. The terrifying sword aura covered the sky and the earth, and the destructive power was vast and mighty between heaven and earth. His sword was too fierce, and the entire world was trembling. The sound wave was even split in half. Lin Xian and the others used all their strength to block the terrifying sound wave. However, the 6 of them looked extremely solemn because it was just a sound wave from the other party, and it was already so powerful. If the giant python attacked with all its strength, how terrifying would it be? Sure enough, the giant python attacked in the next moment. Its 3,000-meter-long body twisted, and then its long tail swung over like a long green saber. The violent power directly tore through the void. Not good. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. They couldn't care about the poison in their bodies now, and could only swallow some pills in a panic to suppress the poison in their bodies. Then they quickly counterattacked. In the end, they appeared in all 4 directions, and terrifying energy blasted toward the giant green python in front of them. Lin Xian also quickly attacked. The 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand released tens of thousands of sword rays, and the terrifying sword aura completely enveloped the entire space. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei also attacked together, and the violent energy directly flooded the space around them. The 6 great experts attacked at the same time, and the sky and earth exploded, wanting to kill the giant green python. Boom. However, they still underestimated the giant green python. When the tail swept over, it really had the power to shatter heaven and earth, and it directly shattered the void. Then Lin Xian and the others retreated, and the giant python's body also rolled over. However, this time, the giant green python was enraged. It roared at the sky, and a sinister expression appeared on its face. Green mist floated out from all directions, and that was the poisonous gas. Around it, there were poisonous snakes slithering quickly, and each of them had the strength of a 6-star demon king. It was extremely terrifying, and it wanted to completely engulf Lin Xian and the others. Humph! King Dubei snorted coldly, and a palm stretched out, covering heaven and earth. The palm was covered with runes, and it suddenly slammed down. Boom! The earth trembled, and the entire world was shaking. The 6 people attacked, and the poisonous snakes were instantly smashed into a bloody mist. However, more of them pounced on them. Kill! Lu Fei and the others roared, and they quickly attacked. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and terrifying flames surged from his body. Fire deity roared. It was an ultimate move, and it quickly attacked the giant green python in front of it. The giant green python released a terrifying light, and then it waved the long saber in its hand and rushed out quickly. The saber was like a green lightning, and terrifying energy split heaven and earth. It directly collided with Lin Xian's flaming sword aura. The energy exploded, and the surrounding void shattered. The poisonous snakes below were also blasted away in an instant. Lin Xian and the others were also affected, and they kept retreating. However, in the next moment, they all stared at the giant green python. They knew that they had to get rid of this guy first, or else they would not be able to move forward, and their lives might even be in danger. Cloud-breaking palm. Great compassion mantra palm. The 2 of them performed their ultimate moves, and suddenly 2 huge palms appeared in the void. One was like a cloud, and it was extremely ethereal. The other was extremely huge, like the palm of Buddha. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 palms slammed heavily on Giant Mang, and the sound shook the void. Chapter 2106. The green python rolled on the ground in pain. At the same time, its huge tail swept over, and its 4 arms attacked quickly. Saber light, sword chi, spear light, and shield attack. Terrifying energy tore through the void and blasted towards Lin Xian and the other 5. The 6 of them fought an earth-shattering battle with it. Fortunately, this was an ancient ruin. Otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. Even so, The battle was still earth-shattering, and the void shattered. Other than Lin Xian, Duan Qingqing, and the other four were getting more and more poisoned. It seemed that the poison was about to break out again. Lin Xian had no choice but to send out the great dragon sword soul. A green dragon coiled around his arm and emitted a terrifying light. The sharp aura shot up into the sky. Seeing this scene, Duan Qingqing, Sword of Heaven and Earth, and the others' faces changed. They did not expect Lin Xian to have such a trump card. The aura he emitted shocked them and made their hair stand on end. It even felt like death. Boom! Lin Xian stretched out his palm, and a huge green dragon appeared. The palm covered the sky and the earth as if it was the hand of God. It directly grabbed the green python. The green python roared crazily and launched a terrifying counterattack against the green dragon's palm. Suddenly, a deafening sound resounded between heaven and earth. It was as if countless divine thunderbolts were descending. However, this move was the power of the great dragon sword soul. It was extremely terrifying. Therefore, no matter how the green python counterattacked, it was useless. Boom! The huge green dragon's palm slammed down and instantly exploded the green python's head. Buzz! Green blood spurted out like a waterfall. A fist-sized divine crystal flew out from the python's head. Seeing this, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He immediately grabbed it and put it away. Although the others were envious, they could only shake their heads at this moment, because the poison in their bodies was about to break out. 2 hours later, they opened their eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. They had finally expelled the poison from their bodies. At this time, Lin Xian had already dissected the huge python. Among them, he chose the huge snake gallbladder and put it away. He said, "As for the rest of the items, other than the snakeskin, you can split them among yourselves." Duan Qingqing and the other four didn't hesitate and quickly walked up. Duan Qingqing kept her shield, while the Sword of Heaven and Earth kept her treasured sword. Duan Yun wanted the long blade, while Lu Fei wanted the long spear. Henceforth, the 4 weapons of the green python were divided between the 4 of them. The great Compassion King did not ask for weapons. He asked for the fangs of the poisonous snakes. In short, the 5 of them had gained quite a lot. After all, this green python was extremely terrifying, and its entire body was full of treasures. After that, they did not continue their journey. Instead, Lin Xian suggested that they prepare to rest. There was nothing he could do about it. It seemed like there were more palaces at the back. However, the first 2 palaces were already so terrifying. Who knew how terrifying the ones at the back would be? Therefore, he felt that it was better to let everyone recover to their peak condition first. Duan Qingqing, the Sword of Heaven and Earth, and the other 4 nodded in agreement. Although the poison in their bodies had been removed, their physical strength had been greatly depleted. Therefore, the group sat down cross-legged and prepared to cultivate. Lin Xian took out the strange crystals he had obtained earlier and began to absorb the energy within them. These strange crystals contained miraculous energy. They were only slightly inferior to divine crystals. Therefore, the effect of absorbing them was surprisingly good. Soon, Lin Xian finished replenishing the energy he had consumed. Not only that, but he also absorbed them with all his might. In the end, he directly propped up the dragon's sword's spiritual field and placed the strange crystals inside, refining and absorbing them with all his might. Lin Xian didn't need the god crystal or the snake egg. He wanted to wait until the line had absorbed all the xenogeneic crystals before he could absorb the god crystal. As for the snake gallbladder, Lin Xian had other uses for it. He was prepared to refine some pills for consumption. This was because this green python was very terrifying. It was estimated that it had lived for thousands of years. Its cultivation was close to that of a peerless almighty. The effect of such a snake gallbladder was not inferior to those heaven and earth treasures. It was even stronger. If he used it well, it might be able to increase his cultivation by a large margin. Lin Xian knew that time waited for no one. He had to enter the almighty realm as soon as possible. Only then could he climb to a higher level of martial arts. Thinking of this, he looked at the huge corpse to the side. According to the 20-80 split, after letting the sword of heaven and earth and the others take the weapons, the huge corpse would be his. This thing was also a treasure. The snake skin was very tough. They could not completely break it after so many attacks. In the end, Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to shatter its head with one palm. If this thing was made into a battle armor, the effect would probably be better than the black armor. Therefore, Lin Xian did not hesitate and put away the 3,000-meter-long corpse. Seeing this, the people of the universe building sighed. To be honest, they were very jealous because they also knew that the corpse was a huge treasure. Not only the snake skin, but the flesh and blood also contained powerful energy essence. However, they had no choice. This was killed by Lin Xian. Moreover, there was an agreement of 20-80 split. Therefore, they could only watch with jealousy. Duan Qingqing and Lu Fei were fine. After all, they were closer to Lin Xian. Moreover, the two of them had obtained treasures and were very satisfied. After half a day, Lin Xian stood up and said, "Let's go and see what's in the next palace." The others also stood up. After half a day of rest, they had recovered their strength. Therefore, they did not delay and set off for the next palace. After walking through the long passageway for a while, the Qianquan sword took the initiative to break the formation again. Then, the third palace appeared in front of them. This palace was even more magnificent and huge. At the same time, the vicissitudes of life were even more intense. Therefore, everyone had to be careful. It seemed that the monster inside was even more terrifying than the giant python from before. Lin Xian took a deep breath and punched out. His fist turned into a black dragon and rushed forward, opening the huge palace door. Then a black armor appeared on his body, and he strode in. The people behind him also put up their defenses and followed carefully. After entering, Lin Xian activated the dragon sword's spiritual realm and enveloped everyone. Countless sword chi surrounded him. With the previous experience, he did not dare to be careless. If there was any poison in here, he would be able to defend himself immediately. This time, nothing unusual happened to the sword chi. This made him heave a sigh of relief. Then he said, "Don't worry, there shouldn't be any poison." Duan Qingqing, sword of heaven and earth, and the rest also heaved a sigh of relief. If there was no poison, it would be much easier. At least they did not have to be afraid. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as the six of them walked forward, the ground began to tremble, and runes began to light up from the ground. Suddenly, the entire space was lit up as if it was daytime. Then, everyone was stunned because there were a few huge creatures in front of them. In front of them was a stone golem that was more than 300 meters tall. Its body was covered in moss, as if it had not moved for a long time. Chapter 2107. The 7 stone golems stood there quietly like statues, emitting a powerful aura. Seeing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice, "Duan Yinwang, let's work together to deal with the big one. As for the other 6 stone golems, Qingqing, you 4 deal with them." "Okay, no problem," the group agreed. Then Duan Yunwang and Lin Xian walked nearby, ready to attack the 300-meter-tall stone golem. Qingqing and the other 3 were ready to attack the other 6 stone golems. Boom! Lin Xian was the first to attack. He clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. It was like a black dragon rushing forward. Instantly, it hit the stone golem's body. Boom. In the next moment, the stone golem's body didn't shatter. Instead, there was a loud boom, as if thunder was roaring from the 9 heavens. Buzz. The 300-meter-tall stone golem opened its eyes. Its huge eyes were like 2 pieces of crystal, without any emotion. Roar. In the next moment, it raised its 2 stone arms to the sky. Then, it raised its head and let out a deep and distant roar. The roar echoed in the entire space, like the surging waves of the sea. Along with the roar, the 6 stone golems around it opened their eyes. In the next moment, they also let out roars like 10,000 beasts. Attack. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Then, he and Duan Yunwang charged towards the giant stone golem, like lightning. Qing and the other 3 worked together and used their king's domain to cover the other 6 stone golems. Boom! A great battle erupted, and terrifying light shone between heaven and earth. Pung! Cloud Sea! Broken Cloud King was the first to roar. He waved his hand, and a gust of wind blew in the entire space. Clouds and mist appeared, and the void was quickly torn apart. It was dark and terrifying. Then the clouds and mist drifted toward the stone golems. Although they looked soft, the power they contained was terrifying. It was a kind of soft power that could inadvertently shatter the void. Sure enough, when the clouds and mist turned into waves and surged forward, they collided with the stone golems. It was like 2 mountains colliding in the air. Roar, roar, roar. However, this large stone golem was indeed extraordinary. Its body seemed to be forged from incomparably precious immortal gold. In the face of such a terrifying attack, there was not even a trace of injury. However, at this moment, Lin Xian also made his move. He waved the demonic sword in his hand. Immediately, streaks of pitch-black sword light surged out rapidly. The sword chi was like a rainbow, extremely cold, as if it could destroy everything in the world. Clang! Clang! However, the giant stone golem's eyes glowed with a piercing cold light. It waved its stone hand to contend with Lin Xian's sword aura. The 2 collided, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. Sparks flew in all directions as the void was pierced through. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Xian frowned deeply, while the broken Cloud King sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of monster was this? How could it resist the sword chi with its bare hands? One had to know that Lin Xian's sword chi was extremely terrifying. Even elite almighties would not dare to fight against it with their bare hands. However, the stone monster in front of him was actually able to block it and wasn't even injured. It was truly surprising. Boom! Just as the 2 of them were shocked, the giant stone golem suddenly bent down and slapped its hands on the ground. After slapping 18 times in a row, the entire ground trembled and countless cracks appeared. Following that, 18 earth dragons rushed out from the ground. Each of them was incomparably ferocious as they quickly charged towards Lin Xian and Duan Yunwang. Boom, boom, boom. Every earth dragon was incomparably huge. They filled the sky and instantly shattered the void. The terrifying figure instantly enveloped Lin Xian and Duan Yunwang. Duan Yunwang's palm, Cloud Mountain, the broken Cloud King roared as he continuously slapped his palms to resist the earth dragons. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned. Powerful! This stone golem was simply too powerful. It was even more terrifying than the python from before. Lin Xian planned to go all out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dragon sword realm floated around him. The sword chi within it spun rapidly, stirring up heaven and earth. Rays of terrifying sword light bloomed, illuminating the entire sky. Kill. With a roar, he brought the dragon's sword realm with him and charged over quickly. Thousands of sword chi shone brightly in the sky. Each of them was like a peerless divine sword that made people tremble. Terrifying energy blasted towards the sky. In an instant, 9 of the earth dragons were enveloped. Those earth dragons roared ferociously, as if they were real demonic beasts. They tore through the void and swept their huge dragon tails and dragon claws downwards. The two forces of energy collided, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to split open. But soon, cracks appeared on the 9 earth dragons. Following that, their bodies suddenly exploded. On the other side, the broken Cloud King had also shattered the other 9 earth dragons and reappeared in the void. The 2 of them charged towards the giant stone golem, one on the left and one on the right. The giant stone golem was expressionless and unmoving like a mountain. It was like a god that looked down on all living beings. He stretched out 2 stone-like palms and slapped forward. Suddenly, a majestic aura surged between heaven and earth. 2 black figures quickly appeared and charged forward like 2 demonic mountains. Fire God roar! Lin Xian immediately summoned the shadow of the fire god. Immediately, a huge fire god appeared and waved its fist to fight against the terrifying palm. On the other side, Duan Yunwang also used his king's domain. It formed a huge palm that covered the sky and rushed forward. Boom! The void shattered, and the broken Cloud King's palm blasted the giant back. However, Lin Xian's flame giant was even more terrifying. The black fire directly enveloped the giant and burned it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. For a moment, the black fire spread, as if it could burn everything. The giant roared crazily and roared towards the sky. Its eyes shone with a terrifying light. It was obvious that this flame was a huge threat to him. In the next moment, it clapped its palms and leaped high into the air. Then it turned into a stone ball and rolled down. Wherever it passed, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Nothing could stop it. As it rolled, it formed a powerful impact that charged towards Lin Xian. At the same time, the flames on its body were extinguished. Wild Thunder Heavenly Eagle. Lin Xian used Heavenly Dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. At the same time, he formed a seal with his palms and shot out a thunder sword light. He transformed into an eagle and flew forward at high speed, directly blasting forward. Suddenly, the wild thunder eagle slashed a hole on the giant's body. Many stones even fell from the stone golem's body. Boom, boom, boom. This scene caused a huge reaction. An earth-shattering sound rang out, and then the giant let out an angry roar. He clenched his fists and emitted an incomparably ancient aura. The fist was like thousands of mountains as it flew over quickly. Although it was 2 against 1, the stone golem was still not at a disadvantage. It was hard to imagine how powerful the other party was. However, it seemed that it was not a human creature. Instead, it was a special existence that Lin Xian and the others could not imagine. Chapter 2108. Lin Xian was indeed too shocked. The giant stone man in front of him was extremely terrifying, far beyond his imagination, especially when the opponent's defense was too strong. If he didn't have the great dragon sword soul, he wouldn't have been able to break through such a defense. It seemed like he could only go all out. Lin Xian's gaze gradually became piercingly cold. The demonic sword in his hand flickered incomparably, sending chills down one's spine. In the next moment, he slowly raised the long sword in his hand. Buzz! With a stab of the sword, a terrifying energy surged in the air as if thousands of soldiers and horses were galloping. The clouds in the sky churned, and huge waves swept across. The sword Qi directly slashed forward. Boom! The sharp sword Qi was like a heavenly river flowing in reverse, ruthlessly slashing the giant stone man's body and sending him flying. Boom! At this moment, Lin Xian slashed out a second time. The terrifying sword light could devour the heavens and split the earth. The piercing killing intent tore through the void. There was even a dragon's roar in the sky. With endless aura, it once again enveloped the giant stone man. Boom, boom. The entire space was almost overturned. The giant stone man was once again sent flying, crashing into the ground. This time, 2 terrifying cracks appeared on his body, and the surrounding ground was even more ravines that spread in all directions. Seeing that scene, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air because they discovered that the incomparably tough, huge stone man was finally injured. Their understanding of Lin Xian's sword Qi deepened once again. Roar! As for the giant stone man, he climbed up from the ground. He looked at the 2 huge sword wounds on his body and was infuriated. In the next moment, he let out a furious roar. A terrifying sound wave swept out in all directions, shaking the entire space. This sound wave was extremely terrifying. Duan Qingqing, the sword of heaven and earth, and the others trembled. Even their souls were trembling. Duan Yunwang's pupils constricted as he kept retreating. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Countless sword Qi rushed out from his body, turning into a huge azure dragon that appeared on his body. The azure dragon coiled around, lifelike as if it was a real divine beast. Its domineering aura destroyed the terrifying sound wave. Boom, boom. At this moment, everyone's expression changed again because the huge stone golem in front of them clenched its fists and reached towards the ground. Suddenly, the earth rumbled and a huge earth snake quickly formed in his hand. It was incomparably ferocious, and its body was extremely huge. It extended into the distance, and one couldn't see the end of it. The earth snake roared ferociously. Suddenly, the earth shook as if there was an earthquake. Then, the giant stone man held the earth snake in his hand like a spear and danced quickly. Boom! With a thrust of his spear, the heavens fell and the earth cracked. This spear was too terrifying. Lu Fei, who was also a spear expert, narrowed his eyes and his face turned pale. This was because he realized that even though they were both using spears, the other party's cultivation far surpassed his, making it impossible for him to resist. The terrifying long spear transformed in the sky, forming a long snake that was thousands of miles long. It roared ferociously and quickly charged towards Lin Xian and Duan Yunwang. Endless waves of qi rolled in the sky. The violent fluctuations caused the void to shatter in an instant. Not good. Retreat quickly. Seeing this, the broken Cloud King's expression changed drastically. His instincts told him that he couldn't block this attack at all. He could only dodge quickly. And that was exactly what he did. He retreated rapidly and opened up a distance, wanting to avoid this attack. However, Lin Xian didn't move. He stood in front of them like a divine spear, emitting a terrifying aura. Beside him, a dragon sword domain floated up and down, circling around his body. It transformed into an azure dragon, coldly staring ahead. Then, a terrifying force exploded from Lin Xian's body. Destroy, Lin Xian said, his voice cold and emotionless. At this moment, the void cracked open and countless divine lightning bolts descended from the sky. Each of them carried a shocking sword light as they struck down fiercely. In an instant, the terrifying spear light was shattered. Boom! The earth snake in the giant stone golem's hand also collapsed in an instant, and countless cracks appeared on its body. What? How could it be so powerful? Duan Yinhuang was stunned. In the face of this attack, he couldn't resist at all. However, Lin Xian only said 2 words and directly shattered the opponent's attack. His combat strength was too terrifying. Could it be that this kid had already become a peerless almighty? Perhaps only a peerless almighty could easily resist the attack of this giant stone golem. No, he wasn't a peerless almighty. Soon, Duan Yinhuang shook his head because there were rules in this stage. A peerless almighty couldn't enter at all. In other words, the opponent was at most a supreme. However, such powerful combat strength made him gasp. In front of them, Lin Xian's expression was cold. The area around him had become chaotic, and the huge dragon sword realm enveloped him. No one could see clearly. Therefore, at this moment, a golden light appeared in his eyes, emitting a mysterious and unfathomable aura. This was the heavenly secret, divine eyes. At this moment, it was used by him, and its effects were unparalleled. Therefore, he soon found the flaw of the giant stone golem. It wasn't the head, nor was it the heart. Instead, it was 100 meters below the heart. There was a bowl-sized energy crystal there, emitting a faint glow. Of course, this could only be seen with the heavenly secret divine eyes. Ordinary people couldn't see it at all. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Thinking about it, that should be the divine crystal. It was the divine crystal that allowed the giant stone golem to move. If he took out the divine crystal, the giant stone golem would collapse on its own. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. Then his eyes became sharp again. He stretched out his palm, and the azure dragon's shadow on his body quickly spread and covered his palm. Lin Xian's palm turned into a ferocious dragon head. Dragon catcher hand. Lin Xian's palm grabbed in front of him. Suddenly, the void exploded, and a huge azure dragon appeared, emitting a terrifying aura. The speed of this palm was so fast that it directly split the void, forming a huge crack. Lin Xian's palm arrived in front of the giant stone golem in an instant. What fast speed! Duan Yinhuang, the sword of heaven and earth, and the others narrowed their eyes when they saw this scene. The speed was so fast that it shocked them. The giant stone golem roared and raised its hand to punch in an attempt to block it. Boom! In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Violent energy was stirred up rapidly, and a huge crack appeared in the void, spreading in all directions. Soon, something shocking happened. The azure dragon's shadow didn't disappear. Instead, the giant stone golem's palm collapsed rapidly, and countless rocks fell. Boom! In the end, more than half of the palm was shattered. However, the dragon catcher hand was still grabbing in front of him fiercely. His target was the divine crystal that was 100 meters below the heart. Roar! The giant stone golem sensed the danger and roared crazily. It turned its huge body, trying to dodge. However, it was too slow. In the next moment, it was caught by Lin Xian. Chapter 2109. Boom! In the next moment, Lin Xian retracted his palm and took out the crystal. When the crystal left the giant stone man's body, the stone man was stunned. Then, countless cracks appeared on his body. Like a broken porcelain doll, he turned into countless gravel and scattered on the ground. Boom! 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 Dust flew and spread in all directions. The ground collapsed, and the entire underground palace shook rapidly. Not only the giant stone man, but the 6 small stone men also stopped attacking and roared at the sky. Their voices were filled with endless desolation. Then the 6 little stone golems also quickly crumbled. Cracks appeared on their bodies, and they turned into a pile of rocks. From then on, all the stone men were completely destroyed. Lin Xian waved his hand and summoned the huge divine crystal from the 300-meter-tall stone man pile. Then he put it away. Then he said, "You guys can divide the rest." Indeed, this piece of divine crystal was enough for him. The rest were all different kinds of crystal elements. Although they were not as good as divine crystals, they were still very precious. Therefore, Duan Qingqing, sword of heaven and earth, and the others did not hesitate and quickly divided them. When they were done dividing the items, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the ground in front of them. Then a stone platform protruded and formed into something that looked like a stone platform. Mysterious runes flickered around it. On top of the stone platform, there were 3 treasure chests. Each of them was made of gold and engraved with mysterious runes. What are these? Is there a reward? Everyone saw this scene. He sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared straight ahead. To be honest, this scene was also out of his expectations. However, he thought that it should be a reward. What are we waiting for? Let's do it. Sword of heaven and earth, and the other's eyes were burning. Lin Xian waved his hand and stopped them. Wait, it's not that simple. What's wrong? What did you find? Everyone asked, because they knew that Lin Xian's current strength was very powerful. Perhaps he might be able to discover some special secret. Lin Xian said in a deep voice, "Did you see the runes of the array formation? This was an ancient array formation. I have some understanding of it. This array is a selection array. In other words, we can only choose one of the 3 boxes." "What? I can only choose one of them?" Duan Yunwang asked. "Young Master Lin, are you sure?" "Of course, I'm sure. I also want all 3 boxes. However, that was impossible. If they tried to force their way in, they probably wouldn't even be able to get a single chest. What to do?" Hearing this, everyone fell silent. However, Lin Xian said that it wasn't a big deal. 1 chest was already pretty good. After all, it was an unexpected gain. So, let's think about which box to choose first. Everyone agreed. There was no point in arguing about anything else now. They had to choose the chest that contained the most treasures. But which one should he choose? The 3 boxes looked exactly the same on the outside. They were shining with golden light and were tightly shut. It was impossible to see what was inside. "Let me have a try." The Great Compassion King stood out. He channeled his soul power and pounced forward. But soon, his soul was bounced back because there was an invisible force that prevented him from probing. He couldn't see clearly. Duan Jingjing, on the other hand, took a deep breath and stepped forward. She once again took out the ancient mirror and injected a stream of energy into it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The ancient mirror shone brightly, but this time it was chaotic and couldn't reflect anything. How could this be? Duan Qingqing cried out in surprise. This was simply too inconceivable. Her mirror was a very magical treasure that allowed her to see everything around her clearly. But at this moment, she couldn't see the 3 golden boxes clearly. At this moment, Lin Xian waved his hand, and the dragon sword territory enveloped him. It formed countless sword chi and blocked the view of others. Then he used the heavenly secret god eyes and looked forward. The heavenly secret god eyes was extremely mysterious. He finally saw through the layers of fog and mysterious energy and looked forward. Soon, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile because he had seen the things in front of him clearly. In the first golden box, there was an old scroll. It seemed to be a cultivation technique. Moreover, a cultivation technique that could appear here must be of a high grade. If others saw this scene, they would definitely be tempted. After all, a high-grade cultivation technique was very tempting to them. However, Lin Xian was able to keep his composure. His eyes were even brighter as he looked forward. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword, Elementary Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian's pupils constricted and he took a deep breath. Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique. There was actually a Heaven Tier Cultivation Technique inside. He was too shocked. One had to know that the best cultivation technique he cultivated was only Earth Tier. He didn't have a Heaven Tier cultivation technique. And he had seen the power of a Heaven Tier cultivation technique. Previously, Bai Zijing had a Heaven Tier cultivation technique, 9 Revolution, Heavenly Origin Sword. Its power was indeed terrifying. If he didn't possess the great dragon sword soul, he wouldn't be able to contend against it. But now, he actually saw a Heaven Tier cultivation technique. How could he not be excited? However, he still took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his body. Then he looked at the second box. In the second treasure box, there was a piece of metal. It was blue, like a star shining with a cold light. This was starry cold light iron. Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. He had learned a lot of knowledge from the dark red divine dragon and Hey Tuesday. Among them, there were some extremely precious natural treasures, and the starry cold light iron in front of him was a legendary precious metal. Legend had it that this wasn't something from the continent, but a star from the 9 heavens that fell onto the continent after being struck. This kind of metal was very precious. It could even be said that it was something that could only be encountered by chance, because when a star fell, it would burn. Many would burn cleanly and turn into ashes. Only an extremely small portion could be preserved. This kind of starry cold light iron, whether it was used as a weapon or a defensive tool, its power was extremely powerful. Therefore, when he saw the second box, Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and he was extremely tempted. Now, in terms of defense, he had the black cloak battle armor sword chi defense and the ice guardian. Moreover, he had just obtained a huge python skin. It was so sturdy that it would be very powerful if used to make a battle armor. However, in terms of attack, he only had a 9-way devil sword now. Chapter 2110. After all, this demon sword was used when he had just become a king, and he was already a 6-star king. It wouldn't be long before he became a mighty figure and an even more terrifying existence. And it seemed like it was time to change the 9-way demon sword in his hand. The starry cold light iron in front of him was an excellent opportunity. If he could forge a treasured sword that belonged to him, then his combat strength would be even more terrifying. However, should he choose a Heaven Tier cultivation technique or a precious metal? Lin Xian was very hesitant for a moment, but in the next moment, he decided to take a look at the third metal box first. He wanted to see what was inside the third box. Inside the third golden treasure box was a piece of divine crystal. Its size and purity were about the same as the one Lin Xian obtained from the giant stone man. If this thing was released under normal circumstances, it would definitely cause a group of mighty figures to go crazy. Even peerless mighty figures wouldn't be spared. But now, Lin Xian didn't pay too much attention to it, because although this thing was good, it could be obtained from other places. For example, stone gambling. He believed that with his heavenly secret divine eyes, he would be able to cut out a divine crystal sooner or later. However, the first 2 things could only be found by chance. If he missed it at this time, he might never see it again in the future. Soon, Lin Xian thought for a while and gave up on the third golden treasure box. However, he was in a dilemma as to which one to choose between the first and the second golden treasure box. Outside, Qing Qing, the sword of heaven and earth, and the others were also very puzzled. They saw that Lin Xian's body was flickering with light, and they couldn't see his expression at all. Young Master Lin, can you see what's inside the golden treasure box? At this moment, the Sword of Heaven and Earth asked carefully. However, Lin Xian didn't answer. He wasn't in the mood to answer now. He was thinking about which of the two things he needed the most. However, after thinking about it, he realized that he wanted both things, because whether it was cultivation techniques or weapons, they were what he lacked the most. There's a treasure in front. At this moment, a voice of ecstasy suddenly came from behind, followed by several powerful auras rushing over quickly. Oh no, someone's coming. Upon seeing this, the faces of Duan Qingqing, the Qianquan Sword Sovereign, and the others paled. In the next moment, their expressions turned even uglier. Lin Xian also furrowed his brows. His gaze was like lightning as he looked behind him. A few figures came from behind. They streaked across the sky like lightning and arrived near them. These people were none other than the experts under the third prince's command. First Blade and Fist Tyrant were among them. Lin Xian, it's actually you, Sword Master Qianquan. You've actually joined forces. When First Blade saw this scene, he was also extremely shocked. They didn't expect that Lin Xian would team up with someone else. Could it be that the eighth prince had joined forces with someone else? This was indeed not good news. However, they were not afraid. This was because this time, their lineup was also very strong. Other than First Blade and Fist Tyrant, the other three were also very strong. More importantly, they were in peak condition, while the people in front of them probably didn't have much energy left in their bodies. Therefore, although they didn't have as many people on their side as the other party, their combat power far surpassed the other party. Thinking of this, the experts under the third prince immediately sneered. Among them, First Blade's eyes flickered. His gaze swept past Lin Xian and the others and looked at the front. There were 3 golden treasure chests that were flickering with mysterious runes. They were treasures. Seeing this scene, First Blade was overjoyed. He naturally knew that in such ruins, the treasure chests would definitely contain heaven-defying treasures. He didn't expect that they would encounter them. And from the looks of it, they hadn't been opened yet. Ha! The heavens are really helping me. On the other side, Fist Tyrant was also ecstatic. Although he wasn't as strong as Lin Xian, he wasn't fighting alone now. In terms of overall strength, they definitely overpowered the other party. Therefore, at the next moment, he snorted coldly. Kid, we've taken over this place. These treasure chests are all ours. If you know what's good for you, scram quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for killing. Damn it. Hearing this, Duan Qingqing, Sword of Heaven and Earth, and the others' expressions were extremely ugly. They had obtained these treasure chests after killing the gigantic golem. Now that they hadn't opened them yet, how could they give them to First Blade and the others? Fist Tyrant. First Blade, don't go overboard. We were the ones who discovered this place, so the treasures are naturally ours. Duan Qingqing shouted coldly. That's right, we'll give you a chance. Scram quickly, otherwise don't blame us for being rude. Sword of Heaven and Earth also shouted coldly. However, First Blade and the others on the other side sneered disdainfully. So what if you discovered it first? Fight with your strength. If you're capable, then fight. Let's see who gets the treasures in the end. They were very domineering and arrogant. They didn't take these people seriously at all. Damn it! Everyone gritted their teeth in anger. Then they all looked at Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, what should we do? Sword of Heaven and Earth. And the others asked, what else could they do? Since they were here to snatch the treasures, they naturally had to fight their way out. Anyway, you don't have to hold back in this second round. Show them all your ultimate moves and beat them out. The treasures will be ours. At this point, Lin Xian's gaze was sharp. Then he took a step forward. The aura on his body became extremely sharp. Seeing this, First Blade, Fist Tyrant, and the others were extremely nervous. After all, They had seen the other party's means in the first round. However, the three people from the older generation behind him snorted coldly. Anger appeared on their faces. How dare a young brat go against them? He's really courting death. At this moment, an old man with a white bag stood out and shouted coldly, "Kid, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I've already given you a chance to escape, but you didn't take it well. Since that's the case, don't blame me." At this point, he shouted coldly. 108 white water pillars behind him quickly rose into the sky, circling in the air like 108 water dragons. A terrifying aura filled the sky, and a deafening sound was heard. The entire scene was extremely terrifying. The entire space trembled rapidly, unable to withstand this power at all. "You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability." Lin Xian sneered and took the initiative to attack. He stretched out his palm, which transformed into a huge green dragon, and grabbed in front of him. Boom! Wherever it passed, the void shattered and terrifying black holes appeared. Terrifying energy waves swept out in all directions. Buzz, the old man in the white robe, snorted coldly. He waved his palm, and suddenly 10 silver light beams shot out from behind him. When they collided with Lin Xian's palm, an earth-shattering sound was heard. Whoosh! There was a huge explosion of energy, and a violent aura swept out. Chapter 2111. Buzz. In the next moment, he pulled out his demonic sword and waved it. In an instant, 36 terrifying sword lights appeared and formed a huge torrent that quickly fell forward. The sword chi caused the entire space to tremble violently. Not to mention space, there were probably not many things in this world that could contend against such a terrifying sword chi. "You're courting death." Seeing that his opponent had taken the initiative to attack him, the white-robed elder roared angrily. He waved his hands, and the 108 light pillars behind him rotated rapidly, forming a terrifying energy wave. These light pillars contained destructive energy that instantly pierced through the void. In the next moment, the 108 light pillars collided with the 36 sword chi. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying vibrations shook heaven and earth as violent energy swept in all directions. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the 108 light pillars shattered into countless fragments and scattered on the ground. The white-robed elder was stunned. First Blade, Fist Tyrant, and the others were also shocked because they did not expect Lin Xian to be so much stronger than he was in the first stage. Damn it. How could this be? How could his combat strength increase so quickly? These people had ugly expressions because during this period of time, their combat strength had also increased, and they had all obtained opportunities. They thought that they could catch up to Lin Xian and even defeat him. However, they did not expect that Lin Xian's fortuitous encounter would be even greater, and his combat strength would increase even faster. Now, not only did they not catch up, but the gap between them was widening. No, don't give him a chance. Let's attack together. First Blade roared angrily and pulled out his long saber. His entire body emitted a terrifying aura. 7 blade techniques. He used his ultimate move right from the start. Fist Tyrant and the other great ancestors also made their moves, preparing to snatch the 3 golden treasure chests together. Damn it! Seeing this, Duan Qingqing, the sword of heaven and earth, and the others roared angrily and quickly counterattacked. In an instant, the entire space fell into complete chaos. Everyone began to fight for the 3 golden treasure chests. However, at that moment, a howl came from afar. That howl was filled with a strange and powerful energy Immediately after, a figure that looked like a red lightning bolt quickly arrived. It was a red snake that looked very strange, and even had horns and claws. On its back there was a snow-white little monkey. When the two of them arrived, they looked at the 3 golden treasure chests in front of them and laughed strangely. Ha ha ha! Another treasure. This is great. They all belong to this emperor. Who are you people? Get lost. When the first blade saw someone else enter, he immediately became extremely nervous. However, when he saw that it was only 2 demonic beasts, he sneered. Then he slashed out with his blade. Although it was only a casual slash, the momentum was truly earth-shattering. Boom! It was none other than the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white little monkey. Seeing that someone had made a move, the dark red dragon left a red afterimage in the air. Then, with a swing of its tail, it collided directly with the blade light. Boom! Boom! A thunderous sound rang out as a majestic power surged out. The terrifying saber light was instantly sent flying. As for the dark red dragon, it was safe and sound. What? Everyone was extremely shocked. They knew the strength of the first blade. It was extremely terrifying, especially that blade light. It carried a sense of despair that was like destruction. However, he was actually sent flying by the tail of the human will. What kind of demonic beast was that? Wasn't it too powerful? The first blade's face was also gloomy. His eyes flickered. Who are you people? Who are we? We are the legendary Heavenly Bandits. Hurry up and hand over all your treasures and storage rings, and I will spare your lives. Otherwise, I will slap you to death. The dark red divine dragon floated in the sky, looking extremely arrogant. Its red dragon claws pointed downward and made a crazy sound. The snow-white little monkey on its back also waved its little claws and kept nodding. Damn, these people are stunned. Below, the corners of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Originally, he only wanted these 2 guys to explore the ruins and search for treasures. He did not expect that these 2 guys would be so lazy and directly choose the simplest and most violent way to rob. Looking at the expressions of the surrounding people, they should have already heard of these 2 guys. It seemed that they were not the only ones who had been robbed. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's face darkened. However, soon, the corners of his mouth curled up. This was because it was convenient for him to do what he wanted. Soon, he sent a voice transmission. Ruffian dragon, Little White, hurry up and snatch the first treasure chest. I will go for the second one. Don't worry about the 3rd treasure chest. Hearing that, the dark red divine dragon was stunned for a moment, but then he looked around. Soon, he saw Lin Xian's figure not far away. Immediately, he grinned. Previously, he did not notice Lin Xian because he was too excited and attracted by the 3 golden treasure chests. He did not expect Lin Xian to be here as well. It seemed that this was a bountiful harvest. If the 3 of them joined forces, these people would definitely not be able to stop them. However, at that moment, Lin Xian sent another voice transmission. Be careful. There is a formation here, and you can only choose 1 treasure chest. Ask Little White to retrieve the items from a distance and see if it can retrieve them. If it can't, then we can only break the formation by force. The items in the first 2 treasure chests are very useful to me, so I can't miss them. Don't worry. The dark red divine dragon and Little White Monkey nodded. Then Little White Monkey took off the small bowl on its head and began to cast a spell. Meanwhile, Lin Xian directly turned around and rushed forward when no one was paying attention. He performed the demigods and semidevils, and his speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he arrived in front of the 3 treasure chests. The next moment, he reached out his hand and directly grabbed the 2nd treasure chest. At the same time, a dragon-shaped sword chi appeared on his left hand, and he stabbed it into the ground. He was attacking the formation because he did not know if he could retrieve little white monkey from a distance. If there was no formation defense, he could definitely retrieve it. However, the formation was too magical. It was left behind from ancient times, and it would be troublesome if he could not retrieve it. Therefore, Lin Xian directly destroyed the formation. Boom. He did not hold back this time. He directly took out the dragon-shaped sword shadow and stabbed it into the ground. Immediately, the ground cracked. Cracks appeared, and the surrounding sky and earth shook. A crack also appeared on the formation. Although it did not completely shatter, its power must have been greatly reduced. Lin Xian quickly stored the second treasure chest in the black earth. Then his figure flashed, and he fled into the distance. On the other side, Little White Monkey also used the treasure basin and opened a crack to obtain the first treasure chest. Then, they also turned around and fled. This scene had truly happened too quickly, to the extent that no one could react in time. When they finally reacted, they realized that the two parties had already fled. Chapter 21:12. Ah, damn you, great thief! Lin, leave the treasure behind. Angry roars could be heard one after another. The remaining people went crazy. How could they not be heartbroken when they lost 2 golden treasure chests in an instant? Therefore, these people flew into the distance as if they had gone mad. However, Duan Qingqing, Lu Fei, and the others did not leave because there was still the 3rd treasure chest. Although this was a selection array, there were already cracks in it. Perhaps there was a chance to retrieve the 3rd treasure chest. Therefore, they flew toward the 3rd treasure chest. The first blade, and the others were halfway through their chase when they came to their senses. They quickly turned around to snatch the treasure chest. After all, compared to Lin Xian, snatching the 3rd treasure chest was more important. Leave the treasure chest behind. The first saber roared, and the 7 saber techniques flashed in the sky. Lu Fei and Duan Qingqing, who were below, shouted coldly. They also counterattacked quickly. Buzz, Cosmos Sword Array, the Sword of Heaven and Earth also came. He instantly formed a huge sword array and surrounded the front. On the other side, another old man from the first blade side also joined the battle. The battle erupted and was extremely intense. Short Qingqing shouted, "Sword of Heaven and Earth, let's work together and split the loot equally." All right. The Sword of Heaven and Earth nodded in agreement and counterattacked quickly. Originally, they could stop working together after Lin Xian left. However, Lin Xian's strength was too strong. If they were to plot against Duan Qingqing and the others now, if Lin Xian and the other party came, they would not be able to resist at all. Therefore, it was better to work together. While Duan Qingqing was fighting, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were also being chased. After all, the 2 of them had each snatched a treasure chest. How could the others not be jealous of such a tempting item? The people who were chasing after Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were 2 old men. They were mighty figures of the older generation. They roared angrily as their bodies burned with terrifying flames. The one charging towards Lin Xian was a red-robed old man with a head full of red hair. At this moment, heat waves surged from his body. Like a fireball, he quickly chased after Lin Fan. Boom! With a wave of his palm, the sky was filled with fiery red light. A pressure as heavy as a mountain followed. It enveloped Lin Xian like a wave. This was the furious strike of a veteran almighty, and the power it contained was truly terrifying. The entire void started to tremble and crack open. Wong! Lin Xian coldly snorted. When he saw that there was only one person attacking him, he quickly counterattacked. He swung the demonic sword in his hand, and sharp sword light instantly bloomed. It was like a long river that flowed endlessly. Boom, boom. An intense collision shook the heavens and the earth. The huge palm of light was slashed apart by the sword. Not only that, the biting cold sword light quickly shot towards the red-robed old man. Courting death, the red-robed old man roared in anger. He stretched out both of his palms and shot out 2 fiery red chi waves. They immediately blocked the shocking sword light. Raging inferno palm. With a palm strike, the entire space was dyed red. Then it shattered into pieces. Terrifying lava poured down from the sky and swept towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian stepped in the air and slashed down with the long sword in his hand. Streaks of sword light tore through the sky. He was like lightning. While he was flying through the sea of flames, he charged towards the red-robed old man. Boom. When he got close to the old man, he immediately used the dragon sword realm. Suddenly, a green realm enveloped the old man. Countless sword chi stabbed towards him from all directions. Damn it! The old man roared in anger and fought back with all his might. A fiery red realm appeared on his body and quickly resisted the dragon sword realm. The 2 realms collided with a thunder-like sound. Kid, go to hell. At this moment, the old man suddenly took out a red fan and waved it in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying purple flame gushed out from the fan. Wherever it passed, nothing could survive. Everything was burned to ashes. What a terrifying flame. Even Lin Xian was extremely shocked. That was because that flame was strong enough to threaten him. At the critical moment, he used the heavenly dragon's 8 steps and quickly dodged. At the same time, he threw out a black dragon fist. Suddenly, the terrifying fist rushed over like a black dragon with great momentum. It intertwined with the purple flames that filled the sky. The black dragon fist carried the flames of hell. The black flames and purple flames that filled the sky collided and intertwined, erupting into a dazzling light. What? You can actually resist my innate fire. The red-robed old man was shocked. The innate fire was a terrifying flame that he had obtained. Very few people below the level of a supreme being could resist it. Therefore, this was his killing move. It was very effective against his enemies. However, it was blocked by the other party. It really surprised him. Damn it, how is this possible? The old man's face was gloomy. However, in the next moment he opened his mouth and spat out flames into the gourd. Suddenly, an even more terrifying aura was emitted from the gourd. Suddenly, the surrounding space collapsed and countless cracks appeared as if it could not withstand the power. Not good. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. In the next moment, he pushed his speed to the limit and disappeared from the sky. Buzz. The moment he disappeared, the place where he was originally standing was directly split into 2. A purple arc like a purple moon pierced through the void. Damn it, he actually escaped. Seeing that this move could not kill the other party, the red-robed old man's face became gloomy. This was one of his ultimate moves. It was extremely fast and extremely sharp. It was very powerful in killing enemies. He did not expect the other party to not only have the black flames, but also be so fast. Whoosh. Thinking of this, his pupils suddenly shrank and he retreated to the side. This was because the void beside him had split open and a figure was charging towards him at high speed. This figure was naturally Lin Xian. He dodged the shocking killing move and quickly counterattacked. He slashed down with the demonic sword in his hand, and a terrifying power condensed in the sky. Buzz. The sword slashed down, and the world dimmed. The red-robed old man felt pain all over his body, as if his bones were broken. He roared angrily, and his eyes were bloodshot. The Red King's domain enveloped his body. forming a battle armor that completely covered him. Clang! The terrifying sword chi slashed on his body, and the sound of metal colliding rang out. The red-robed old man was sent flying by the force. At the same time, he spat out 3 mouthfuls of blood, dyeing the sky red. Fortunately, he was only injured from the impact. The armor on his body had blocked the sharp sword chi. Boom, boom, boom. The red-robed old man kept retreating, stepping on the void. Then he stabilized his body. His entire body was extremely gloomy, and there was no trace of blood on his face. He was injured. He was actually injured by a junior. If this news spread, no one would believe it. This was even more unacceptable to him. Chapter 21:13. Kid, you've successfully angered me. I'll let you know what it means to live a life worse than death. Boom. In the next moment, he took out a green feather. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying fluctuation was emitted from the feather. Between heaven and earth, green flames surged, as if they were heavenly flames. The terrifying temperature was even more terrifying than the purple flames from before. What's that? Lin Xian frowned, and the black armor on his body automatically appeared. He felt a strong murderous intent. The other party's green flames were not weaker than his hellfire. It should be a treasure, and not an ordinary one at that. Kid, you should be proud that you're able to use my ultimate move. The old man in red's eyes were cold. He waved the green feather in his hand. Suddenly, the entire void trembled, and an extremely terrifying force surged out. Buzz. Lin Xian did not dare to be careless. He was surrounded by the dragon sword territory, and the great dragon sword soul in his body was circulating crazily. A green dragon shadow wrapped around his demonic sword. Not only that, but there were endless black flames dancing on his body. Then, a huge flame giant quickly formed. Boom, 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 boom. The black flames swept out like hell, bringing with it an extremely cold and violent aura. It appeared in the void and destroyed a large part of the space. The fire god roared. With a roar, Lin Xian waved his long sword. The flame giant on his body condensed a black dragon sword in its hand and slashed down quickly. The murderous aura was like a dragon connecting heaven and earth. When the sword slashed down, heaven and earth lost its color. Seeing how terrifying the sword was, the old man in red's pupils shrank. In the next moment, he gritted his teeth and activated all the energy in his body to wave the green feather in his hand. Boom! Between heaven and earth, countless green flames danced and formed a green river that fell from the sky. The aura was too terrifying. Even the Almighties who were fighting in the distance were trembling with fear in their eyes. Boom! When the two collided, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The terrifying flame energy completely shrouded the entire space. Retreat. At this moment, whether it was the dark red divine dragon, the other Almighties, or Duan Qingqing and First Blade in the distance, all of them frantically retreated. When the two flames collided, the energy that erupted was enough to threaten all of them. No one dared to provoke such a flame. One could only imagine what kind of impact Lin Xian and the red-robed elder, who were engulfed in flames, had to endure at this moment. Boom, boom. Just at this moment, a figure dashed out rapidly. It was Lin Xian. At this moment, there were 4 layers of defense on his body. The first layer was the black cloak battle armor, the second layer was the fire god phantom, and the last layer was the ice guardian, adding another layer of dragon sword spirit domain. The terrifying 4 layers of defense blocked all the energy, but even so, his face was still pale, without a trace of blood. The reason for that was because the power of the two flames was simply too frightening. Even so, he continued to advance through the flames. Wung. In the next moment, he arrived before the red-robed old man. What? The red-robed elder's face was filled with shock. His eyes were filled with horror. Impossible! How could you move? He was simply too shocked. At this moment, his body was also surrounded by green and purple flames to defend himself. However, he could not move at all. This was already the greatest defense he could make. However, the other party was still able to move, which was beyond his expectations. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his long sword, and the shadow of a green dragon appeared on the sword. Then he slashed down with his sword. No! The red-robed Almighty roared crazily and tried to dodge. However, it was too late. The sword split him in half. Blood splattered everywhere, and the flames on his body quickly disappeared. Whoosh! Lin Xian waved his hand and put away the purple fan and green feather. In particular, the green feather contained the power of the flames, which made his heart tremble. Needless to say, it should be a powerful flame treasure. All of this happened in a flash. After Lin Xian killed the red-robed Almighty, he immediately turned into a bolt of lightning and flew into the distance. The dark red divine dragon also flew out while everyone was still in a daze. When everyone came to their senses, they realized that Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had already disappeared. Then Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon pierced through the void and left the Big Dipper ruins. They flew for hundreds of thousands of miles in a row and came to a deserted area. The two of them stopped. What exactly was it? Why did they have to go so far? The dark red divine dragon was puzzled. He had never seen Lin Xian so cautious. Could it be that there was really a treasure inside? Lin Xian did not say anything. He opened up a cave abode in the mountains, then went in and set up 3 defensive formations to cover the surroundings. Then he heaved a sigh of relief. Damn, he was so careful. What exactly was it? The dark red divine dragon was also puzzled. In the next moment, he withdrew his dragon claw and took out a golden treasure box. Let me see what it is that you're so careful about, brat. The dark red divine dragon opened the golden treasure box and found an ancient scroll inside. However, when he saw the information on the scroll, he was shocked. The sword technique was actually a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Kid, you're too lucky. The dark red divine dragon roared crazily. To be honest, he did not expect that there would be a heaven-tier cultivation technique inside the golden scroll. No wonder Lin Xian went through so much trouble to get it at all costs. Moreover, he ran for hundreds of thousands of miles in a row. That was a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Even a peerless, mighty figure would be jealous of it. Ordinary mighty figures probably did not have such a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Chaotic Heaven Destroyer Sword. The dark red divine dragon looked and found that it was a sword technique. Then he handed it to Lin Xian. Soon he grinned. Kid, you got the second treasure box with your own hands. What good stuff is inside? Don't tell me it's also a heaven-tier cultivation technique. He was looking forward to it. Lin Xian actually got 2 treasure boxes at the same time. It seemed that the second treasure box should also be a supreme tier treasure that was not inferior to a heaven-tier cultivation technique. Although it was not a heaven-tier cultivation technique, it was still a treasure. Lin Xian smiled and opened the second box. Inside, there was a blue metal the size of a fist that was emitting a dazzling light. This is? The dark red divine dragon frowned and exclaimed after looking at it for a long time. This is the starry cold light iron. Damn, this is also a supreme tier metal. It's best to use it to forge weapons. The dark red divine dragon was drooling while Lin Xian smiled. Don't even think about it. I'm going to forge this into a sword. However, I can cultivate a heaven tier cultivation technique together with it. All right, the dark red divine dragon sighed. Since it was a metal that Lin Xian wanted to use to forge his sword, he naturally would not snatch it. However, it was still very satisfying to be able to learn a heaven tier cultivation technique. Chapter 2114. P.S. Here's today's update. And at the same time, I'm trying to get votes for Qijian 5 15 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you can even get some coins for voting. Lin Xian put away the starry cold light iron and opened the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword technique. Let's take a look at this sword technique first. The current situation was more dangerous. This was only a small team sent by the third prince, and they were already feeling the pressure. Not to mention the third prince's team and the even more terrifying first prince. He had to improve his strength again. Therefore, Lin Xian began to comprehend the Chaotic Heaven Destroyer sword technique. On the other side, at the Big Dipper ruins, Duan Qingqing, Lu Fei, and the Sword of Heaven and Earth teamed up to fight against First Blade, Fisba, and the others. In the end, they gained the upper hand. Then, they quickly left. In the end, they obtained the third treasure chest and divided the divine crystals inside equally. On the other side, the 8th prince, Taoist Long, and the others led most of their men and set off aggressively. Soon, they found a ruin. However, this relic had also caught the eye of someone, and that was the third prince's team. Moreover, it was the third prince's team. As soon as the 2 princes met, there was a strong smell of gunpowder. Especially the 8th prince, he did not want to let go of this opportunity. This was because he found that although the third prince's team was strong, their numbers were not as good as theirs. Therefore, the 8th prince decided to attack immediately. On the other hand, the third prince's face was gloomy. This was because he did not expect the 8th prince to gather more than a dozen experts around him. Could it be that they only had one team? Damn it! This 8th prince was actually up to such a trick. He was furious because all the prince's teams were divided into 2 or 3 teams. This way, they could cover a larger area and search for the ruins faster or snatch the King Jade Talisman. However, he did not expect the 8th prince to be divided into only one team. This way, although they were strong, they had fewer chances. He did not know that although the 8th prince had more people, he was also divided into 2 teams. However, the other team was Lin Xian's team. Damn it, what should I do? Are we going to leave or not? The powerful beings at the side thought quickly, while the third prince said, "Let's go. We can't let them surround us. The relic is a small matter. We can't afford to lose the Jade Talisman, and we can't afford to exhaust our main force." Now was not the time for a decisive battle. The third prince said in a deep voice. Sure enough, the people around him nodded in agreement. They still needed more strength. If they were to fight the 8th prince now, it would be too disadvantageous for them. Moreover, the combat power of the 8th prince's side was clearly superior to theirs. Thus, they decisively retreated. This third prince was quite decisive. He didn't even want half of the ruins that had been excavated. He was indeed a ruthless person. So what? He couldn't let them go. Chase. The 8th prince was in a heated discussion. As for the 8th prince, he waved his hand and led a large group of Almighties to chase after them. The people of the Grand Imperial Hall naturally saw this scene and immediately cried out in alarm. They hadn't expected that the 2 most powerful princes, other than the first prince, would meet so soon. Moreover, there was such a dramatic chase. This was something that had never happened before, because the 8th prince and the third prince were on par with each other in terms of strength, the number of experts under them was also about the same. It could be said that they were evenly matched. Under normal circumstances, such an encounter would definitely be an earth-shattering battle. They had no idea who would win or lose in the end. But now the eighth prince had gathered all of his forces, while the third prince only had half of his forces. With such a comparison, the third prince was in a disadvantageous position and only had a situation of being chased. One had to admit that the eighth prince's strategy was really surprising. With such a lineup, no one except the first prince would be able to contend against it. Everyone was in a heated discussion. The elders and princes who supported the third prince had a solemn look on their faces. On the other hand, the eighth prince's side was filled with joy. The empress also frowned slightly. She had to admit that the eighth prince was a great threat to the crown prince's position. But now she couldn't help much. But she wasn't too worried because those that she had chosen for the first prince were all elite experts. Among them were the Golden Lion King, an expert from the war tribe. Thinking about it, no one would be able to contend against them. Thinking of this, the empress heaved a sigh of relief. In the second stage, the third prince was running all the way. They didn't dare to fight against the eighth prince. This scene was seen by the nearby teams, and they were all stunned. Damn, what did I just see? The third prince is running for his life. Could it be that the first prince is here? As far as they knew, the only person who could make the third prince so miserable was the first prince. But soon, they were stunned, because they realized that the one who was chasing them wasn't the first prince, but the eighth prince. What made them even more shocked was that the eighth prince's lineup was too strong. Heavens, could it be that the eighth prince didn't have a team? Damn, the eighth prince is too cunning. Everyone exclaimed and retreated one after another. Because they were in a team of 5 or 4 people, they couldn't contend against the eighth prince's team of more than 10 people. But fortunately, the eighth prince didn't care about these people at all. He was chasing after the third prince with all his strength because the third prince was his main enemy to seize the position of the crown prince. Only by killing the third prince could he contend against the first prince. Therefore, he had steeled his heart to chase after the third prince. Old Eight, I will remember today's grudge. One day, I will pay you back. The third prince was running wildly in front, turning into a stream of light that kept flashing. He let out a roar of anger because he was too aggrieved. As a top prince, he was not afraid of anyone except the first prince. He didn't expect that he would be chased by the eighth prince in front of so many experts and princes. How was he going to survive in the future? Therefore, the third prince gritted his teeth in anger. What, third brother, do you want to pay me back? But, unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Today, you will be eliminated, the eighth prince also said loudly. He was very excited because this was definitely a great opportunity for him. Everyone, chase after him with all your strength. You must not let him go. The eighth prince gave the order. On the other hand, the third prince's face was gloomy. Among them, the 2 old men beside him said, "Third prince, what should we do? How about this? We will lead people to fight for a while, and you and the other experts will leave." Someone said, however, the third prince shook his head. No, the opponent was too strong now. No matter who he sent, they couldn't stop him. Moreover, they would lose their lives for nothing. The third prince gritted his teeth. He would never allow his elites to be lost. Because of this, his strength would be weaker, and he wouldn't be able to fight against the eighth prince at all, not to mention the first prince. At this time, a middle-aged man said, "I have an idea, but it's very risky." Chapter 2115. P.S. Here's today's update. And at the same time, I'm trying to get more votes for Chijin 515 Fan Festival. Everyone has 8 votes, and you can even get some coins for voting. What is it? Tell me. The third prince asked hurriedly. The middle-aged man took out a map and flew quickly. He said, "Third prince, there's a big rift valley nearby. It's very dangerous, and it's said to be a ruin. However, it's very dangerous, and no one dares to go there. However, if we go down there, we might be able to get rid of the 8th prince." Are you talking about the Dark Canyon? At this time, an old man said in a deep voice. The middle-aged man nodded. That's right, it's the Dark Canyon. The Dark Canyon is too dangerous. Almost no one has entered it in the Battle of Crown Prince. That's because there was a relatively strong prince who had the potential to become the crown prince who went in, but he suffered heavy losses and lost more than half of his men. Then, that prince lost the chance to become the crown prince. You can imagine how terrifying the Dark Canyon is. But if we don't do it, we'll die. That's because we can't get rid of the 8th prince. Some people refuted. In the end, everyone looked at the 3rd prince, waiting for his decision. The 3rd prince also felt the pressure. Indeed, he had heard of the dangers of the Dark Canyon. It could be said to be a forbidden place. However, if he didn't go in, he would definitely be chased by the 8th prince. Although he was a prince and had ways to save his life, he wouldn't be killed. However, that didn't mean that he wouldn't be eliminated. As long as his life was threatened, he would be teleported out, and he would lose the chance to become the crown prince. That was no different from killing him. Moreover, he knew that his current performance was seen by the emperor and countless elders of the royal family. It was embarrassing for him to run away for so long. If he was defeated by the 8th prince in the end, he would be utterly embarrassed. He probably wouldn't be able to hold his head high in the future. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and decided to enter the Dark Canyon to give it a try. At least, he could get rid of the 8th prince and come out quickly. All right, I'll go to the canyon. The 3rd prince gritted his teeth and said. Then, with a flash of his body, he flew in another direction. That direction was the Dark Canyon. At the back, the 8th prince and the others frowned when they saw this scene. Among them, Taoist Long said, "Not good," they headed for Dark Ravine. It seems like they really were forced into a corner. Dark Canyon? You mean that place that is similar to a forbidden area? The others also cried out in alarm. Obviously, they had all heard of the dangers of the Dark Canyon. After the 8th prince heard this, his face also became gloomy. He sped up and stopped him. He absolutely could not let him enter the Dark Canyon. He wouldn't enter a dangerous place. After all, he was the one who was vying for the crown prince's position. Therefore, in the next moment, they couldn't help but speed up. However, the 3rd prince's group was determined to enter. Thus, the 3rd prince's group began to unleash their secret techniques, one after another. No matter the cost, they had to act quickly. In the end, the 8th prince and the others were still one step behind. When they arrived, they found that the 3rd prince and the others had already entered the Dark Canyon. Wang, the 8th prince, stopped in front of the Dark Canyon and was very angry. He smashed the surrounding mountain peaks with his palm. It was obvious that he was in a bad mood because this was a perfect opportunity to kill the 3rd prince. As long as he could kill the 3rd prince, his only opponent would be the 1st prince. However, he didn't expect that the 3rd prince would run into the Dark Canyon. On the side, Taoist Long said, "The 8th prince doesn't need to be angry. This Dark Canyon is called the Death Canyon. There is a high chance of death inside. Maybe we don't even need to do anything, and they won't be able to come out. Yes, this canyon is not simple. The previous rumors are true." The others also said. The 8th prince said in a deep voice, "I don't feel at ease if I don't kill the 3rd prince personally." To be honest, he was not confident. Because the third prince was not inferior to him in any aspect, he could only feel at ease if he saw the third prince being teleported out with his own eyes. Let's wait here first. I'm afraid that they haven't gone far. The eighth prince did not give up. He believed that the third prince was only hiding in the dark canyon and did not really enter. Therefore, he planned to wait outside for the rabbit to appear. Soon, the eighth prince and the others stopped outside the dark canyon. Previously, they had explored a few ruins and obtained many heavenly treasures. This time, they could use this opportunity to cultivate and refine the treasures or heavenly treasures they obtained. Grand Imperial Hall. When the Empress and the elders of the imperial family saw the third prince enter the dark canyon, they cried out in alarm. The elder on the eighth prince's side smiled. As for the third prince, his face was gloomy and his expression was incomparably solemn. It was over. This third prince was too bold. He even dared to enter the dark canyon. Did he not know that it was a forbidden area? This time, the third prince might not be able to make it. Most likely, he had no chance to compete for the position of crown prince. Many people shook their heads and sneered. However, the third prince's people also had gloomy expressions. Truth be told, although they were shocked by the third prince's decision, if they were in his shoes, they would have no choice but to do the same, because this was the only way to escape from the eighth prince's pursuit. Therefore, although they knew that the dark ravine was very dangerous, they were helpless. He could only pray that the third prince was lucky, not to mention the elders. Even the emperor was frowning. However, even though he was frowning, he was not worried. That was because the third prince had a teleportation array on him. When his life was in danger, he would shatter the void and teleport back. However, if he did that, he would lose the right to compete inside the dark ravine. After the third prince and his people entered, they stopped. This was because they realized that the eighth prince did not enter, which made them heave a sigh of relief. However, they soon realized that the eighth prince did not leave either. Instead, he sat down with his legs crossed outside the dark ravine. This wasn't good news for them. Because the way out was blocked, they could not get out at all. They could only stay in the dark ravine. Although they were only at the periphery, they could still feel waves of gloomy and cold aura corroding their bodies. Damn it, the eighth prince is too abominable. How dare he block our way out? When the third prince's powerful figures saw this, they immediately gritted their teeth. The third prince's face was gloomy. Outside, most of the eighth prince's people were cultivating. Only a few of them were left to patrol. As long as the third prince came out or made a move, they would immediately wake the others up. It seemed that the eighth prince was determined to kill the third prince this time. What should they do? The third prince was very uncomfortable. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.